Chapter 35-27. Mo Shi was chased away. The mercenaries were completely wiped out. Qin Shan's sect leader was captured by the windless sect leader in less than a day. After destroying the mercenaries' fighting power, Lin Fei personally killed his way in. Everywhere he went, everyone surrendered. No one dared to resist. The Vatican's upper echelons that were imprisoned were released. Among them were some of Lin Fei's old acquaintances. Due to Mo Shi's actions, the Vatican suffered heavy losses. After settling the matter, Lin Fei left the Vatican. Damn Lin Fei, what kind of attack does he have? Mo Shi was the size of a fist. He turned into a beam of light and flew away. This was his second primordial spirit. It was taken over and used to save his life. Over the years, he rarely used it. Now that I have lost all my treasures, my strength is greatly affected. I must immediately inform the mercenaries to come over. Mo Shi regretted not being on the warship. If he had the warship, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. As long as the mercenaries come, the Vatican will still be weak. Mo Shi wanted to make a great contribution, but he didn't expect to be defeated. He even paid a heavy price. Mo Shi was furious. The windless sect leader temporarily took the position of the first sect leader. He began a cleansing operation. All of Qin Shan's men were wiped out. The windless sect leader did not kill them, but locked them up. Keeping them alive was better than killing them. After a few days, the windless sect leader finally settled the Vatican's internal affairs. Governor Lin, sorry for the disturbance. The windless sect leader brought unnatural to the sacred body mountain. Sit. Lin Fei smiled. The leader of the windless cult was now very polite to Lin Fei. This time, thanks to Governor Lin, I was able to calm the turmoil in the Vatican. The windless sect leader did not sit, but slightly bowed, would like to invite Governor Lin to become the first sect leader of the Vatican. In the entire universe, only you can be the first sect leader. Lin Fei could tell that the other party was sincere. Now, he had no interest in the Vatican, even if it was the position of sect master. He would leave Universe 9 once the origin land was over. I'm not interested in the position of cult master right now. Besides, if I were to go, many people would feel uncomfortable. Lin Fei shook his head. I think it's pretty good right now. You don't have to say anything else. I'll still help if I can. Despite knowing that this would happen, the unwindy cult master still sighed after hearing it. The identity of the sect master. Many people were jealous of his status, but they couldn't get it. Lin Fei rejected him just like that. The windless cult master knew that it was impossible to pull Lin Fei into their organization. Governor Lin, I can understand that you don't want to be the leader, but you must accept this gift. The windless cult leader took out a box. If you don't accept it, I won't leave. The windless hierarch started to throw a tantrum. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're the sect master after all. Can't you act a little more? I can accept the gift. Lin Fei accepted the item. Forget about the rest. Yes, yes. The windless hierarch nodded repeatedly. Don't worry about what I've promised. The windless hierarch quickly left the sacred body mountain with unnatural. Lin Fei could more or less guess what the windless hierarch was thinking. The current Vatican was in trouble. If he was there, it would be completely different. The mercenary Mo Shi was well equipped, but he was still not as good as him. Who wouldn't be afraid when his body was destroyed? He opened the box. There was a talisman in the box, flickering with jingguang. Extraordinary. Lin Fei thought to himself. He grabbed the talisman and looked at it. This is a secret technique, the Vatican's #1 secret technique. When Lin Fei received the message from the talisman, he was greatly startled, not daring to believe it. The Vatican sent me this thing. Lin Fei had experienced the Vatican's #1 secret technique. Even a Class 5 warship was damaged by one slash. What kind of power was that? Lin Fei was very interested in this secret technique. He continued looking at it. Who would have thought that this is a secret technique that amplifies one's strength? I can control the energy of the array, and the power of 1/ isn't any weaker than a peak 10th level cosmos god. Lin Fei was surprised. This secret technique has a requirement on the strength of the fleshy body. That immortal sword religious master is most likely no longer around. Currently, there isn't anyone in the Vatican who could execute this heaven-shocking sword anymore. Lin Fei knew why the Windless Hierarch sent this secret technique over. Interesting. After the internal chaos of the Vatican ended, the battleships left behind by the mercenaries were taken away by Lin Fei. Other than a single Class 5 warship, it was left outside the Vatican, becoming a terrifying existence. Who? A stream of light came from afar. It's me, Lin Fei. Lin Fei passed through the Vatican. Windless Hierarch flew out from the Vatican. Governor Lin. Governor Lin. Currently, nobody doubted Lin Fei's strength anymore. Many in the Vatican were still grateful to Lin Fei. In a quiet courtyard, the servants retreated. Governor Lin, speak your mind. Windless Hierarch took the initiative to say. After the Iron Veins Hall and Mo Sher's mercenaries, the overall strength of the Vatican was greatly affected. Just the Hierarch alone had lost 70 to 80% of the Hierarch. Those chosen by religious master Qin Shan could not be counted. Be it in terms of experience or strength, they could not reach the standard of a Hierarch. Before the ground of origin closed, the biggest reliance of the Vatican was Lin Fei. This was also the reason why he took the initiative to send the heaven-shocking sword's secret technique. Actually, it's nothing much. The ground of origin is about to open, and the mercenaries have retreated. Nobody can guarantee that others won't act. I have decided to stay in the Vatican for a period of time until I realize the opening. Windless Hierarch was delighted. Good, 100 years passed in a flash. During this 100 years, there were people who acted, yet they were all killed by Lin Fei. He even used the heaven-shocking sword, scaring everyone into keeping their thoughts in check. This sword was extremely terrifying. All kinds of thoughts disappeared along with this sword. Bang! On this day, on a desolate desert in the eternal universe, a huge divine mountain appeared. A vast and boundless abyss-like aura spread across the entire universe. Many gazes were directed over. The ground of origin has appeared. Let's go. The powerhouses rushed over. For this day, they had waited for a few hundred years. During this time, they had even lost some people. In the sky, streams of light flowed like rainbows. In a certain forest, a green-clothed man who was meditating opened his eyes. Sword, come. A sword rushed out from the ground. Ground of origin, I'm coming. It flew through the sky. In a restaurant, an old man who drank every day looked so drunk that he could collapse at any moment. As the aura appeared, he instantly woke up. He grabbed the gourd and gulped down mouthfuls of it before leaving the restaurant. It's finally here. On this day, countless hidden powerhouses from the outside showed themselves. Terrifying auras appeared one after another. They shocked everyone again and again. Chapter 35-28. On the desert. A faintly discernible mountain was floating. Rings of light spread outwards, forming a halo of light. I can't charge in. This halo is quite formidable. The halo will absorb our attacks. On the desert, many figures were blocked by the halo. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. The origin ground required the strength of a cosmos god to enter. At this moment, those who gathered here were all cosmos gods. Of which, there were quite a few armored warriors who came from outside the cosmos. The native cosmos gods from the eternal cosmos had subconsciously distanced themselves. These experts from outside the cosmos were not easy to deal with. The Holy Church is here. Space fluctuated. A grade 5 warship rushed out, bringing with it an enormous wave that tore through the void. The mercenaries have really helped us a lot. The moment the grade 5 warship appeared, the experts from outside the cosmos inhaled inwardly. If not for the mercenaries, the Holy Church would not have such a huge improvement in strength even though it was borrowed. A grade 5 warship could intimidate cosmos gods. Nobody could resist against the might of a warship. What made everyone remember was that Lin Fei had tyrannical techniques that no one could see through. Such an enemy would give anyone a headache. The grade 5 warship arrived near the sacred mountain. Many figures flew out. The leading one was Windless Cult Master. Behind him were the group of higher-ups. Other than that, there was another person who appeared that startled everyone. It was none other than Lin Fei. This time, Lin Fei came with them precisely to complete the mission smoothly. That Lin Fei Prefecture Master is here. He looks ordinary. It is ordinary that is frightening. The moment Lin Fei arrived, everyone felt their hearts tightening. Even the mercenaries suffered a huge loss, much less them. It was better for them to be careful. Windless Cult Master, since all of you are here, can you open the origin ground so that everyone can enter? Unless all of you are thinking of enjoying it alone. On a warship, a black-robed old man said nonchalantly. This is Cosmos 8, Black Tiger Great Demon. Windless Cult Master transmitted to Lin Fei, he is extremely strong. He is a peak level 8 Cosmos God and could fight against a level 9 Cosmos God. Those at level 7 and above were all great experts. Usually, it was very difficult to raise one level. Black Tiger was an extremely famous expert in the multiverse. As soon as this person spoke, everyone's expression changed. The origin ground was their last hope. No one could stop them from entering. The current Vatican was no longer what it used to be. Windless Hierarch, the origin ground belongs to everyone. I don't think they dare. The leader of the Windless cult had expected this. Who asked the church to be so easily bullied? They had no power. Persimmons would naturally pick the soft ones. The Vatican was undoubtedly a pushover. If he didn't choose now, when would he? Everyone, the land of origin has appeared in the eternal universe. The Vatican will naturally open its doors. Your worries are unnecessary, the Windless cult leader said loudly. Everyone was relieved. Embezzlement? They did not think that the Vatican had the ability to do so. Even if Lin Fei was included, the result would be the same. At least he knows his place. As long as we go in, the Vatican can step aside. Currently, the strongest expert in the Holy Church is Windless Religious Master. He is at the 9th level Cosmos God realm and is considered ordinary amongst those at the 9th level. At that time, no one will be able to stop us from snatching the treasure. All of them had different gazes. The excitement between their brows could not be concealed. Governor Lin, quite a few experts have come this time. There are 12 9th level Cosmos gods. The Windless cult leader transmitted, of which the strongest should be the Heaven Suppression Sect's Cosmos God Bai Lang. He is extremely close to the peak 9th level Cosmos God realm. This person whom the Windless cult leader was wary of was garbed in white. Waves were surging around him, and an enormous oceanic world was faintly discernible. Governor Lin, this time, you just have to help us find that treasure. The Windless cult leader continued, we aren't the strongest opponent this time. I doubt they will act against us. If the origin ground appeared elsewhere, it would definitely be a huge enemy. But in this Cosmos 9, it seemed extremely weak. A religious master like the Windless cult leader wasn't that eye-catching. As long as we find the treasure, I'll do my best. Lin Fei said. Open. The Windless cult leader summoned a treasure. This was a sword-shaped key. The sword from beyond the heavens pierced through the light halos that obstructed everyone before flying into the void illusion God Mountain. Hong. The light halo around the God Mountain began dissipating. Success. We can enter soon. The origin ground, this old man has finally arrived. The light halo disappeared. The experts present could feel the horrifying suppression released by the origin ground. Everyone could feel how extraordinary the origin ground was. Half an hour later, the halo disappeared without a trace. It seemed they could enter at any time. Ha ha ha, this old man will be entering first. With a loud laughter, a figure rushed out. He turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the origin ground. Just as this figure entered the original light halo, he was forced out. He stopped in midair. A bolt of lightning struck down, followed by the second and third. This old man does not want to die. Yet another bolt of lightning struck the body of this person. After a miserable scream, he fell down from the sky. A pseudo-cosmos god wants to barge in? He is simply reckless. A demonic wind lifted the black tiger great demon as he flew towards the origin ground. Hong hong hong. That is the god lightning of the origin ground. It has the power of a cosmos god. Those who can't withstand it will die. Someone snorted. Let's go too. Windless religious master entered personally. That treasure had to be brought back. Nothing could go wrong. Lin Fei nodded, let's go. So, the few of them rushed into the god lightning region. Indeed, god lightning struck down. It was incredibly powerful and brought along a destructive aura. Being cosmos gods, they did not feel any pressure at all. They brought out their treasures and passed through the region. It was simpler for Lin Fei. He simply carried the god lightning with his fleshy body. The entire process did not take long. Hong. The moment they stepped into the origin ground, everyone felt their bodies sinking. A boundless suppression reached deep into their souls. Go. The cosmos gods flew in all directions. There were also some who flew forward. In the blink of an eye, everyone was gone. By the time Lin Fei and Windless religious master entered, they could not see a single person, especially a level 9 cosmos god. This place is filled with danger. We have to be careful. Windless religious master reminded. The group of people flew at a low altitude. This time, the Holy Church sent Windless religious master and 3 other level 2 cosmos gods. Such a formation was indeed weak. Fortunately, there was Lin Fei. No matter what, he was considered weak. Religious master, look ahead. A few people appeared in front of them and were attacking a treasure. Chapter 35-29. That was a mountain slope. At this moment, there were 6 people fighting. Many cosmos shockwaves were formed. Only a few cracks appeared in the void. They were fighting for a dimly glowing sword-shaped treasure. That cosmos god treasure was moving back and forth. Every time it moved, it would tear open a crack in the void. Those are the people from the Blackwater tribe and Sky Peak Pavilion. Windless Cult Master had understood all the experts from other cosmos who came this time. We are here for that treasure. There is no need to snatch other treasures. An extraordinary cosmos treasure did not attract Lin Fei at all. The land of origin. Everywhere was dusky. Lin Fei and Windless Cult Master traveled for a few dozen kilometers. They had met with danger during this period. An inconspicuous blade of grass slashed out with an invincible sword intent, slashing out again and again, tearing the void apart. If not for their quick reactions, they would have suffered greatly. Hurry up and look. It seems to be a cosmos treasure. Not far away, there was a circular treasure resting on top of a rock. It was dimly glowing. Our luck is not bad. Windless Cult Master sent out a sword light that swept towards the treasure. As it approached, the circular treasure seemed to sense it. With a "wang" sound, it clashed against the sword light, causing half of the sword light to dissipate. Several sword lights formed a huge net that enveloped the treasure. The treasure was enveloped by the sword net. It resisted several times, causing the net to fall apart. Fortunately, it was retrieved in the end. Low-grade cosmos god. Windless Cult Master extended his hand and suppressed the circular treasure, revealing its true appearance. It was a piece of bronze mirror. Hong hong hong, at another location. A figure tore through the lightning region. When the lightning descended, they were all repelled. That person extended his hand and grabbed. A treasure was obtained. It is indeed Governor Lin who is formidable. We can't resist against such god lightning easily. Lin Fei did not feel any pressure resisting against it with his multiple defenses. A low-grade cosmos god treasure. Along the way, this was not the first time Lin Fei fought. He had obtained 2 low-grade cosmos god treasures. His luck was quite good. My luck is not bad. Lin Fei smiled. By the way, have you arrived at the place you want to go? By a lake in Mount Origin. It took them a few days to pass through the outer perimeter. Mount Origin came into view. It was a mountain filled with a strange aura. Hua Hua, at the top of Mount Origin, streaks of light constantly shuttled back and forth, and one could vaguely see that they were treasures. Those are all formidable cosmos god treasures. The worst are at the middle grade. As for high grade and top grade, as long as one is strong enough or has the opportunity, one can obtain them. At the foot of Mount Origin, the windless hierarch said to Lin Fei. His gaze remained on the cosmos god treasure that could not be considered as a shuttle. The cosmos god treasures here are formed naturally. They are not treasures refined by others. Lin Fei had already sensed this. Even though Shuang had not refined any cosmos god treasures, he could easily sense the unique energy that came from cosmos god treasures. With such a treasure, cosmos gods would become much stronger. After stepping into Mountain of Origin, huge rocks, small grasses, and even unremarkable existences would often erupt with danger. Lin Fei and the windless hierarch had experienced many dangers along the way. Fortunately, they managed to survive without any mishaps. There are people ahead. The windless hierarch was the first to sense the situation. The few of them slowed down their speed. A huge lake appeared ahead. At this moment, there were several experts emitting dangerous auras standing by the lake. Black Tiger Great Demon. Star-picking hand Xia Kuan from the Sky Palace. By the lake, 2 people were the most eye-catching. Both Black Tiger Great Demon and Star-picking hand Xia Kuan were peak 8th level cosmos gods. When Windless Hierarch and Lin Fei appeared, the eyes of Black Tiger Great Demon trembled. This isn't a place where you can stay. Scram immediately. Star-picking hand Xia Kuan also looked over. We can indeed scram now. The expression of Windless Hierarch became slightly ugly. If the Great Hierarch were here, these people would not dare to say such words even if they were given 100 guts. Middle grade Cosmos God Treasure. Lin Fei squinted. Under the guidance of Windless Hierarch, he had a rough understanding of Cosmos God Treasures. At the center of the lake, a lump of black water wrapped around a lump of something. This lump of aura was emitting a powerful aura. Black Tiger Great Demon and Xia Kuan stood opposite each other. Neither of them snatched it. No wonder they are standing there without moving. The expression of Windless Hierarch sunk. It is actually a middle-grade Cosmos God Treasure. It is highly possible that it is a water-type Cosmos God Treasure. Cosmos God Treasures were categorized into different levels and attributes. Any Cosmos God who was matched with an appropriate Cosmos God Treasure would become much stronger. Why aren't you scramming? Black Tiger Great Demon roared. A tiger head appeared. It looked savage and savage. Following that, he roared. Star-picking hand Xia Kuan waved his hand, causing a black energy to come pressing down like a torrential downpour. I am giving you face, yet you don't want it. You are the one who asked for it. Star-picking hand Xia Kuan said with disdain. Even if the other party was a hierarch with a 9th level Cosmos God strength, he was still one of the weakest existences amongst hierarch. Black Tiger Great Demon and Star-picking hand Xia Kuan were both at the 8th level Cosmos God, yet their combat strength was at the peak. In addition to the treasures they had, their combat strength would increase further. This is the eternal cosmos. It isn't a place for you to behave atrociously. Lin Fei pounced out. He punched out. It was an absolute strike coupled with heavy injuries. Black Tiger Great Demon and Star-picking hand Xia Kuan trembled. Their expressions turned ugly. They were injured with a single punch. Their injuries were not serious, yet they were still injured. Strange. They knew that Lin Fei was a formidable person. Yet he could injure them with a single punch. That was indeed frightening. Again. Hong hong hong, Lin Fei continued punching out. Black Tiger, Great Demon and Star-Picking Hand Xia Kuan kept retreating. Treasures appeared on their bodies, yet they could not stop Lin Fei's attacks. Go. The two turned around and left. The remaining people did the same. In the blink of an eye, the lakeside became empty. Governor Lin, your strength is truly unfathomable. Windless Hierarch also brought out his treasures to protect the two cosmos gods. Haha. Lin Fei rushed into the lake. His arms grew long and long, grabbing towards that treasure. Hong hong hong. Many water arrows shot out from the water. They struck his arm. Every single arrow had the strength of a 7th-level cosmos god. What was more frightening was that these water arrows were not only powerful, they were also penetrative. They were constantly scouring the flesh on Lin Fei's arm. It isn't easy to deal with. Lin Fei moved to the center of the lake. He extended his hand. His hand was like a mountain that grabbed the treasure. The lake water rushed over. Lin Fei used another unlimited movement, to evade the attack of the lake water. He safely returned to the outside. Go. The treasure continued struggling. As Shuang retracted his hand, the treasure could no longer struggle. In the end, it became obedient. Windless Hierarch and the other two hurried over. This treasure isn't bad. Windless Hierarch could see that the treasure could control the energy of the lake water. Black Tiger and Great Demon were strong, but it was not easy to take down this treasure and the lake water. Chapter 35-30. Mountain of Origin. Lin Fei and his group continued moving forward. The treasures that appeared after that were not as many as expected. Every single one of them was not low in grade. Lin Fei did not meet any more opponents. He had also collected a total of 5 Cosmos God treasures. Every single time, he would use the unlimited movement. He was practically unstoppable. The leader of the Windless cult could not help but be convinced. This time, they had only obtained 2 Cosmos God treasures, and they were left behind by Lin Fei. It is just ahead. 10 days later at Mountain of Origin. Windless cult master was clearly excited when he spoke. According to the records, that treasure of our church has been lost at the place ahead. Windless cult master had been staring ahead. Until now, Lin Fei was curious about what the church had lost. It was even worth the system issuing a mission for it. What did your church lose? Lin Fei asked. If you don't mind, you don't have to say. Windless cult master did not reject. He smiled bitterly, Governor Lin, you are no longer an outsider. This matter is actually a humiliation for our church. You should know about the Eternal God seal, right? Lin Fei was too clear about this treasure. It could seal space and restrict one's strength. It was the nightmare of his enemies. Previously, it was all thanks to the system technique that Lin Fei survived. If it were other experts, they would have died for sure. I'm clear. Lin Fei said, it's very powerful. If not for my little technique, I wouldn't have been able to resist against it. Windless cult master revealed a strand of pride. There are 3 great supreme treasures in the eternal cosmos. The first is the Eternal God seal. It can suppress anyone. The second treasure is the God-killing spear. The moment this spear is unleashed, it will unleash the power of a peak 9th-level cosmos god. It is the nightmare of all enemies. With a thought, it can kill without a trace. The third treasure is the Eternal Cosmos armor. It has an unparalleled defense. Nobody in the Eternal Cosmos can break through the Eternal Cosmos armor. Lin Fei was startled inwardly. He had seen the Eternal God seal before. No wonder there seems to be a lack of coordination after the Eternal God seal. Lin Fei had been curious about this matter in the past. To be able to become a supreme treasure, and a treasure used to trap people at that, it did not seem to be as powerful as he had imagined. We, the Vatican, lost the god-slaying spear. This generation's great sect master was plotted against when he was searching for the god-slaying spear. The windless sect master was enraged at the mention of this. No way. Is that how the sect master was injured? Lin Fei suddenly understood. Fortunately, the head sect master had the Eternal Universe armor on her, which allowed her to escape in the end. It was also because they were worried that the head sect master would obtain the god-slaying spear. With 3 great treasures, she would be the strongest in the Eternal Universe, and no one would be able to contend against her. What a powerful foundation. Lin Fei did not doubt the leader's words at all. With 3 great treasures in hand, he truly lived up to his name as the #1 expert. Aren't you afraid that I'll take it away? Lin Fei smiled and said, You make it sound so powerful that even I'm tempted. Don't worry. The windless sect master's eyes were firm. Governor Lin is mysterious and unfathomable. Why would he care about the god-slaying spear? Ha ha ha. To be ambushed by experts, one could imagine how fearful everyone was of the god-slaying spear. Lin Fei was indeed interested in such a treasure. However, he was afraid that he would get into trouble. Furthermore, keeping it might not be as good as keeping it with the Vatican. With such a treasure in hand, the Vatican would definitely quieten down. No one would challenge the orthodox position of the Vatican. As long as he maintained his strength, Lin Fei was not worried about what the windless sect master would think. If he really wanted to, Lin Fei did not know when he would be strong enough. In a valley on Mount Origin. Hoo. This was a very inconspicuous place on Mount Origin. The surroundings were very quiet. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. We're finally here. The windless sect master came to the front of the valley. According to the information left behind, it should be inside. Lin Fei looked at the windy valley and could not help but frown. This place really gave people a palpitating feeling. Are you sure? The windless sect master nodded. I'm sure it's inside. Pa. Just when the windless sect master said he was sure, several figures walked out from the void. Windless sect master, long time no see. The leader was a red-robed plump man. His face and body were filled with flesh. As he spoke, the flesh on his body rippled like water. Hua, sounds could be heard. Why are you following me? When the windless sect master saw the person who came, his heart thumped. His expression turned ugly. Lin Fei thought, this god-slaying spear is extraordinary. I actually did not sense them following me. It seems that the system's mission isn't easy to complete. With the appearance of the first wave of people, there might be a second wave. Ever since he witnessed a formidable technological treasure, Lin Fei no longer dared to treat it lightly. Who is he? Lin Fei asked. Great religious master's former enemy. This red-robed fatty is from another cosmos. His nickname is Red Devil. The windless sect master transmitted. 9th level cosmos god strength. Red Devil chuckled, since all of you can come, why can't I? After all, the god-slaying spear is a good thing. Furthermore, this is the origin ground. What do you think? The expression of the windless sect master turned uglier. Red Devil, you can forget about getting the god-slaying spear of our religious church. The windless sect master roared. That isn't up to you to decide. Red Devil disagreed, unless we are counting on the experts you brought over. Ha. Laughter could be heard from the void. Red Devil, what you said is true. How many treasures have been lost in the origin ground? Since they are treasures, they will naturally belong to the fated ones. For instance, our puppet sect. So, several figures rushed out. The leader was a white-haired old man. He had the demeanor of an immortal. His eyes were abnormally cold. Puppet Wang Zhangdong of the puppet sect. The expression of the windless sect master changed again. He wanted to curse in his heart. Why were all of them here? The Red Devil fatty might seem dangerous, but in reality, it wasn't that hard to deal with him. But the puppet king of the puppet sect came, and the situation was entirely different. This person might be alone, but the puppet treasure he brought with him was sufficient to stun everyone. That was sufficient to stun everyone. Even though puppet Wang Zhangdong wasn't a level 9 Cosmos God, he could threaten any level 9 Cosmos God expert. Because puppet Wang Zhangdong specialized in refining puppets, he was able to obtain the words Puppet King. It was also proof of his strength because he could control a level 9 Cosmos God ancient puppet. By relying on this corpse which he brought out from a certain dangerous ground, puppet Wang Zhangdong refined a formidable puppet that was impervious to blades and spears. Myriad existences couldn't invade it. Everyone was wary of this puppet Wang Zhangdong. A single mistake could result in their heads being separated from their bodies. The expression of the red devil fatty changed. I don't want the god-slaying spear anymore. The red devil fatty turned around and ran. This person loved refining puppets the most. All cosmos gods were afraid of him. Chapter 35-31. Red Devil Fatty escaped. Puppet Wang Zhangdong did not chase after Red Devil Fatty. Instead, he snorted, "At least you're tactful." His gaze turned over. "Windless, Lin Fei, seeing that the two of you brought me here, you can scram now," Puppet Wang Zhangdong nonchalantly said. Windless Cult Master did not have any chances of winning against Red Devil Fatty, much less against Puppet Wang Zhangdong. Impossible. Windless Cult Master brought out the Eternal God's seal. The god-killing spear belongs to the religious church. A huge seal floated over and pressed down on the body of Puppet Wang Zhangdong. "Governor Lin, I'll restrain Puppet Wang Zhangdong. I'll have to trouble you to take the god-killing spear," Windless Cult Master transmitted. "All right." Lin Fei did not hesitate. He turned into a stream of light and flew over. Hong hong hong, many fist intents erupted on the surface of the lake. Every fist contained the strength of an 8th level cosmos god. The fist intents tore apart space and crisscrossed, forming a terrifying blockade. The fist intents on the lake could not obstruct the footsteps of Lin Fei at all. Peng peng peng. As Lin Fei moved about, the multiple layers of defenses he set up were constantly being destroyed. It affected his movement speed. It is indeed extraordinary for it to become a place to fight. This power was sufficient to obstruct everyone. Windless Cult Master, do you think you can obstruct me? Puppet Wang Zhangdong stood unmoving. He had a disdainful smile on his lips. Go. Hua 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 hua. A black hole appeared in the void. A huge figure walked out. He was cold and did not bring along a strand of aura. With a step, he charged into the sky above the lake. "Governor Lin, be careful. That is the corpse of that ancient cosmos god," Windless Cult Master hurriedly shouted. So. With a so sound, the sword intense expanded on this puppet. Sparks flew in all directions, and clanking sounds could be heard. Windless Cult Master could not obstruct this puppet at all. It was too fast. Windless Cult Master, your religious church lacks the god-killing spear. This eternal god's seal can only be used to trap others. Puppet Wang Zhangdong shook his head. "My puppet will show you what strength is." Boom boom boom. The puppet's speed was extremely fast. Countless fist intents landed on its body, but the puppet's body only shook a little. The Windless Cult leader thought to himself. "I'm counting on you this time." To be able to easily withstand the fist intent attack from the lake surface, this puppet's strength was very terrifying. The puppet charged forward. This puppet is so strong. Lin Fei kept moving. He also noticed the commotion behind and couldn't help but be shocked. The corpses that the Puppet King brought over were indeed extraordinary. As Xiaochen ventured deeper into the center of the lake, aside from the terrifying fist intent, there was also saber intent, sword intent, and all sorts of states bursting forth. The surface of the lake turned into a land of death. Lin Fei's movement advantage was also affected. This was an attack from an 8th level Cosmos God. A single attack could make Cosmos God experts feel restraining fear. Lin Fei was still ahead of his opponent for now, but he couldn't withstand his opponent's brutality. Direct flight, this body has surpassed the limits of my fleshly body. Lin Fei's movements were very fast. The multiple layers of defenses were constantly being destroyed, and they were constantly being activated. The attacks on the lake became more and more intense. All sorts of illusory figures appeared. One of them grabbed over, and the other pierced out. The void was being struck until it collapsed. Great teleportation. Lin Fei waved his hand, causing a black hole to appear in front of the puppet giant. It immediately devoured the other party. When fighting against such puppets, it was best to teleport directly. Lin Fei continued charging forward. Ho ho, all of a sudden, an enormous fist appeared in the closing black hole. Half a body stepped out. It was that puppet giant. Lin Fei was inwardly startled. It can actually resist against my great teleportation. The puppet giant charged out. Die. An ancient voice came from the mouth of the puppet giant. Hong hong hong. The region where Lin Fei was at immediately collapsed into a huge black hole. The energy from the collapse of the space struck on Lin Fei's body. Wave after wave of energy broke through the many layers of defenses, causing damage to be transferred onto the body of the puppet giant. Lin Fei was the one who suffered the impact. Just from this move alone, Lin Fei knew that the Puppet King truly lived up to his name. Lin Fei's current mission was to retrieve the god-slaying spear. This was the core of the systemized mission. Great teleportation. Lin Fei charged forward, and the great teleportation landed on the puppet giant. This time, traces of gray light appeared around the puppet giant, blocking the appearance of the black hole. It has treasures on it. Lin Fei raised his hand and punched. Heavy injury plus absolute hit. The invisible force only made the puppet giant take a step back. It's not easy to deal with. The system mission is not easy to complete. Lin Fei knew that the system mission was not as easy as he imagined. The puppet giant of the Puppet King was already unbelievably ferocious. Fortunately, I have the advantage of being faster than the puppet giant. Lin Fei charged forward. The puppet giant was extremely fast. One after another, Lin Fei arrived at the core area. That's the god-slaying spear. A wave of death shrouded over. A dark golden spear floated on the lake. Swoosh. That floating god-slaying spear moved. With a swing of its tail, it pierced in front of Lin Fei with a swoosh. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei was sent flying. Too scary. The spear pierced over, crushing all of Lin Fei's defenses. Lin Fei touched the bloody hole in front of him with a look of lingering fear. Just one spear had almost pierced through him. Although his infinite movement was fast, it was the first time he was surpassed by a spear. Fortunately, Lin Fei reacted quickly. Again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The god-slaying spear continued to pierce over. Pft pft pft. Every spear forced Lin Fei to keep moving, but he could not stop the god-slaying spear's speed. It pierced over and over again, giving Lin Fei quite a scare. It clearly has no master, but it can still unleash such power. No wonder those people wanted to stop the sect master back then. Bloody holes appeared in front of Lin Fei. Swoosh. Lin Fei hid behind the puppet giant. With a swoosh, the god-slaying spear pierced the puppet giant. Boom boom boom. The puppet giant retreated. Lin Fei hid behind the puppet giant, but he still received quite a bit of impact. It can actually withstand it. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. This puppet corpse of the Puppet King is really unusual. The god-slaying spear failed to pierce through the puppet giant. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The god-slaying spear kept piercing over, each spear strike extremely terrifying. The puppet giant kept retreating. Fortunately, the puppet giant is blocking it. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Lin Fei kept moving, and the god-slaying spear would frequently turn and stab toward Lin Fei after a few spear strikes. In the middle of the lake, the god-slaying spear was extremely fast, almost impossible to dodge. The god-slaying spear's speed was extremely fast, and it could strike hundreds of times in an instant. Lin Fei and the puppet giant kept retreating. The power is boundless, and it is still increasing. If this continues, it will be even harder to collect it. Lin Fei was anxious. The god-slaying spear was more powerful than he imagined. It was extremely powerful. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Chapter 35-32. Outside the lake. Heartless cult master was restraining puppet Wang Zhangdong. The eternal god's seal was good at trapping others, and it was almost impossible to capture the other party. The energy ripple coming from the center of the lake made Heartless cult master anxious. He had underestimated how powerful it was inside. Their auras were enough to make people run for their lives. Heartless cult master, this god-killing spear isn't something you can take. Your Cosmos 9 isn't qualified to take it either. Puppet Wang Zhangdong guffawed. You should know that the god-killing spear is a top-grade Cosmos god weapon. It can unleash the power of an 8th-level Cosmos god even when no one is using it. It has an extraordinary penetrative power, and body refinement Cosmos gods can't resist against it. Heartless cult master knew how powerful the god-killing spear was. It was precisely because of this that he invited Lin Fei over. And my puppet giant is different. It has the ancient Cosmos god body. Under my refinement, it can unleash the power of 3 heads and 6 arms, and its power will explode. It is fated that your church can't snatch it from me. Puppet Wang Zhangdong said as if he was certain that Heartless cult master would succeed. That might not be the case. Windless religious master was slightly lacking in confidence. Just the ancient Cosmos god body alone was more than 10 times stronger than the fleshy bodies of the current Cosmos gods even after a long time. This was also what Heartless cult master was worried about. Hong hong hong. The dark golden god-killing spear pierced over like a stream of light. In the eyes of Cosmos gods, it was just a point of light. Many light points exploded in front of him. The puppet giant displayed 3 heads and 6 arms. Its 6 arms grabbed at the god-killing spear. It actually withstood it. Lin Fei was inwardly startled as he watched the puppet giant display 3 heads and 6 arms. The god-slaying spear thrust forward again and again, but they were all blocked by the 6 arms. The speed and defenses of this puppet giant have increased by an entire level, allowing it to keep up with the speed of the god-killing spear. This puppet's fleshy body is quite extraordinary. Lin Fei knew that he could not do it so easily. Such a top-grade Cosmos god weapon was indeed worth everyone fighting for. It was not hard for Lin Fei to imagine that great religious master. With 3 supreme treasures in his hands, he would become the undisputed strongest expert in the eternal cosmos. Ding ding ding. 4 of the giant puppet's arms blocked the attacks, while its remaining 2 arms grabbed at the god-slaying spear time and time again. The god-slaying spear was also cunning. Every time the spearhead stabbed out, it would push back the palm as if it had a spiritual consciousness. Return. Lin Fei arrived beside the god-slaying spear in a flash and reached out to grab it. Pu. The god-slaying spear's spearhead swayed, and Lin Fei's palms suffered no less than a dozen attacks. Every strike almost penetrated Lin Fei's body, frantically trying to mince his flesh and cells. What a fast reaction. This time, Lin Fei did not succeed. The god-slaying spear was very agile, dodging Lin Fei's grabs time and time again. Every time it counterattacked, it made him wary. It was the same for the golem giant. The god-slaying spear is indeed powerful. If I were alone, would be completely dumbfounded. A single god-slaying spear easily dealt with them. Even the void of the origin ground is unable to suppress this peak-grade Cosmos god equipment. This situation is the worst. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the god-slaying spear could still erupt with terrifying power. In the middle of the lake, a stalemate was formed. Swoosh, in the middle of the lake, a sword intent slashed out. A phantom appeared and stabbed out with a dazzling sword light. Another fist intent shot out, and an illusory figure walked out, punching straight at the yellow dragon with a domineering aura. Not good, the god-slaying spear has summoned the power left behind by the dead experts. In the middle of the lake, more than a dozen phantom figures charged out in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei's expression changed. He had really underestimated the power of the god-slaying spear. It could even summon an attack of this level. In an instant, the area he was in was attacked crazily. Lin Fei kept moving, activating multiple defenses and damage transfer, still not daring to be careless. You still dare to come? The god-slaying spear stabbed out, appearing before his eyes one after another. Lin Fei was speechless. Did they think he was easy to deal with? Lin Fei could only dodge again and again, brushing past his body a few times. Gradually, Lin Fei felt strained. The attacks of the god-slaying spear and those phantom figures did not stop for a moment, as if there was no end to them. The energy that Lin Fei could activate in his body was gradually decreasing. Even the system's skills needed to be consumed. The puppet giant is really unwilling to let go. Lin Fei glanced at it, his eyes secretly turning red. Powerful. This was Lin Fei's greatest feeling. The puppet giant grabbed the god-slaying spear again and again. It grabbed it a few times, but the god-slaying spear easily broke free, leaving a lot of wounds on its body. Even so, the puppet giant still looked as if it was fine. With such a puppet by its side, there was really no one who could break through it. It's going to use a big move. For the sake of the mission, Lin Fei felt that he had to go all out. If he couldn't get the god-slaying spear, it meant that he couldn't complete the mission. The puppet giant's strength was not inferior to his. Especially after displaying 3 heads and 6 arms, its strength skyrocketed. Under such circumstances, it still could not do anything to the god-slaying spear, let alone Lin Fei. I'll definitely hit it. Lin Fei punched out again and again. Every time the god-slaying spear stabbed over, it would be hit, thus affecting the direction of the stab. Finally, this made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. But the situation was very bad. Skill, seal. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei's attack stopped. The god-slaying spear also stabbed at him. The dark red spear tip flashed with cold light. It was less than an inch away from the glabella. The god-slaying spear's attack was very domineering and almost impossible to block. It had to be a universe divine weapon of the same level or a defensive divine weapon. Other than that, there was no other way. The puppet giant relied on its powerful body. Lin Fei relied on the system's skills. Lin Fei directly used the opportunity to use a big move. Skill, seal. Can seal the surrounding area of 100 feet. Within this area, all attacks can seal the Imperial Guards and all living beings that can move. As for why it could only cover 100 feet, it was actually because this skill consumed a lot of prestige. In Lin Fei's opinion, a range of 100 feet was enough. Once the seal was used, everything was sealed. Fortunately, the god-slaying spear's power hasn't exceeded the mature range of the seal. Lin Fei reached out to grab it. Boom boom boom, the god-slaying spear was sealed, but the dark golden spear god let out a buzzing sound. The buzzing sound could actually shake this sealed area. The power of the seal collapsed with a whoosh. Come here. Lin Fei's arm expanded, and his large hand grabbed the god-slaying spear. The power from the god-slaying spear flowed up his palm. The puppet giant also rushed over. Its 6 arms shook, grabbing 6 universe divine weapons and smashing them over. Withdraw. Lin Fei endured the trembling power and set up multiple layers of defense in front of him. With a loud boom, most of the defense collapsed. The power of the 6 arms was so strong. Fortunately, the god-slaying spear that Lin Fei cared about the most had been pulled in by the system. The god-slaying spear kept releasing power, but it was suppressed by the sealing skill. Go in. Chapter 35-33. Voila! When the puppet giant broke through the sealed region and attacked Lin Fei. Unlimited movement. Many layers of defenses before Lin Fei collapsed. With a growl, his entire body disappeared. The puppet giant's attack missed. By the lakeside, puppet Wang Zhangdong easily defended against the attack of Heartless Cult Master. Being a 9th-level Cosmos god, Heartless Cult Master could not gain any advantage against puppet Wang Zhangdong. The commotion at the center of the lake became bigger. The exciting moment has arrived. My puppet will soon bring the god-killing spear out. Puppet Wang Zhangdong chuckled. By then, I'll use the god-killing spear to kill you. It should be interesting. He was clear how powerful the puppet giant was. No matter what the outcome was, he would be the winner. Puppet Wang Zhangdong was not afraid of Heartless Cult Master dealing against him. As long as the Eternal Divine Seal did not target the puppet giant, everything else would be fine. By restraining Heartless Cult Master, the chances of victory were practically on him. Heartless Cult Master did not stop attacking puppet Wang Zhangdong. He did not have any advantage at all. That might not be the case. Perhaps, Governor Lin might get the god-killing spear. Heartless Cult Master was unwilling to admit defeat. You are thinking too much. Puppet Wang Zhangdong laughed. Is that so? A laughter could be heard from the void. Following that, a black dot appeared. The black dot came extremely quickly. Pooh! With a groan, the black dot pierced through the body of puppet Wang Zhangdong. Strands of horrifying energy engulfed his body. Hong hong hong. Puppet King's expression changed. He spurted out mouthful after mouthful of blood. His expression turned pale, and he revealed a horrified look. This is the god-killing spear. Heartless Cult Master was startled too. God-killing spear. No one was clearer than Heartless Cult Master that only the god-killing spear could pierce through the eternal imprint. Governor Lin, I got it. Heartless Cult Master felt great joy in his heart. Heartless Cult Master did not go to the panic at the center of the lake. He could easily sense the situation. If he went, he would undoubtedly lose. He might even be killed on the spot. Immortal Sword Cult Master is indeed right. Heartless Cult Master was delighted inwardly. Everyone was blind in the past. The black dot turned into a spear. The first spear pierced through Wang Zhangdong's body, and the second spear followed. It was also a black dot. This time, the Puppet King did not dare to be careless. A black shadow appeared in front of puppet Wang Zhangdong. The black dot pierced through the shadow in front of it, and a black hole appeared. Puppet Wang Zhangdong retreated into it. Leader of the Windless Sect, I've still underestimated you. Since your church has obtained the god-slaying spear, prepare to attack together. The black hole disappeared. The space returned to normal. So fast. Lin Fei walked out and thought to himself, those who are able to become world-shaking experts do indeed have their own set of skills. Back then, when I faced the Eternal Divine Seal, I had no way to resist at all. In the end, I had to rely on the system to reverse the situation. These experts all have their own treasures, and they are indeed not easy to deal with. Lin Fei had wanted to kill the puppet Wang Zhangdong, but he had underestimated his opponent's strength. What a pity. Lin Fei shook his head. He was still very jealous of that puppet giant. It seemed he could only wait for the next time. Governor Lin, it's all thanks to you for chasing away puppet Wang Zhangdong. That fellow is indeed hard to deal with. Windless Sect Master let out a long sigh of relief when he saw puppet Wang Zhangdong leaving. It's a pity that he has left. The power of your church's Eternal Divine Seal is slightly disappointing. Lin Fei chuckled. Windless Sect Master smiled bitterly. Governor Lin, the Eternal Divine Seal is merely an auxiliary treasure. It might be easy to deal with ordinary cosmos gods, but against existences like puppet Wang Zhangdong, it might not be effective. Lin Fei waved his hand, causing the god-slaying spear to fly out. I'll return it to you. This god-slaying spear was a top-grade cosmos god weapon. It was incredibly powerful when it was ownerless, much less now that it had an owner. Windless Sect Master was startled. He had yet to regain his senses. You really, even though the god-slaying spear is good, it isn't something I like. Lin Fei shook his head. After getting the god-slaying spear, the system was completed. He obtained a reward of 200 points. This was something that he could draw from. Windless Sect Master once again admired Lin Fei. The top-grade Cosmos God weapon was returned just like that. Windless Sect Master had always been worried that Lin Fei would take it for himself. But now, it seemed he was thinking too much. The other party did not care about the god-slaying spear at all. Windless Sect Master felt grateful. Lin Fei was truly a good person. Keep. The god-slaying spear which was released from the seal pierced towards Windless Sect Master. Before it reached him, Windless Sect Master had already formed many hand seals. The god-slaying spear let out a buzzing sound. The dark gold spear trembled, shaking the surrounding void. At an unremarkable location in the origin land, a figure fell out in a sorry state. The air was filled with strands of blood stench. That damnable Lin Fei. He actually dared to spoil my plans. That is the god-slaying spear, a top-grade Cosmos God weapon. Lowering his head, he looked at the bloody hole that was pierced through and the chaotic injuries within his body. His expression was gloomy and frightening. For the sake of the god-slaying spear, this top-grade Cosmos God weapon, Puppet Wang Zhangdong had put in a lot of effort. He had avoided everyone and thought that he could enjoy it alone, yet in the end, it was all for naught. He was injured by the god-slaying spear. Lin Fei, Windless Sect Master, the god-slaying spear isn't that easy to obtain. A sinister voice reverberated. Windless Sect Master had a secret technique that allowed him to control the god-slaying spear. After Lin Fei took out the god-slaying spear, Windless Sect Master temporarily refined the god-slaying spear under Lin Fei's protection. Success. Grabbing the floating god-slaying spear, Windless Sect Master's aura strengthened slightly. Lin Fei chuckled as he watched. With the Eternal God Seal and god-slaying spear, Windless Sect Master became much stronger. When he fought against Puppet Wang Zhangdong again, he could easily force the other party to flee. Lin Fei was very clear about the power of the god-slaying spear. The moment he was sealed, a Cosmos God would fall if he was careless. That would absolutely be the nightmare of Cosmos Gods. Governor Lin, I won't say any words of gratitude. I'll engrave this favor in my heart. Even though he did not mention anything, Lin Fei was clear in his heart. I feel that you should consider how to deal with the trouble that Puppet Wang Zhangdong will bring after he leaves. Lin Fei said. The temptation of a top-grade Cosmos God weapon wasn't something anyone could reject. Following the departure of Puppet Wang Zhangdong, the news would definitely spread. By then, there would definitely be many experts coming over. Windless Sect Master guffawed, Governor Lin, you are thinking too much. Even though I haven't truly grasped the god-slaying spear, I can still exert 60% of its power. Adding on the Eternal God Seal, I don't mind killing a few Cosmos Gods so that the god-slaying spear can see some blood. Adding on Governor Lin, whoever dares to come, will kill them. This is our territory in the Eternal Cosmos. If we don't show off our skills, others will treat us as sick cats. Windless Sect Master was currently filled with confidence. With 2 Cosmos God weapons in hand, the power they could unleash was not something anyone could resist against. Chapter 35-34. The origin ground was huge. Lin Fei did not stop after helping Heartless Cult Master obtain the God-slaughtering spear. He headed deeper into the origin ground. After obtaining the God-slaughtering spear, Heartless Cult Master became much stronger. During this period, he met with several ambushes, which were easily resolved. Heartless Cult Master seemed to be holding back his anger, and these unlucky fellows became his punching bags. Along the way, he killed quite a few. Cosmos God Origin. Under the night sky, a bright light pillar shot into the sky from the origin ground. The brilliant sacred aura was like the light in the night sky. Let us hurry over. Heartless Cult Master was delighted, who would have thought that the first Cosmos God Origin would appear so quickly. Lin Fei looked at the light pillar. The aura coming from within was vast and sacred. It was different from the others. This is the Cosmos God Origin? Lin Fei muttered to himself. The moment the location of the cosmos god origin was revealed, the experts walking around the origin ground knew about it. They immediately headed over. The first location of the cosmos god origin. So, many figures appeared. They rushed over at the first moment. They acted without saying a word. Different from ordinary cosmos gods, these cosmos gods attacked with cosmos god weapons. Light beams interweaved with one another. It was bustling. Following the appearance of the first location, the second immediately appeared. Many cosmos god origin attracted many people to fight over it. Over here. That side is here too. Hurry over. The competition for the cosmos god origin was intense. After all, every cosmos god origin was equivalent to the birth of a cosmos god. This was an existence unique to the origin ground. It could obtain the recognition of the heaven tribulation and did not need to be intercepted. It could be said to be a special treasure that all venerable gods looked forward to. The moment they refined it, it would be smooth sailing. Our luck is not bad. Heartless Cult Master and Lin Fei rushed to the nearest location. At this moment, several groups of people were fighting. It is indeed not bad. Lin Fei saw that cosmos god origin. It was a lump of gray gas. It was not obvious at first glance, but at second glance, he could feel the uniqueness of the cosmos god origin. It was a different kind of feeling. Scram! As soon as Lin Fei and the unwindy cult master arrived, the leader of one of the groups slashed at them with a saber light. This saber light was 10,000 zhang long, and it was vast and mighty like a long river surging over. Go! The divine seal of eternity had transformed into a unique existence. The powerhouses fighting didn't care about Lin Fei and the windless sect master. In their eyes, Universe 9 didn't pose any threat. As for the Vatican, it didn't matter if they were there or not. Kill! The god-slaying spear pierced out. Black dots appeared one after another. Pu. In just one face-to-face confrontation, the people fighting were all caught unprepared. They were all shot. Damn it, this is the god-slaying spear. Someone said in shock. The windless sect leader rushed in with the god-slaying spear in hand. Puff, windless sect leader, spare me. We don't want the universe god source anymore. The god-slaying spear appeared. The windless cult master's strength had increased greatly, and he was able to suppress them. Lin Fei did not make a move. The combination of the god-slaying spear and the cosmos god seal is truly extraordinarily tyrannical. If one's physical body is weak and their defenses are weak, they would not be able to withstand the might of a single spear. After some time, the cosmos gods who fought were all killed by windless religious master. None could survive under the might of the god-slaying spear. Governor Lin, the first cosmos god origin is for you. Windless religious master kept the cosmos god origin before sending it over to Lin Fei. It has been a long time since I killed to my heart's content. Lin Fei could hear that these were words from the heart of windless religious master. This was also the reason why Lin Fei did not act. Then I won't be polite. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. At another location, the cosmos god seal suppressed down. The god-slaying spear unleashed its power, striking the other party every single time. Scram! The moment they fought, none could withstand the power of the god-slaying spear. Everyone turned around and fled. Within a short period, Lin Fei and windless religious master worked together to defeat many experts from outside the cosmos. These experts could not withstand the sharpness of the god-slaying spear. They had no choice but to retreat. The power of that spear was huge. It had an extraordinary penetrative ability, and ordinary cosmos god defensive deity weapons could not withstand the attack of the god-slaying spear. The power of the god-slaying spear once again spread out. Those experts who originally looked down on the Holy Church began feeling fear inwardly. Quite a few people were regretting not chasing after them. That was a top-grade cosmos divine artifact. Now that the Holy Church had the god-slaying spear, it was no different from adding wings to a tiger. They had the capital to resist against them. The closer they got to the center of the origin ground, the cosmos god origin became purer. The competition became more intense. Every clump of cosmos god origin was a priceless treasure. Nobody was willing to miss it. Windless Religious Master and Lin Fei from the Holy Church are here. As the region of competition shrunk, Lin Fei and the patriarch of the Windless cult became especially eye-catching. Along the way, it was unknown how many experts had suffered losses, but all of them had suffered because of these two treasures. Everyone was feeling apprehensive now. Who would have thought that they could make a comeback? Damn it. With the Cosmos God's seal and the God-slaying spear, it is too difficult to defeat them. If I knew this would happen, would have acted. Everyone had naturally heard of the God-slaying spear. However, not many people knew exactly where it was. Who would have thought that the God-slaying spear was actually in the origin ground? We are almost at the origin deity's pool. Windless Religious Master transmitted, rumor has it that the origin deity's pool has a mysterious origin. But every time, 3 people are allowed to enter and absorb the god origin in the deity's pool to strengthen themselves. They can even comprehend the origin source intent. Later, Governor Lin, you must grasp the opportunity. This time, Lin Fei had come to complete the system quest. The origin ground did not have much to do with him. Hearing Windless Religious Master's words, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Could the origin concept be the key to taking another step forward? Lin Fei had read a lot of secret information. There were not many records regarding the origin source intent. Almost all of them had been lost. Governor Lin, you do know some secrets. You must grasp the opportunity this time. Windless Religious Master reminded. At the center of the origin ground, a huge deity's pool appeared. This deity's pool was different from what he had imagined. The base of the deity's pool was a mountain. Someone had cut off the mountain and turned it into a huge platform. The universe God source was concentrated in the pool. That unbelievably dense universe God source incessantly stimulated everyone. At this moment, everyone's breathing became hurried. I am the first. A figure charged over, courting death. A black thing streaked across. A terrifying force swept over and engulfed that figure. Heaven's secret sex people. Not far away, a group of people walked over. Their auras were not strong, but the moment they appeared, everyone could not help but feel wary. If you want to go over, you have to ask our Heaven's secret sect first. Boom boom boom. Chapter 35. The appearance of the heavenly secret sect immediately suppressed the thoughts of a wave of people. Everyone knew that the Heaven Fortune Gate specialized in creating heaven fortune treasures. Although they were all single-use treasures, they were extremely powerful and hard to defend against. The Heaven's Secrets Gate needs a spot. Otherwise, there's no need for us to go. Seal. The Heaven's Secrets Gate took out another great treasure. A temporary formation. After the Grand Formation was activated, the Divine Lake of Origin, which had the mountain as its pool, was completely concealed and vanished without a trace. The peerless illusory formation of the Heaven's Secret Sect. An expert exclaimed. Shameless. This is bad. The hearts of the people who rushed over sank. Many people knew that the Heavenly Mysteries sect had a powerful formation, the unparalleled illusory formation. Even though they knew that it was right in front of them, the distance was like the end of the world. If they tried to force their way through, they would definitely die. Everyone gritted their teeth at the mention of the Heaven's Secret Sect. A standard gangster force. There was once a large sect that offended the Heaven's Secrets Gate and was destroyed by the Heaven's Secrets Gate in a single night. All kinds of single-use treasures appeared at the same time, and it was unknown how many people were shocked. If you want to go in now, we won't stop you. But if you die in there, it has nothing to do with us. A black-robed cosmos god from the Heaven Mystery sect chuckled. He felt as if he had the upper hand. Many people had the urge to kill. The Heavenly Mysteries sect had beaten them to it. Naturally, you can come and kill us too. That black-robed cosmos god continued, "We don't mind at all." These words agitated the crowd even more. Shameless. Who didn't know that the Heaven's Mysteries Gate was the most vengeful? The only way to kill the people of the Heavenly Mysteries Gate was to kill them all, not leaving a single person behind. Otherwise, one would have to wait for the revenge of the Heavenly Mysteries Gate. Everyone was aware of the lessons that had been learned from their mistakes. Ha ha ha. The black-robed cosmos god guffawed. We were a step too late. They beat us to it. The unwindy hierarch's face darkened. These hoodlums. Lin Fei frowned slightly. What an extraordinary array. Furthermore, they have quite a few treasures that could threaten 7th or 8th stage cosmos gods. Although these fellows' realms were not high, they possessed all sorts of powerful single-use treasures. Lin Fei had to give it to them. Looking at the fearful looks on the faces of the surrounding people, coupled with the previous move, who would dare to clash head-on with the Heavenly Secrets Gate? They don't dare to make a move? Lin Fei asked via voice transmission. This was a little thought-provoking. Those powerful beings from the outer cosmos were not to be trifled with. Did they really think that they were being threatened? This was completely unrealistic. They don't dare. The leader of the Windless cult knew more. His face was solemn and unwilling. The Heaven Mysteries sect is famous for being vengeful. No one dares to mess around. I'm afraid the first slot will be taken by them. Who allowed you to enter the Heaven Secret sect? A figure walked out of the void, and behind him, numerous sword wills flew into the unparalleled illusory formation like specks of light. It's the Sword Immortal School's Heartless Sword North Sea. As soon as this person appeared, a brilliant sword intense soared into the sky, piercing through the void. Other than that, there was a majestic river of swords behind him. Boom boom boom. Whoosh. The peerless illusory formation was broken. Die. The black-robed cosmos god was furious. He took out all sorts of treasures and blasted them over. That seems to be the eye of destruction. And the light of Son of Heaven. Heartless hell. Many treasures shocked everyone until they inhaled a breath of cold air. Terrifying. This was truly terrifying. Such a one-time attack from such treasures could destroy the world. Whoever it targeted would be unlucky. Myriad sword shadows. Many sword lights flew out from the back of that heartless sword North Sea. They formed into a myriad of sword shadows that formed a powerful sword shield. The moment the sword shield appeared, a huge defense was activated. In just an instant, the attack from the Heaven Mysteries sect landed on the sword shield, causing a destructive force to sweep out. The people nearby all fled one by one. The Sword Immortals from the Sword Immortal sect are indeed terrifying. This move is so powerful. Even 9th-level cosmos gods might not have it so easy. Under the sword shield, Heartless Sword North Sea easily defended against the attack. The techniques of the Heaven Mysteries sect are merely a so-so. Heartless Sect North Sea shook his head, a sword spanning 10,000 kilometers. Several hundred sword lights turned into white specks as they pierced over. One could see many white specks flashing across the sky. Pu. The sword lights were like shadows. They pierced through the bodies of the experts from the Heaven Mysteries sect, causing them to fall down one after another. North Sea, you dare? The black-robed cosmos god slapped his waist, causing a sky screen to appear. The sword lights then shot over, tearing apart many holes on the sky screen. Why wouldn't I dare? Heartless Sword North Sea continued controlling the sword lights. The experts from the Heaven Mysteries sect could not defend against it at all. They kept falling down. Receive a sword from me. Heartless Sword North Sea grabbed out, causing the sky-covering sword shadows to condense into a single sword. Heartless Sword, rustling autumn rain. The sword lights were like rain. Dee-da, dee-da. The feeling of autumn was chilly as if it was autumn. When this sword was slashed out, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. What a terrifying sword technique. Sword Immortals are indeed Sword Immortals. A single sword would take lives. This sword technique of North Sea seems to be self-created. Everyone knew how formidable sword immortals were. Usually, it was rare to see traces of sword immortals. But every time a sword immortal appeared, someone would be unlucky. Hurry up and leave. I am going to die. Those experts from the Heaven Mystery sect who were fortunate enough to survive were enveloped by the feeling of autumn. Droplets of sword rain smashed down on their bodies, riddling them with holes. They were directly killed. Nobody could survive under the autumn rain. The black-robed cosmos god turned and fled. But the area covered by the autumn rain was huge. The defensive treasures he brought out could not withstand for much longer before collapsing. Miserable screams could be heard. Die. Heartless sword North Sea slashed out again. This cosmos god from the Heaven Mystery sect could not defend against it. He was pierced through and fell down from the sky. The sword immortal sect is decisive in killing. It is only because they aren't afraid of the Heaven Mystery sect. Windless religious master muttered, "This heartless sword North Sea is even more formidable. He should be ranked in the top 10,000 across the entire cosmos." Rank 10,000? Lin Fei asked himself if he could defend against such a sword technique with his current defensive techniques. It was indeed terrifying. The sword immortal sect has been passed down for a long time. This heartless sword North Sea should be trying to absorb cosmos god origin to refine his sword. The moment he improves further, he could fight against peak 9th level cosmos god experts or even peak 9th level cosmos god experts. Windless religious master solemnly said. All the cosmos gods present could see that this heartless sword North Sea from the sword immortal sect was incredibly powerful, especially his defensive techniques. They were abnormally frightening. Currently, any intelligent person would know that those who wished to enter had to bring out sufficient strength. For instance, sword immortal sect's heartless sword North Sea. Even the illusory and corporeal arrays of the Heaven Mystery sect were easily broken. I believe everyone will agree for me to enter. Heartless sword North Sea nonchalantly said. Those who are unconvinced can stand out and taste a sword from me. Chapter 35-36. Emotionless sword North Sea destroyed the unparalleled illusory array the moment he acted, killing an expert from the Heaven Mystery sect. He displayed the strength of a sword immortal. His strength was not any weaker than a 9th level cosmos god. It shocked everyone on the spot. Emotionless sword North Sea's display of strength was successful. But as these words were spoken, a figure pounced towards the origin god lake. Courting death. Emotionless sword North Sea waved his hand, shooting out 5 sword lights. The moment the sword lights appeared, they were like lightning flashing by. The combat power of a sword immortal is formidable. The one who rushed out was none other than Lin Fei. It would be a pity to give up on such a good place. He had to fight for it. The sword lights slashed over. Before the attack arrived, the multiple layers of defenses covering his body were torn apart. The other party's sword lights were incomparably sharp. His unparalleled stance came crushing down. I'll dodge. The black-robed Lin Fei was constantly moving. So. Autumn rain rustled. The sword intense turned into raindrops that scattered down. At that moment, it covered a huge region. The moving Lin Fei could not evade the incoming sword intent attacks. Hence, the damage was transferred. It can even reflect damage. An enormous sword shield appeared before emotionless sword North Sea. He frowned, emotionless sword, cold moon. The second sword came. Originally, a moonlight rose amidst the autumn rain. With a so, it clashed against the moving Lin Fei. Pu. The moonlight was filled with coldness and loneliness. Lin Fei suffered from thousands of attacks. His multiple layers of defenses crumbled. There were sword wounds on his body too. He is the ally of the Holy Church, Lin Fei. A black figure charged out from behind. It was Puppet Wang Zhangdong. The Holy Church has taken the top-grade cosmos god slaughtering spear. Puppet Wang Zhangdong controlled the puppet giant to charge over. He could finally take revenge. Ha, that's great. We want the top-grade Cosmos God weapon. Someone acted. Their target was Windless Religious Master. Windless Religious Master brought out the Eternal God's seal and placed it above his head, creating a unique region. Since you all want to kill your way over, this Religious Master shall grant your wish. Unwindy Religious Master pierced out with his spear. Under the augmentation of the Eternal God's seal, he could move through the region regardless of distance. Come, come, come. Let me see just how powerful you all are. The Windless Hierarch pounced over. The god-slaying spear erupted with an extremely strong and invincible power. Soon. Lin Fei kept moving. However, Emotionless Sword North Sea's swordsmanship was very powerful. It was only a short distance, but they had encountered many life and death situations. The other party's swordsmanship was terrifying. It was impossible to guard against. Fortunately, it was Lin Fei. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed long ago. To be able to block 2 of my swords, you are indeed extraordinary. Emotionless Sword North Sea caught up to him. Then you are qualified to see my 3rd sword. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time with him. Emotionless Sword, kill. The figure behind Emotionless Sword North Sea moved. A blood-colored energy swept over. My fleshly body can't take it anymore. That sword pierced through all my defenses. A blood-red sword light appeared before him. Boom, boom, boom. Emotionless Sword North Sea slashed at the void, and a few experts fell. At the same time, dozens of sword lights flew out, slashing at the people nearby. Just this move scared away many Cosmos gods. Emotionless Sword North Sea remained expressionless. He rapidly approached the Origin Divine Lake. Nobody could stop him from entering. As for that Vatican Lin Fei, he did not care about him at all. Under the 3rd sword, he would undoubtedly die. This sword could kill any Cosmos god below the 9th level Cosmos god realm. This was the power of a sword immortal. Emotionless Sword North Sea soon discovered that his sword had missed. The other party seemed to have disappeared into thin air. This resulted in someone being killed by Emotionless Sword North Sea. But the current situation was different from what Emotionless Sword North Sea imagined. That person was incredibly close to the Origin Divine Lake. This was quite a blow to his confidence. How could this be possible? Emotionless Sword North Sea snorted. He chased after the other party once again. The blood-colored sword light continued attacking. If the first sword did not work, he would use the 2nd and 3rd sword. He did not believe he could not kill the other party. Emotionless Sword North Sea continued slashing out. Every sword was like a rock sinking into the sea. The other party did not do anything. He just mysteriously blocked the attacks. Sorry about that. I'll be entering first. Lin Fei guffawed. And at this moment, the experts in the dark began attacking. Everyone was waiting. Lin Fei had unquestionably become the bird that stood out. As he got closer, he suffered the collective attack of his opponents. Hua hua hua, Lin Fei rushed into the Origin Divine Lake. Damn. I lost a chance. I can't hold on any longer. I want to rush in too. Seeing Lin Fei rushing in, the remaining Cosmos gods felt vexed. They had lost a chance for nothing. They were not willing. Nobody wanted to be the first to enter the 3 quotas. If they were careless, they would be targeted by everyone. Under that situation, none of them were confident they could resist against the other party. In the end, Lin Fei was 1 step ahead of them and was the first to enter the Origin Divine Lake. This was a place that Cosmos gods dreamed of. Not only could they improve their strength, they could also obtain some unique opportunities. As for what kind of opportunity it was, nobody mentioned it before. It had always been a secret amongst secrets. Those who entered before had all obtained a huge improvement in their strength. Nobody would have thought that such an opportunity would be snatched away by someone else. Ha ha ha, no matter how you calculate, it is still Governor Lin who snatched away a quota. How delightful. Windless religious master waved his god-slaughtering spear. Even though he did not specialize in spear techniques, after obtaining the eternal god seal, he was practically undefeatable. Seeing Lin Fei breaking through the encirclement, he was indescribably happy. Windless religious master had never thought that he could enter. This time, everyone came to snatch Cosmos God Origin, and the main focus was on the Origin Divine Lake. There was a definite chance for others to improve their strength here. There was even a huge secret within. To many Cosmos gods, this was an opportunity. Lin Fei rushed into the Origin Divine Lake. Faintly, a force guided Lin Fei into a unique space. Too fierce. He actually forced me to use my second technique. The emotionless sword North Sea and the Cosmos God hiding in the dark were extraordinarily powerful. Lin Fei's multiple defenses could not resist against it. He was forced to use his final chance. Fortunately, I have finally entered. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. Even though he had to use his final technique, Lin Fei felt that it was worth it. At this moment, under the guidance of a unique force, he floated towards a certain location. The Cosmos God Origin was floating around. Lin Fei did not resist against this force. This place seems to be more mysterious than I thought. Lin Fei originally thought that he would absorb the Cosmos God Origin, but now it seemed different. Soon, he reached the bottom of the mountain. Many Cosmos God Origin were gathered here. At the central position at the bottom, there were 3 conspicuous stone platforms. Lin Fei slowly landed on one of the stone platforms. This is... Lin Fei was startled inwardly. There was another place here that was slightly different. Chapter 35-37. An illusory voice sounded in Lin Fei's ears. Who? Lin Fei punched out towards the source of the voice. Absolute strike activated. This punch felt like punching into the sea. This was the first time Lin Fei's fist technique lost its target. It was as if the other party did not exist. Hua. Specks suddenly floated out from the Cosmos God Origin. My attack actually failed. Lin Fei was inwardly startled. This situation was relatively rare. But whenever such a situation occurred, it proved that the other party was far stronger than him. Following which, the specks appeared. Those specks converged together until they formed a figure. There is no aura of life. Lin Fei did not act. Who are you? It was impossible to make out the appearance of the figure that was formed, only a blurry face. I am the guide here. The illusory figure said, you can call me Kong Lin. Guide Kong Lin. A voice without any emotion. Lin Fei could not help but frown slightly. Even though the other party was just an illusory figure, Lin Fei did not think it was easy to deal with him. This guide was slightly mysterious. Are you the one controlling me coming here? Lin Fei probed. The current situation seemed amiss. Lin Fei did not sense any danger, but he did not dare to be careless. I was left behind after my master left. Guide Kong Lin said, you all are fortunate. This opportunity isn't something anyone can get. Fortunate? Lin Fei was surprised. There was actually someone who left behind an opportunity in the Origin God Lake? Can I understand it as an opportunity? Lin Fei asked. Kong Lin nodded, you can understand it that way. Being able to obtain the opportunity left behind by my master is a blessing accumulated over a lifetime. Then can I know what this opportunity is? Lin Fei had never thought that he would encounter such an opportunity. It sounded like a classy place. An opportunity that can allow you to break through to the Cosmos God level. Kong Lin said. Break through to the Cosmos God level? Lin Fei understood quite a bit about breaking through to the Cosmos God level. No matter which aspect it was, it proved one thing. That was breaking through to the Cosmos God level. That was something incredibly difficult. Just look at the head sect master of the Roman Curia. In order to break through to that level, who knew how much he had paid? Until now, no one knew whether he had broken through or not. One could imagine how difficult it was to reach the cosmos god level and to reach the azure sky. The news circulating outside all indirectly proved that the next realm was not that easy to break through. Lin Fei didn't think that breaking through to the next realm would be difficult. It was just a matter of time. There was really nothing to worry about. Lin Fei was skeptical of Kong Lin's words. From the looks of it, anyone who could set up such a place in the Origin Divine Lake could only be a powerful figure. Lin Fei was not that stupid. Of course. Lin Fei asked in a deep voice. You'll know soon enough, Conlin said. There are still 2 lucky ones who haven't arrived yet. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the 3 stone platforms before. Indeed, it was as he guessed. Other than himself, there were 2 other lucky ones. This matter is slightly troublesome. Lin Fei observed for a while before coming up with a terrible conclusion. It is too difficult to break through. Lin Fei shook his head inwardly. I've used 2 of my great techniques. What's left is to use the points lottery. Lin Fei had never used the points he obtained. Fortunately, he had accumulated more than a few hundred points. It might not seem much, but he had spent a lot of effort on it. Fortunately, I still have points. Lin Fei suddenly let out a sigh of relief. I'll only use the points lottery if I have no other choice. Lin Fei had been waiting all this while. The second lucky fellow arrived soon after. Just a few hours had passed since he arrived. Compared to when Lin Fei entered, he was in a much more miserable state. His entire body was filled with injuries. Lin Fei, you are still here. The black-robed cosmos god was startled. He was surprised to see this familiar figure below. It's him. Lin Fei recognized the identity of this person with a single glance. This person came from an outer cosmos. He was an elder of a huge sect called Hanjiang. He was a peak cosmos god expert. After being augmented by technological treasures, his strength became even more frightening. Anyone who underestimated him would be doomed. He was truly infamous. Lin Fei could recognize the other party precisely because the other party was powerful. That strength made others fearful when they saw him. Why can't I be here? Lin Fei chuckled. Furthermore, you are about to reach the same level as me. Only then did the black-robed Han Jiang notice the situation below. But currently, under the guidance of a unique energy, even a peak cosmos god expert could not unleash his strength at all. There was a problem. After all, the black-robed Han Jiang had witnessed Lin Fei's strength before. He was a mysterious fellow, yet his strength was frightening. When the black-robed Han Jiang came down, he realized that something was amiss. This stone platform was restricting him. At the same time, the guide Han Jiang appeared. He said the exact same words as Lin Fei. He did not say anything more or less. This place is interesting, right? Lin Fei chuckled. The expression of the black-robed Han Jiang was clearly different from Lin Fei. Excitement and suspicion coexisted at the same time. Nobody could resist this temptation, especially for peak 9th level cosmos god experts like Han Jiang. Nobody was clearer than them how difficult it was to break through to the next level. Even if there was only a 1% chance, nobody would give up on this hope. That step was too difficult. Do you understand what opportunity is? The black-robed Han Jiang said. Lin Fei curled his lips. He did not believe that there was a free meal in the world. 3 stone platforms might not seem much, but for them to be able to get down first from the encirclement, it was unquestionable how strong they were. If the 3 experts worked together, they would absolutely be a terrifying force. It was not wrong to say that they could sweep across everything. It's a pity that there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Lin Fei chuckled. If anything goes wrong, we might suffer a huge setback. The black-robed Han Jiang snorted coldly. He did not say anything. Reaching this realm, nobody was a fool. Just like what was mentioned before, there was nothing good in the world that could be eaten for free. Lin Fei and the black-robed Han Jiang waited silently. Before the final stone platform arrived, they could only wait. This wait lasted for 2 days. It wasn't easy to stand out from the encirclement. The competition would also be more intense and cruel. It was impossible not to risk one's life. It was practically impossible for one to be as relaxed as Lin Fei and Han Jiang. It was too difficult. He is here. Lin Fei, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a fellow covered in blood falling on the stone platform. He looked like he was on his last breath. The pressure from the competition is quite huge. He has become like this. Lin Fei looked at the other party. Chapter 35-38. At this point, everyone on the 3 stone platforms had arrived. The first was Lin Fei. The second was the black-robed Han Jiang. The third was the flame lion from the demon race. Just like before, the words came out from Kong Lin's mouth. This grand elder flame lion was shaken quite badly, but he soon adapted to it. Flame elder, who would have thought that you would be the third person? Congratulations. The black-robed Han Jiang chuckled. You, Han Jiang, aren't bad too. The flame lion replied, it is quite unexpected that such an opportunity is waiting for us. Breaking through to the cosmos god level was extremely attractive to them. None of them would miss out on a chance of even 1%. Governor Lin, how about we work together for such an opportunity? The black-robed Han Jiang transmitted, the demon race has always been hostile towards humans. This fellow is walking on the path of becoming a fleshy body sage. If we were to fight against him, none of us would have an easy time. The words of the black-robed Han Jiang surprised Lin Fei. Lin Fei was slightly doubtful of Han Jiang's words. Who would dare to believe him at this moment? This matter is easy to discuss. But I have to wait for the opportunity first. Lin Fei answered ambiguously. Working together? It was better to save it for now. Lin Fei did not wish to be schemed against by others. Han Jiang did not say anything else. If Lin Fei agreed in a single breath, then it would be Han Jiang's turn to doubt him. Reaching this realm, none of them would believe in themselves. Hua hua hua, when the flame lion recovered his strength. The 3 of them recovered to their original strength. Kong Lin appeared once again. You two should have waited for a long time. Then let me tell you about the opportunity that belongs to you. Kong Lin said. Cosmos gods require a huge accumulation to break through to the next level. This accumulation requires time, but this isn't the most important. What is truly important is to condense a Tao of the cosmos that belongs to you. Han Jiang and the flame lion heard it clearly. Lin Fei was purely curious. As everyone knows, how to condense the Tao of the universe is a top-notch secret. Currently, there are a total of 3 ways to prove one's Tao. The first way is to prove one's Tao with strength. As long as one has enough strength, one can blast open the gate of the universe. However, this way is too difficult. The second way is to reincarnate and cultivate, combining 9 transformations into one. This is also a secret technique. Reincarnating for 9 lifetimes, accumulating the strength of 9 lifetimes before breaking through in one go. However, no one can guarantee that they won't be killed in one of their lifetimes. Lin Fei had learned something new. Currently, he was just a level 6 cosmos god and could not sense the existence of the cosmos door. However, the faces of the other 2 were clearly filled with excitement. The first and second are too difficult. Kong Lin said, however, my master has a treasure called the All-Heaven God Fetus. It's a supreme treasure in the world. Kong Lin waved his hand. The layers of universe God source dissipated. A faintly discernible door appeared. Beyond the door was a blood-red world. Within the world, there was a humanoid figure wrapped in blood-red energy, which was extremely eye-catching. Dong dong dong. Separated by the door, it felt like the flow of the ocean. The 3 of them were filled with shock. Just the sound of blood flowing was enough to make them unable to breathe. Too powerful. This is the All-Heaven God Fetus? The 3 of them stared at that figure. Right, that is the All-Heaven God Fetus. Kong Lin said, it's something that my master spent a huge amount of effort to get. Currently, it is being nurtured in a secret realm world. Everyone felt their hearts trembling. The most precious aspect of the all-heaven god fetus is that it can erase its consciousness. This is a pure life form. Anyone only needs to wait for the all-heaven god fetus to mature before executing a secret technique to seize the body of the all-heaven god fetus. After succeeding, it would be the undying realm that all of you have been dreaming of. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the breathing of Han Jiang and Flame Lion had become hurried. Undying realm. This was an incredibly difficult realm to reach. It was truly hard to break through. The undying realm was also known as the undying realm. Reaching this realm, one's lifespan was extremely long, and one could truly roam the world. It's a pity that many were stuck at the peak cosmos god realm until they died in meditation. Now that there was such an enticement, who could resist it? How extravagant. Even if Lin Fei was stupid, he knew that this all-heaven god fetus was a priceless treasure. There was no need to corroborate the Tao with strength, and there was no need to reincarnate into the 9 lifetimes. One only had to wait for the god fetus to mature. There was nothing easier than this. You can give this god fetus to us. Han Jiang's eyes turned red. Looking at it from afar, they could feel how strong the god fetus was. Such a treasure could not be found in this side of the cosmos, and they had never heard of it before. Then there was only one possibility: it was obtained from another territory or great cosmos. The danger during this period was unimaginable. Many 9th-level cosmos god experts had entered the great cosmos to wander, becoming part of the cosmos wanderers. But the absolute majority of them died silently. Han Jiang and Flame Lion were experts, but they would never dare to wander in the starry sky even if they were given 100 guts. That was a path of death. Naturally, I will give it to one of you. Kang Lin said, and all of you need to do is a small matter. Small matter? Something that Kang Lin described as a small matter was absolutely not a small matter. Please say. Such a god fetus was an unparalleled treasure. No matter what, they had to get their hands on it. This book was an opportunity to step into the undying realm. Everyone wanted to become undying. But it was simply too difficult. Reaching the 9th level of Cosmos God, the door to breaking through would be closed. No matter which of the 3 methods it was, the difficulty was extremely high. All along, there were very few who could become undying. The number of them could be counted with one's fingers. This undying was worth a lot of money. This mission is huge. Lin Fei's heart sank. If I don't complete the mission, it will be hard for me to leave. Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. This matter isn't difficult. Kang Lin said, my master hopes for all of you to go to a territory and retrieve an item for him. Whoever brings the item back will be able to obtain this god fetus and the secret technique. Retrieve an item from a territory? Currently, the world they were in was actually a territory. It was just a relatively small and unremarkable territory. Otherwise, why would they not have any resources? Of course, heading to another territory was an arduous and dangerous matter. It was extremely difficult to travel from one territory to another. Every single territory had a barrier. Every expert who could enter a territory would be suppressed by the barrier protecting the territory. Unless one had a unique treasure. And such a treasure was priceless. Not everyone could have it just because they wanted it. The expressions of Han Jiang and the Flame Lion tightened. Following that, they revealed a determined look. They had no other choice. They had to go even if they did not want to. This was their opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, they would never be able to obtain it again. Precisely because of this, they came to the origin ground to try their luck and see if they could obtain some clues. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, none of them were willing to give it up. That god fetus was too enticing. I will go. Chapter 35-39. A god fetus. It had attracted 2 experts. To be able to escape from the encirclement of so many experts, there was no need to doubt its strength. The territory you are heading to is called the Windy Wind Territory. It is a universe world where the demon race and the human race coexist. Your mission is to retrieve a suppressed arm. It is as simple as that. Conlin spoke unhappily. The three of them heard it clearly. A suppressed arm? No matter how they heard it, it sounded dangerous. Could it be this master's arm? Could it be suppressed? How could the person who did it be simple? This was clearly sending him to his death. The three of you do not need to worry, Conlin continued. Conlin continued, that territory doesn't have any experts at the immortal realm. That arm belonged to an expert from the ancient times. This explanation was more or less acceptable. I will use the treasure my master left behind to send you there, Conlin said. However, you belong to an outer territory. Once you go there, your strength will be suppressed. However, my master has a secret technique that allows you to avoid the suppression of the territory. Your strength will be sealed, and you will need to cultivate it again. Of course, for the three of you, cultivating the technique of that territory will be very fast. You will have 1,000 years to complete this. You will continue to complete this in 1,000 years. Once the time is up, the secret technique will lose its effect, and you will be sent out of the territory. Conlin did not speak for long. Every word was not to be underestimated. As expected, this is a difficult mission. Han Jiang and the Flaming Lion did not doubt Conlin's words. Entering a territory, one's strength would naturally be suppressed. Once the time was up, one would be sent out. This was no secret. How can I believe your words? The black-robed Han Jiang asked. The treasure was tempting, but heading to an unfamiliar territory was equally dangerous. Especially when one's true body went there. If one died, then so be it. You can choose to leave, Conlin said. I gave you the opportunity to be immortal, but you did not treasure it. You have no one to blame but yourself. However, my master is not a stingy person. Anyone who leaves will receive a top-grade universe god weapon. I wonder who is preparing to leave. A top-grade universe god weapon? Han Jiang and the Flaming Lion could not remain calm. Even if they didn't go, they would still be able to obtain a peak-grade Cosmos God artifact. In the Great Cosmos, only the strongest experts could possess a top-grade Cosmos God tool. If he didn't know about the divine fetus, he would have left immediately. But now, a peak-grade Cosmos divine artifact was worlds apart from a divine fetus. That was an existence that could become an immortal. It was such a temptation. Han Jiang and the Flaming Lion fell silent. A single peak-grade Cosmos God artifact was nothing to him. Lin Fei was shocked as well. A top-grade Cosmos divine artifact. This was indeed a huge sum. Right now, I only have a few hundred mission points. If I can go to another weave, I might be able to earn some more points. Then, I'll be able to draw multiple times. Lin Fei had also considered it. No matter what the other party's goal was, it was also an opportunity for him. A chance to head to the weave. It wasn't difficult to travel between universes, but it would take an extremely long time to travel to a major weave. It was normal for a journey to take thousands of years. It would take at least 1,000 or 2,000 years. If they went further, it would take even longer. Lin Fei had to seize this opportunity. It seems that the three of you are preparing to go, Kong Lin said. Since that's the case, you should rest for 3 more days. 3 days later, I will use Master's secret technique to send you to the Wind Cloud Weave. Kong Lin's figure faded away. Governor Lin, have you heard of the Wind Cloud Weave? The black-robed Han Jiang asked. How would Lin Fei know? He didn't know much about the Dominion. I don't know. Lin Fei shook his head. Han Jiang, Lin Fei, I advise you to give up. The Flaming Lion's eyes gleamed coldly. As long as you go, I will find an opportunity to kill you, or even eat you to increase my strength. The Flaming Lion's eyes gleamed coldly. Going alone was better than going with 3 people. He walked the path of becoming a sage with his fleshly body. Almost all the experts of the demon race walked this path. Elder Flaming, don't brag too much, the black-robed Han Jiang said. You should know that if Governor Lin and I attack together, will you be able to stop us? Han Jiang continued, I don't think you will be able to. Lin Fei was speechless. What was the point of dragging him along? The temptation of a god embryo wasn't small. Once he refined it, he would reach the undying realm. Even if it was just an avatar, it would still be amazing. Governor Lin, what do you think? Han Jiang asked again. The flaming lion wasn't afraid of Han Jiang. He was the second to enter because he was one step ahead. Instead, it was this Lin Fei who wasn't easy to deal with. He was merely at the 6th level of Cosmos God, yet his strength was strange and mysterious. Many people had suffered because of him. The flaming lion had heard of this before. Naturally, he was on his guard. Being a human, I don't like being threatened. Lin Fei faced the flaming lion, I'm very dissatisfied with your words. I'll definitely fight with you when we reach the wind cloud weave. You can be amazing as a demon. The flaming lion snorted, I'll accompany you anytime. I'm just afraid you might be killed by others before you can find me. Ha ha ha. 3 days later. Everyone on the 3 stone platforms was in high spirits. Today was an unusual day for them. I've just arrived and I'll be imparting my master's secret technique, Origin Seal Technique. Kong Lin said, after reaching the wind cloud weave, all of you can find a place to seal your body and transform into the purest form of the wind cloud weave. During this period, all of you will have 3 days to prepare. The 3 of them grasped the Origin Seal Technique. This was an extremely unique secret technique. It was their first time seeing it. So. 3 Jingguang talismans flew over. They entered the stone platforms and landed in their hands. An ancient aura flowed out. Is this the realm-crossing talisman? Han Jiang was greatly startled. The flaming lion focused for a moment before revealing a similar expression. Good stuff. Lin Fei could tell from the expressions of the 2 that these talismans were absolutely top-graded treasures. They were even unique. Good eyesight. This is indeed one of the rare realm-crossing talismans. It can lock onto a territory and cross over. It is a top-grade treasure in the world. Are you still doubting my master? Han Jiang and the flaming lion's suspicions were greatly reduced. If Kong Lin was willing to take out a top-grade treasure like the realm-crossing talisman, then what about other treasures? This was not something that just anyone could casually take out. It was too precious. Lin Fei was greatly shocked. This was definitely a top-grade treasure, and an extremely rare one at that. Alright, activate the realm-crossing talisman and you can head to the wind cloud weave. I hope that you can obtain that item within 1,000 years, Kong Lin said. Let's go. The flaming lion was the first to activate the realm-crossing talisman. A ball of white light enveloped his body as he disappeared into the void. The stone platform's defenses changed color. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 3540. P.S. My son was hospitalized and I had a high fever. I stopped for 3 days. I'm sorry, everyone. Update will resume today. Wind cloud weave. Skyline Mountain Range. This was the central region of the Skyline Mountain Range. A large number of powerful demonic beasts lived here. Usually, not many people dared to come here. Many adventurer teams and mercenaries would venture deep into the central region of the Skyline Mountain Range, but most of them would be annihilated by the demonic beasts. Anyone who dared to come here was basically a team that was very confident in their own strength. At this moment, in a forest, there were corpses of demonic beasts and humans everywhere, as if a huge battle had just taken place. At this moment, a figure flew out and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Ron, how dare you sneak attack me? The person on the ground was a young man in his early 20s. There was a bloody hole on the left side of his chest, and his aura was declining rapidly. He wasn't far from death. Young master, treasures are hard to come by. Ron was a middle-aged man with a full beard. At this moment, he was holding a long saber that was full of bumps and hollows. The heart of a demonic beast is worth millions of spiritual stones. With it, I can break through to the inborn realm, or even higher, and build a legacy family. So, young master, just accept your fate. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Lin family will definitely take revenge on you. You're dead meat, no matter where you go. It can't be. Everyone will only think that everyone died in the Skyline mountain range. With millions of spiritual stones and a human skin mask worth hundreds of thousands, I can change my name. Ron strode over and slashed the young master's neck with his long saber. The heart of a demonic beast is mine. Ron finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was worth risking his life for a priceless heart of a demonic beast. Even though Lin Bai was the young master of the Lin family, and he had been a team leader for half his life, he couldn't control himself in the face of such a treasure. Especially this time, the entire mercenary team was almost annihilated. Just as Ron was about to take the heart of a demonic beast, is this the wind cloud weave? A figure appeared in the forest without warning. This person was Lin Fei, who had used the teleportation talisman to come here. The moment he appeared, he immediately activated the origin seal technique. A vast and mighty pressure came crashing down on him. Even though Lin Fei was strong, he still felt a rare sense of terror. When the origin seal technique was activated, the terrifying pressure gradually disappeared. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If I had come rashly, I'm afraid that the will of the heavens and earth of this territory would have killed me. The strong smell of blood assailed his nostrils. A saber light slashed down. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, shattering the saber light. When Ron saw Lin Fei, he was shocked. Without saying a word, he directly slashed with his saber. Lin Fei grabbed the saber light and clapped his hands. A force crashed into Ron's body, causing Captain Ron to explode into a bloody mist. He even dares to make a move against a little guy. He's really bold. Lin Fei shook his head. I didn't control my strength well. I wanted to ask about the situation in this weave. Scanning the surroundings, it was not difficult to guess what had happened, especially when there was a corpse that had just died. A crystal-like object flew out and landed on Lin Fei's body. It contains energy without expending any energy. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. With a flip of his hand, he put it away. Before he could completely seal his strength, several auras rushed in his direction. Without a doubt, they were demonic beasts. Let's go. Lin Fei turned and left. After activating the origin seal technique, he would have 3 days to recover his strength. As for how much he could recover, he did not know. At the very least, he could protect himself. Lin Fei's luck was not bad. In an uninhabited valley, he found an underground cave. The only demonic beasts inside were all killed by Lin Fei. Me, Han Jiang, and the flaming lion should have entered the wind cloud weave. This weave is very big. Before we become strong enough, everyone will keep a low profile and cultivate their strength. Lin Fei sat cross-legged. If I want to get that thing, I'm afraid I'll have to wait 300 to 400 years. His strength was disappearing bit by bit. This was a very unpleasant feeling. The will of heaven and earth in this weave was exceptionally strong. It was at least 10 times stronger than their world. The invisible pressure was almost enough to make one collapse. System, are you still there? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei's greatest reliance on how to be faster than Han Jiang and the others was the system. Master, the will of the world here is very strong. It's beyond my imagination. In the wind cloud weave, I can't help Master at all, the system said for the first time. Lin Fei was speechless. You're the system. A mere will could make the system afraid? Lin Fei did not dare to believe this was true. Master, as long as your strength increases, I can borrow Master's strength to avoid the will of heaven scanning and help Master, the system said. This answer was really confusing. Master, if you want to increase your strength, I think you can take the path of physique cultivation and the way of the sword. Lin Fei's body was extraordinary. Even if his strength was sealed, his physical body would not be weakened much. As long as he had enough time, he could definitely cultivate it back. System. Are you still there? This time, the system really did not reply. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down against the will of heaven in this area. Even the system had to be obedient. With his current strength, he had no choice but to be obedient. Fortunately, I still have many treasures. Lin Fei decided to cultivate his physical body first. As for the rest, he would take it step by step and think about it when the time came. The primordial seal technique was very powerful. Right now, Lin Fei did not have a shred of strength in his body. He was no different from a person who had just been born. After all, the birth of some powerful people would cause quite a commotion. Fleshy body. I'll continue cultivating the pinnacle of fleshy body. This fleshy body cultivation technique that came from a pinnacle cosmos god was indeed the most powerful body cultivation technique that Lin Fei had learned so far. Within 3 days. Relying on treasures and resources, Lin Fei's strength recovered at an extremely fast pace. Ho Tian breakthrough. Xian Tian breakthrough. The laws of the heaven Dao and the wind cloud weave are powerful. Breaking through isn't as easy as breaking through in my original world. No wonder that Kong Lin gave us 1,000 years. Lin Fei finally had a sudden realization. He had broken through twice, and each time, he felt a huge pressure. This was the pressure from the heaven Dao. As for this world, Lin Fei did not understand much. After breaking through to the Xiantian realm, he did not continue breaking through. Sword intent fusion. Some of the things that he had collected previously could finally be put to use. The only thing he did not expect was to use them here. A lump of sword intent fused into Lin Fei's body. Sword immortals were known as the strongest combat power. Lin Fei had seen it before. His fleshy body focused on defense, and his sword intent focused on offense. It could be considered a perfect combination. The sword intent gradually fused within his body. Chapter 35-41. Celestial Pole Mountain Range. A figure shuttled through the forest. A demonic beast leaped out of the forest and spat out a green wind blade. It slashed at the moving figure and blocked his path. A sword intent spread out and shattered the green wind blade like a long whip. The wind blade fragments and fallen leaves flew everywhere. The sword intent was like a black dot that pierced through the demonic beast's head, leaving behind a thumb-sized hole. There are so many demonic beasts in this mountain range. Lin Fei had no idea how many demonic beasts he had killed. Along the way, demonic beasts kept attacking him. Fortunately, his physical body had broken through to the Xiantian realm, and he had even fused the massacre sword intent. His sword intent could sweep through the world. At least in this forest, Lin Fei would have no problem protecting himself. Once I'm out of this mountain range, I'll scout out the situation. Lin Fei did not know where exactly he was. The suppression in the windy weave was extremely strong. In the universe over there, Xiantian realm cultivators could fly, but in this world, Xiantian realm cultivators could not. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. Hence, he had a pair of legs to travel. I'm finally out. He stood on a hillside and looked into the distance. In the distance, a huge city stood tall, majestic and magnificent. From here, it's about 200 to 300 li. That's not too far. Lin Fei regretted not capturing a demonic beast as a mount. Luckily, I've cultivated my physical body to the extreme. My physical body is strong, so this journey is not difficult at all. Lin Fei dashed down the hillside. Someone's in front. The surrounding forest became sparse. A winding official road was faintly discernible. From time to time, the sound of horses galloping could be heard, kicking up a cloud of dust. This was his first time in the windy weave, so Lin Fei planned to take things one step at a time. 1,000 years was not a long time, and he could not rush it. Moreover, the windy weave was not ordinary. The people here were generally stronger. Lin Fei finally stepped onto the official road. This official road was not very wide, and there were very few people on it. Lin Bai is here. Quick, chase after them. Lin Fei sprinted on the official road. Not long after, he heard the hurried sound of hooves behind him, bringing up a large amount of dust. Lin Bai? But why do I feel like these people are coming for me? Lin Fei stopped and looked at the people who had caught up. The people who caught up were all dressed in martial attire. There were more than a dozen of them, and every one of them had their faces covered, revealing only a pair of eyes. Kill! The well-dressed men at the forefront all took out their bows, raised their hands and shot at Lin Fei. In an instant, dozens of arrows whistled over, fast and fierce. That arrow had an extremely strong penetrative power. Lin Fei was very unhappy. He had just left the official road and he was ambushed. These guys relied on bows and crossbows to bring him a bit of a threat. It just so happens that I'm not familiar with this place. Let's grab one of them and ask. Lin Fei turned and pounced at the dozen of them. The massacre sword intent was like a long black rope, knocking away the arrows, which fell on the official road or the trees. None of the arrows could threaten Lin Fei. Pft! Pft! The massacre sword intent pierced through those people. These people were not inborn realm experts. How could they withstand the attack of the massacre sword intent? In a single exchange, they were thrown off their horses, and the official road was littered with corpses. You are not Lin Bai. Who are you? The burly man leading the group didn't dare to move at this moment. A sword intent stopped at his throat, and he felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Lin Fei pounced over, slammed his palm on his dantian, and carried the burly man into the forest at the side. Half an hour later, Lin Fei came out of the forest. Perhaps it was because this place was remote, but he wasn't discovered. Those mounts didn't leave either, but were grazing nearby. After choosing a mount, Lin Fei mounted it and went straight to the big city. What the hell? My appearance is actually the same as that guy who died. No wonder that person wanted to kill me. When Lin Fei thought of the reason why the other party wanted to kill him, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that this appearance was exactly the same as Lin Bai, the young master of the Lin family in Black Glow City not far away. They came to kill Lin Bai because the Lin family and the Yang family were enemies, to the extent that they couldn't tolerate each other. Both families were fighting for the position of the city lord. Lin Bai was very favored in the Lin family. Therefore, the Yang family wanted to provoke the Lin family and make the Lin family act first. At that time, the Yang family would have the opportunity to join forces to besiege the Lin family and completely remove the Lin family from Black Glow City. This Lin Bai, who had run out of Black Glow City without permission, was a very good incentive. Lin Fei sat on his mount, which galloped like the wind at an extremely fast speed. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The Lin family probably doesn't know that the city lord of Black Glow City and the Yang family have joined forces. They're waiting for the Lin family to make a mistake. Once the Lin family can't control themselves, they'll make a move. Or perhaps the city lord will pretend to help them, and then fall out with them. Lin Fei laughed mischievously. One could imagine the situation of the Lin family. Since I look similar to this Lin Bai, I'll pretend to be Lin Bai since I'm in the Windy Weave and need a status. According to the burly man, Lin Fei didn't know much. If he wanted to know more, he had to go to Black Glow City. There was no doubt that he would know more there. A few hours later, Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of Black Glow City. At this time, martial artists were entering and exiting the city. Their cultivation levels weren't high. Most of them were at the Hotian realm, but there were also some at the Xiantian realm. In Lin Fei's eyes, there was almost no difference. Apart from that, there was a treasure hanging on the city gate of Black Glow City. It was a treasure that emitted a unique aura. Everyone who passed by would be illuminated by it. Lin Fei made a mental note of this treasure. He rode his mount into the city gate. Young Master Bai. Young Master Bai. Everyone in Black Glow City knew of young Master Lin Bai's identity. From the moment he entered the city gate, several groups of people came up to greet him. Lin Fei ignored them and observed his surroundings, silently feeling out this otherworldly city. Most of the martial artists are at the Hotian realm. There are also quite a few at the Xiantian realm, but their auras aren't very strong. For the time being, Lin Fei hadn't seen a powerful Xiantian realm martial artist. After strolling around the city, a middle-aged martial artist brought a few guards to find Lin Fei. Young Master Bai, Master has been looking for you for a long time. Go back quickly. When the middle-aged martial artist saw Lin Bai, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. But when he walked up, he realized that there was something different about the young master today. But he couldn't tell. Lead the way, Lin Fei said in a low voice. The Lin mansion was huge. Inside the Lin mansion, Lin Fei sensed several powerful auras. They were all Xiantian realm martial artists. Chapter 35-42. As a large family with a long history in Black Glow City, the Lin family's foundation was unquestionable. Although Lin Fei was going to impersonate Lin Bai, he did not think that he would call a stranger father. He was only borrowing the identity and would not be suspected. Little Bai, who allowed you to leave Black Glow City and go to the Celestial Pole Mountain Range? That's the world of demonic beasts. You've really got guts. In the study, the family head, Lin Jintian, slammed the table and roared. While Lin Jintian was roaring, Lin Fei was also sizing up this Xiantian expert. His aura was extremely strong and could be considered powerful. Get back to your own courtyard immediately. Without my permission, you're not allowed to come out. Lin Jintian was extremely worried about his youngest son. For example, this time, he was impressed that his son had the guts to go to the Celestial Pole Mountain Range. Lin Jintian really wanted to slap his youngest son to death when he went to the world of demonic beasts. Lin Fei turned around and left. This was good as well. It would save him a lot of trouble. Lin Jintian was obviously in a fit of anger and did not pay attention to Lin Fei's situation. In addition, the study was dim, so he did not notice anything wrong. Lin Fei used some tricks and returned to Lin Bai's courtyard. It was a rather large courtyard, which showed how much the Lin family doted on him. It's good that I'm not going out. I can improve my strength in peace. In the wind cloud weave, Lin Fei's greatest reliance was still improving his strength. He had to improve his physical body limit. The other was to practice sword arts. The art of sword was a combination of the massacre sword intent and the massacre sword art. This was what Lin Fei had obtained in the past. He had given up on it after learning it for a while. Now that he was in the wind cloud weave, it was a good time for him to change his fighting style. He had both fighting and defense. Such a good thing was hard to find. My physical body limit can hold more Xiantian true qi, so the massacre sword art will be more powerful and last longer in battle. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Lin Fei took out some resources and began cultivating. Cultivating the physical body limit step by step was the most time-consuming, so Lin Fei could not rush it. He understood the principle of haste, not speed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lin Fei had been in Windy Weave for a month now. The pressure between heaven and earth was getting more and more familiar. During this period, no one came to disturb him. His 3 meals would be delivered to him, and all of them were demon beast meat that greatly nourished his qi and blood. Looking at the time, those people shouldn't be able to hold it in any longer. Lin Fei had never forgotten the words of the burly man. During this month, Lin Fei had been secretly paying attention. Through the servants, he indirectly knew that the conflict between the Lin family and the Yang family had been very fierce recently. It seemed like they were going to fight, and the casualties in the dark were also increasing. Another few days passed. Young Master Bai, something bad has happened. Our Lin family is surrounded. On this day, the housekeeper ran in a panic. His face was deathly pale and his body was trembling slightly. Master wants you to hurry over. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the room, had actually sensed the appearance of a few Xiantian auras. Every single one of them was extremely strong and was not inferior to Lin Jintian's. It's finally time to make a move. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fei stood up, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Only when there was chaos would he have a suitable opportunity to make a move. The changes in his body in a short month had been spread by the surrounding servants. Currently, everyone in the Lin family knew that young Master Bai's temperament had changed drastically. It was as if he was possessed. He practiced his sword every day and did not allow anyone to disturb him. Naturally, this was an act that Lin Fei had put on. If he did not practice his sword diligently, how could he comprehend sword intent? Lin Fei wanted to make himself into a genius who had an epiphany. That way, no one would suspect him afterwards. If he could use the teleportation talisman to come to Windy Weave, others could as well. Lin Fei did not want to reveal his identity as an outsider. If he accidentally alerted the enemy, that would be the biggest problem. At this time, the Lin family was surrounded by martial artists. The outer perimeter of the huge Lin family was filled with martial artists armed with bows and crossbows. Any martial artist who dared to show their face would be shot dead in an instant. The specially made crossbows were equipped with special arrowheads that specialized in breaking through protective chi. Even if it was a Xiantian martial artist, if surrounded, it would be difficult to escape without paying a price. Lord City Lord, what are you doing? Lin Jintian brought his men out with a sullen face. The city lord of Black Glow City was a burly man in black armor. He sat on a mount and looked down from above. Lin Jintian, you colluded with the demon race and attempted to join forces with them to seize Black Glow City. The evidence is conclusive. Men, attack. Xiu xiu xiu. Arrows rained down on him. Pu pu pu. In a single exchange, many of the martial artists who followed Lin Jintian out were riddled with holes. Lin Jintian's pair of iron fists punched out repeatedly, the wind from his fists sweeping away the arrows. He grabbed the martial artists beside him and retreated into the Lin family. Kill them, leave no one alive. The city lord of Black Glow City ordered. Yang Tian, the head of the Yang family, who was sitting on a mount beside him, revealed a trace of pride. Lord City Lord, if you and I join forces, Lin Jintian will have no chance to resist. Today is the day the Lin family perishes. Yang Tian had been looking forward to this day for a long time. After paying a huge price, his wish was finally fulfilled. The martial artists outside began to attack inside. The first batch were martial artists with shields, and the second batch were martial artists with bows. They constantly shot arrows, suppressing the martial artists of the Lin family. The entire Lin family was in chaos. One by one, the martial artists were shot to death on the spot. Whether they surrendered or not, the result was the same. So. The Xiantian martial artists of the Lin family all gathered together. There were 8 of them. At this moment, all of them had faces full of anger. Master, they are going to kill us all. Break out immediately. Lin Jintian did not expect the city lord to suddenly kill them. He directly brought his men to surround the Lin family, catching them off guard. Our Lin family has been able to stand tall in Black Glow City for so long. If they want to eat up our Lin family, then they will have to pay the price. Lin Jintian snorted coldly. Follow me. Lin Jintian led the Xiantian martial artists to retrieve their shields. Each of them held a shield in their hands and charged out. City Lord Black Glow, you have slandered our Lin family. Prepare to pay the price. Lin Jintian took the lead and charged out. The arrows were blocked by the shields. The explosive power of an Xiantian martial artist was terrifying. Especially with the cooperation of 8 Xiantian martial artists, they successfully tore open a path. Are all of you out? We have been waiting for you for a long time. The city lord Black Glow laughed loudly. At this moment, 3 of the 8 Xiantian martial artists attacked their companions without warning. After a few bangs, the 3 Xiantian martial artists were successfully ambushed. They flew out and were seriously injured. Lin Jintian's eyes were bloodshot. Why did you do that? This kind of betrayal was undoubtedly unacceptable to Lin Jintian. Lin Jintian, the Lin family is on the verge of extinction. Do you want them to die together with your Lin family? The city lord Black Glow laughed. Your Lin family no longer has the glory of the past. It is better for you to accept your fate. With a wave of his hand, the 8 Xiantian martial artists surrounded them. Chapter 35-43. Black Glow City's Lin family. Under the encirclement of the army, with archers on the outside and a Xiantian stage martial artist involved, no matter how fiercely Lin Jintian resisted, he was still being suppressed. This time, they came prepared. Lin Jintian, accept your fate. Yang Tian's aura continued to erupt as he unleashed one killing move after another. In between, he used a few secret techniques, causing Lin Jintian to retreat and leaving many wounds on his body. Secret technique, triple layer wave. Yang Tian took advantage of Lin Jintian's injuries and struck out with a secret technique. One punch followed by another, and the 3 punches combined into one, heavily injuring Lin Jintian and knocking over a building, causing dust to fly everywhere. The mayor of the city looked at him indifferently. The Lin family can indeed be removed from the list. It was not the first time that the mayor of Black Glow City wanted to destroy the Lin family. Now, he had finally succeeded. Out of the 8 Xiantian realm warriors, 3 had defected and 3 had been ambushed. The remaining 2 Xiantian realm warriors were on the verge of death and had no more fighting power. The situation was completely under their control. Lin Jintian, you've lost. Yang Tian rushed forward with large strides, leaving only an afterimage. I'll send you to hell now. A punch aimed at Lin Jintian's temple. He wanted to kill Lin Jintian. Lin Jintian, who had been severely injured by the triple layer wave, had his Xiantian true qi in a mess and could not be used. He had underestimated Yang Tian, who had actually mastered a secret technique like the triple layer wave. Both of their strengths were about the same, so they could not withstand the power of the secret technique. Lin Jintian was extremely unwilling, but he could only watch as Yang Tian punched at his temple. As long as he died, the Lin family would be finished. Lin Jintian could clearly see the sinister smile on Yang Tian's face. Am I going to die? Lin Jintian was unwilling. The Lin family, which had been passed down for so long, was finally going to be destroyed in his hands. Lin Jintian, go to hell. Yang Tian rushed to within 3 feet and punched at his temple with his left fist. If nothing went wrong, there would be a crisp sound reverberating through the air. How pleasing to the ears. Yang Tian had waited for this day for a long time. Buzz. Just as he was about to strike Lin Jintian's temple, Yang Tian heard a soft groan. Following that, a black ray of light flashed past, and a sharp pain came from his arm. Ah, my palm. Unknowingly, Yang Tian's fist was only left with his wrist. His palm was missing and was bleeding profusely. Who did it? Yang Tian was shocked and turned around to retreat. As a Xiantian realm martial artist, ordinary swords and spears would not be able to injure him. But now, his palm had been chopped off. Rage and fear shrouded his heart at the same time. When the inborn experts saw this scene, they could not help but gasp. Could it be that the Lin family was hiding an expert? Just now, no one had seen clearly what it was. It was simply too fast. All that was left in front of them was a black light. The Lin family isn't that easy to kill. A faint voice came from afar. A young man in black walked over, holding a sword in front of him. It's young Master Lin Bai. Could he be an expert? The servants and disciples of the Lin family who were hiding from the pursuers widened their eyes. Everyone knew that Lin Bai was the playboy of the Lin family and was not skilled in martial arts. Lin Bai? Lin Jintian, who had just escaped death, turned his head to look at his son, Lin Bai, who was walking over. His face was also filled with disbelief. What an act. Kill him. Many martial artists who were chasing after the disciples of the Lin family turned around and attacked Lin Bai. Swoosh. 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 These martial artists were not weak, but when they got close, they all held their necks and fell. No one could get within 10 feet of him. 3, 10, 20. In the blink of an eye, 50 to 60 people had died. Not a single martial artist could stop him. Use the crossbows and shoot him to death. Crossbows had always been a martial artist's nightmare. If they did not dodge, they would be shot full of holes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrows were like rain, hurled over. Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, flew out with his slaughter sword intent, splitting into hundreds of sword lights, forming a giant sword shield. When the arrows hit the sword light, they were all bounced off. This was a defensive move that Lin Fei had created himself, flowing light. The sword intent turned into flowing light, more like flowing water, flowing slowly. Not a single arrow could pierce through. Lin Fei controlled the slaughter sword intent. The black sword intent was like flowing light, piercing through the martial artists one by one. Not a single martial artist could stop the power of the sword. Pu 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 pu. The martial artists of the Lin family who were killed fell one by one. Fear shrouded these martial artists. That kid is too strong. Run. I don't want to die here. Hundreds of martial artists were killed instantly. The martial artists who rushed in all had a mental breakdown. They all turned around and ran out. Young master, you are too powerful. Our Lin family can be saved. The disciples of the Lin family all cheered. A moment ago, they were running for their lives, and now it was their turn. No one could imagine that the young master's strength was so strong. This is my son. Lin Jintian's mind was blank, unable to accept this scene for a while. When did his strength reach this realm? Lin Bai, you destroyed my palm, I will kill you. Yang Tian, who had stopped the bleeding, stared at the other party with resentment. With a wave of his hand, 3 short thorns flew over. It was one of his most famous hidden weapons. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The short thorns were like flowing light, attacking from the top, middle, and bottom at an extremely fast speed. Yang Tian rushed up and slashed down with his single blade. How could he accept having his palm cut off by a trash of the Lin family? Only by killing the other party could he vent his anger. The city master of Black Glow City sat on his mount. At this time, he was also uncertain. He was clear about the experts of the Lin family, but Lin Bai was definitely not among them. The scene in front of him truly told the city master that everyone had underestimated Lin Bai of the Lin family. This guy has actually cultivated sword intent. The city master of Black Glow City was envious and jealous. Even he couldn't master intent. Only a stronger martial artist could master it. It was rare to hear of someone mastering it at the innate realm. With a sweep of sword intent, the short thorns flew to both sides and pierced into the wall. Go to hell. The sound of breaking wind arrived. Yang Tian's single blade had already slashed down. The flowing light easily caught Yang Tian's single blade. No matter how Yang Tian struggled, he could not take a step forward. You are too weak. Lin Fei shook his head, and the sword intent pierced through the other party's forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Yang Tian fell to the ground with a thud, no longer breathing. Now it's your turn. Lin Fei burst out with super fast speed, pouncing towards the innate realm martial artists. The slaughter sword intent was like a flowing light, splitting into thousands and attacking the innate realm martial artists. Puff puff puff. Chapter 35-44. Lin Fei strode forward majestically. Every time he unleashed his slaughter sword intent, a Xiantian lord's head would fall to the ground. Everyone could only see a stream of sword intent shuttling back and forth like a stream of light, ending with the fall of a Xiantian lord every time. In a short period of time, as many as 5 Xiantian lords had fallen. The remaining Xiantian lords turned and ran after witnessing the power of the sword intent. His sword intent is too terrifying. We can't stop him at all. What the hell, how old is that kid? Let's go, or else we'll lose our lives. The Xiantian lords who had escaped all sucked in a breath of cold air. That person's sword intent was too terrifying. In the face of that murderous sword intent, if they could not withstand it, they would die. How cruel was that? To be able to become a Xiantian lord, which one of them was not capable? But at this moment, every Xiantian lord was trembling in fear. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He did not chase after these Xiantian lords. Black Glow City Lord, I heard that you are the #1 expert of Black Glow City. I hope you don't disappoint me. Lin Fei's body trembled as he passed through the void. The slaughter sword intent slashed through the air, and a long river flowed down like a crescent moon, meandering. This was the second move of Lin Fei's self-created slaughter sword technique, Crescent Moon. The first move was defensive. Then the second move was offensive. The slaughter sword intent turned into a river that descended from the sky like a crescent moon. In that instant, the hair on the Black Glow City Lord's body stood on end. He reached out and grabbed the long spear beside his mount. With himself as the center, he turned into a spinning top. With the long black spear in hand, he thrust it forward. Ding ding dang dang dang. The second move of the slaughter sword technique, Crescent Moon, meandered majestically. The Black Glow City Lord's speed became slower and slower. Sword intent constantly rushed into his body, riddling it with holes. How can he be so strong? The Black Glow City Lord was a beat too slow. As the Crescent Moon descended, the Black Glow City Lord, who had tried to annihilate the Lin family, was riddled with holes. This City Lord is a little weak. Lin Fei was not very satisfied. I thought he could withstand the third move of my slaughter sword art, but in the end, he couldn't even withstand the second move. His spear art is very rough and not refined. The City Lord is dead. The Lin family's Lin Bai is actually so powerful. Black Glow City's #1 expert. The cultivators who were about to encircle and annihilate the Lin family all threw down their weapons, turned around, and ran. In less than a moment, there was no one left at the entrance of the Lin family, except for the corpses. Black Glow City Lord died just like that. Lin Jintian felt like he was dreaming. Killing a Xiantian expert was as easy as killing an ant. He remembered that between Xiantian experts, if their strength was similar, it would take at least 10 moves to determine the winner. If it was a life and death battle, it would take at least 100 moves. He easily killed the City Lord of Black Brilliance in a single exchange. Lin Jintian couldn't believe that such combat strength was real. This was done by his son. After killing the City Lord of Black Brilliant City, Lin Fei returned to his courtyard. As for the aftermath, Lin Fei didn't deal with it. He believed that Lin Jintian would know what to do. In fact, after Lin Jintian recovered from his injuries, he led the remaining experts of the Lin family to raid the Yang family and uproot this old rival. After settling the Yang family, Lin Jintian took over the management of Black Brilliant City temporarily on the grounds that the Yang family had colluded with the demon race. Everyone knew that from the moment Lin Jintian took over the management of Black Brilliant City, the Lin family had transformed from a large family to the #1 family. No one dared to question it. After all, the Lin family had produced the #1 expert of Black Brilliant City, Lin Bai. This was someone who had easily killed several Xiantian experts and was even the original #1 expert of Black Brilliant City. In the library of the City Lord's mansion. Ever since the Lin family moved into the City Lord's mansion, Lin Fei had been staying in the library for several days. On a table in the library, there were many ancient books piled up. A black figure was flipping through the books until he reached the last page. The wind and rain weave is quite interesting. It actually merged several universes and evolved into a great world. Its surface area is even larger than the weave I came from. Lin Fei closed the book. The realms in this weave's great world are also very different. There are a total of 3 major realms. The first is the mortal realm, which includes acquired, Xiantian, and Golden Core realms. After the mortal realm is the divine realm, which includes the heaven immortal realm and the heavenly god realm. The last realm is the emperor realm, which includes the divine king realm, the divine lord realm, and the god emperor realm. These were the 3 major realms. To reach the divine realm, I have to cultivate a realm. These days in the library, Lin Fei had gained a lot. He had made up for his understanding of the wind and rain weave. In 1,000 years, I have to cultivate to the Emperor realm to have a chance of retrieving that item. The Emperor realm has to be at least the Divine Lord realm. My current strength should be similar to that of a heaven immortal. As for the specific details, I will only know after fighting. After breaking through the limits of his physical body, Lin Fei's strength was extremely formidable. Another few days passed. Lin Fei came out of the library. During this period of time, Lin Fei had more or less learned about the various powers in the wind and rain weave. For example, the current Black Glow City was only the smallest border city of the Southern Fire Empire. Young master is out. The moment Lin Fei walked out of the library, someone immediately went to inform the old master. The Lin family had moved into the city Lord Manor. The happiest ones were the disciples of the Lin family. Everyone knew that the Lin family had produced a genius, the #1 expert of Black Glow City. Even the previous expert had been killed in a single move. Lin Fei did not go far. Lin Jintian strode over. In a short period of time, Lin Jintian's aura had changed significantly. As the acting city lord, he had imperceptibly increased the prestige of a superior. Xiao Bai. Lin Jintian looked over. This glance gave him a very unfamiliar feeling. Tell them to leave. Lin Fei said calmly. Lin Jintian waved his hand behind him. All of you can leave. After a short period of time, there was no one around. You're not Lin Bai. Lin Jintian said. Yes, I'm not Lin Bai. I just look a little like him. Lin Fei nodded. Your son was killed by a martial artist in the Sky-Grade mountain range. I happened to pass by and helped him deal with that person. Under his request, I came to Black Glow City. Now that the matter has been resolved, I'm preparing to leave Black Glow City. To Lin Fei, he could not find anything useful here, and at the same time, he lacked a platform. Lin Jintian smiled bitterly. Thank you, senior, for your help. I knew that my son was useless. No matter what, senior has done our Lin family a great favor. Without you, the Lin family would now be prisoners. You should thank your son. Lin Fei said. Useless people often have obsessions. I just happened to appear and do a small thing. Lin Jintian felt very bitter. Chapter 35-45. The fact that Lin Fei was not Lin Bai was not leaked. After Lin Jintian learned of the cause and effect, he chose to be Lin Fei's subordinate. Although Black Glow City was in the hands of the Lin family, it would be a huge blow to the Lin family if word got out that there was no top expert presiding over it. Lin Jintian was very clear on this point. Although he did not know that Lin Fei was coming to the Lin family, there was no doubt that the Lin family had taken advantage of him. Lin Fei, who had been preparing to leave Black Glow City, was in no hurry to do so. According to Lin Jintian, if he wanted to be known by the higher-ups, he had to display the power of the godly realm. As an outsider, Lin Fei did not know much about the godly realm. It was not as detailed as the native Lin Jintian. Break through to the godly realm? It was not difficult for Lin Fei at all. Mortal realm, postnatal, connate, and golden core. There were corresponding cultivation routes in the library. Lin Fei wanted to stay in the wind cloud weave for hundreds or even nearly 1,000 years. Everything would be done according to the rules of the wind cloud weave. Is this the golden core? In Lin Fei's body, the rich and boundless connate true qi circulated and condensed into a spinning golden core. Once the golden core was formed, it released even stronger connate true qi as it rotated. The strongest golden core in the mortal realm is indeed incomparable to the connate realm. Lin Fei thought to himself. In the wind cloud weave, to be stronger than others, one's realm has to be able to keep up. If one's realm is insufficient, it means that one's strength is lacking. Unless one obtains an opportunity, one can forget about surpassing others. For example, the current Lin Fei. Once the golden core was formed, it would be the size of a fist and release even greater strength. Even if one did not condense a golden core, Lin Fei's body could accumulate large amounts of connate true qi. Others could only withstand 30% connate true qi, but he could withstand 100% connate true qi. This was the difference. Black Glow City Lord's strength was extraordinary, but he could not withstand the power of Lin Fei's sword moves. If he could not withstand it, he would die. The golden core was formed. From Lin Fei's point of view, it was not difficult at all. After the golden core is the divine stage, which is the heaven celestial stage. I need to transform the golden core into a realm. The size of the realm determines the level of my strength. My golden core is bigger than everyone else's. It won't be a problem for me to break through to the divine stage. Lin Fei had already flipped through the relevant books. In the wind cloud weave, it was extremely difficult to cultivate one's physical body to become a sage. Very few people would cultivate their physical bodies unless they had a large number of treasures to assist them. However, in the wind cloud weave, all of the treasures were under the control of the top-notch powers. Not only did they possess the treasures, but even the information about them was tightly sealed. Outsiders had no right to learn about them. It was rare to see someone like Lin Fei who had cultivated his physique to such a degree. Divine realm, break. Lin Fei's deep voice reverberated in his throat. Under Lin Fei's control, the originally spinning golden core made a cracking sound and turned into a golden liquid. This was breaking the core. The first step. The second step was to create the realm. This step could not be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be simple. It depended on the individual's comprehension ability. To Lin Fei, who had consumed a large number of treasures, his comprehension ability was naturally top-notch. Open your realm. The realm was not difficult at all. Lin Fei easily passed through it. The realm began to expand. 5 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 25 kilometers. 50 kilometers, 75 kilometers. After the realm expanded, Lin Fei's spiritual perception enveloped the entire Black Glow City. Every action was clearly seen by him. A 75-kilometer realm. Once the realm was formed, Lin Fei's aura also changed. The divine realm means that one can control divine power. The mortal realm meant controlling connate true qi. After reaching the divine realm, connate true qi was replaced by divine power. Quicksand. He once again used the defensive sword move, quicksand. His defense was even stronger than before. It was watertight and difficult to find any flaws. Crescent moon. The sword slashed out, leaving only a crescent moon in the world. Under the crescent moon, there was only death. First level heaven immortal. Lin Fei's current realm. There were a total of 5 levels in the heaven immortal realm. After breaking through the 5 levels, he would be a 5th level heaven god. On the way to Black Glow City. A huge flying mount spread its wings and soared high into the sky, covering a distance of 20 to 30 li in a single leap. That bastard Black Glow actually lost Black Glow City. What a piece of trash. A good plan was ruined just like that. A fat martial artist said coldly with a bad temper. Sir, we knew it early, so it doesn't matter. As long as we subdue the Lin family before the royal family, Black Glow City will always be in our hands. If that old thing Lin Jintian doesn't know what's good for him, we can just kill him and support another disciple of the Lin family. The fat martial artist snorted. I heard that the one who killed the trash was a playboy from the Lin family. The Lin family really hid their strength well. A golden core of the mortal realm. On the other side. A flying mount flew at an extremely fast speed. Its target was also Black Glow City. Big Brother will definitely be faster than them. More than 10 people sat on the mount, led by a man and a woman who were both at the connate realm of the mortal realm. There was also a middle-aged golden core martial artist. I didn't expect the Lin family to have such a hidden expert. The one who killed Black Glow must be a golden core of the mortal realm. The one who was called Big Brother was a young master dressed in luxurious clothes. However, his expression was solemn. Our royal family must rope in Lin Jintian and Lin Bai. This young master dressed in luxurious clothes was a prince of the royal family. Although the Southern Fire Empire looked peaceful, the internal strife was intense. Since the old emperor did not have much time left, his sons began to fight over him. Some tried to rope him in, some tried to assassinate him. Everyone wanted to become the new emperor of the Southern Fire Empire. A place like Black Glow City had also become a place for princes to fight over. Previously, the mayor of Black Glow City was a supporter of another prince, but with his death, some people were tempted. For example, Prince Li Tianhua. Beside him was one of the old emperor's daughters, Li Tianyin. This time, he came to recruit the Lin family. After all, a Golden Core martial artist who was suspected to be a Golden Core martial artist had a high chance of becoming a godly state expert. In the wind cloud weave, many people were stuck at this step. Li Tianhua did not want to give up this hope. A godly state martial artist had great influence and could influence a small-scale war. In the entire Southern Fire Empire, the number of godly state experts could be counted on one hand. Black Glow City, the mayor's mansion. Lin Fei lived in a small courtyard. In a few days, he had mastered the use of divine power. When he used the massacre sword technique, his power increased by more than 10 times. If he had killed the previous mayor of Black Glow City, a wisp of sword intent would have been enough to kill him. This was the strength of a heaven immortal. Senior, the people from the Southern Fire Empire are here. Lin Jintian reported. According to the news we received, the 5th prince of the Southern Fire Empire, Li Tianhua, is here too. Chapter 35-46. The first to arrive were not the troops of the Southern Fire Empire's 5th prince, Li Tianhua. It was the gloomy, fat martial artist Shen Lu who had arrived a step earlier. They barged into the city lord's mansion and flashed their identity tokens. The troops of the Southern Fire Empire's 3rd prince had intimidated the Lin family into not daring to act rashly. The 3rd prince's background was indeed not one that anyone could afford to offend. The 3rd prince could deal with them with a single word. Inside the conference hall, the gloomy, fat martial artist Shen Lu was drinking tea, waiting for Lin Jintian to appear. Lin Jintian, we've waited for you for so long. Do you think that you can resist the Empire just because you control Black Glow City? Or do you have thoughts of colluding with the demon race? As soon as Lin Jintian appeared at the door, Shen Lu slammed his palm on the table, shattering it into pieces. Shards flew everywhere as he glared at Lin Jintian. This was all part of Shen Lu's plan. First, he would take Lin Jintian down a notch. The moment Lin Jintian reacted inappropriately, he would immediately take him down. If Lin Jintian couldn't even handle a good show of strength, then he was not qualified to cooperate with the 3rd prince. Lin Jintian was calm and indifferent. Everyone has come from afar. Do you think that I, Lin Jintian, am easy to bully? If so, then you can all scram. With Lin Fei supporting him, Lin Jintian was someone with confidence. Shen Lu's expression changed and he laughed. City Lord Lin, don't be angry. I was just joking. The Lin family has been around for so long. How could they collude with the demon race? It was just a joke to liven things up. Did Brother Lin take it seriously? Lin Jintian strode in. Lin Fei walked behind him, unhurried. The people from the Southern Fire Empire had arrived. Lin Fei definitely had to come and meet them. To find out the whereabouts of that arm, he had to mobilize enough people to search for it, or become a very important person. This required Lin Fei to climb up step by step. The South Fire Empire was a very good platform. There were countless small empires like the South Fire Empire and the Wind Cloud Weave, and there were even more top-tier empires above them. Each top-tier empire controlled dozens or even hundreds of small empires. Shen Lu didn't pay attention to Lin Fei. After stepping into the so-called God state of the Wind Cloud Weave, as long as Lin Fei willed it, no one would be able to detect it, even if the fat warrior, Shen Lu, had the strength of a golden core in the mortal realm. I don't like to joke around. If you have something to say, just say it. It was rare for Lin Jintian to be able to face the Imperial Prince's men with such confidence. Shen Lu's heart trembled. The Lin Jintian in front of him was somewhat different from the information he had received. He seemed to have become more domineering. Could it be that he didn't know the consequences of offending the third prince? Our third prince said that as long as Brother Lin is willing to pledge allegiance to His Highness, Black Glow City will be your small fief from now on. Shen Lu said, as long as His Highness's matter is done, your Lin family will get a general and a noble title that can be passed down for generations. Such conditions could be considered generous. Black Glow City was not one of those big cities, but the third prince needed the people of every city to support him. If it was before, Lin Jintian might have agreed. It was different now. A mere condition was no longer enough to move him. If he really agreed to the third prince, the Lin family's future would not have a good ending. Who didn't know that the third prince was narrow-minded and bloodthirsty? He purely relied on his strength to suppress everyone. The third prince's conditions are not bad. I need to consider this matter for a while. I am temporarily unable to give you the answer you want. Lin Jintian said tactfully. Rejected? Shen Lu's heart sank. Lin Jintian, the conditions that His Highness has set are not something that just anyone can enjoy. Are you sure you have considered it clearly? The Xiantian warrior beside the fat warrior shouted. I heard that Lin Jintian is a straightforward person. When did he become so wishy-washy? Could it be that you want to reject the third prince's good intentions? Lin Jintian had long heard that the third prince's men were not easy to negotiate with. Do you want to force me? Lin Jintian shouted. Shen Lu had personally come this time because he wanted to end this quickly. Lin Jintian's behavior was different from what he had imagined, whether it was because he had placed bets on both sides or because he had other ideas. None of this was in line with the fat warrior's calculations. Lin Jintian, let me ask you again. Do you want to submit to our third prince? Numerous auras locked onto Lin Jintian. A Xiantian aura came crashing down. Clap clap clap, the Southern Fire Empire is really overbearing. Lin Fei, who had been silent all this while, suddenly clapped his hands. Lin Jintian's Xiantian aura was shattered by this voice, and he recovered. Who are you? Shen Lu was shocked. A single action had shattered their Xiantian aura. This person was an expert. Lin Fei picked up a cup of tea and said, a person who is interested in your Southern Fire Empire. However, the people you brought here are quite overbearing. I personally don't like them. Overbearing? Don't like them? Shen Lu had yet to react, and his body shivered uncontrollably. The young man flicked his finger, an array of sword chi shot out, piercing through the bodies of the Xiantian warriors he brought with him. Puff, puff, puff. The Xiantian warriors standing beside him fell to the ground one by one, lifeless. Chill. A terrifying chill enveloped his body in an instant. You are an immortal state expert. To be able to kill the Xiantian warriors with a flick of his finger, Shen Lu trembled in fear and fell to the ground with a thud. Don't kill me, I'm just an errand boy. A immortal state expert, the fat warrior would not dare to resist even if he was given 100 guts. No matter how strong an ordinary golden core was, it would be difficult to kill a Xiantian warrior in an instant. Especially the Xiantian warriors he brought this time, all of them had survived through life and death situations. To be killed before they could even resist, who else could it be other than an immortal state expert? Clap, clap, clap. Pretty smart. Lin Fei laughed. Now stand up obediently. Of course, you can also try to run away from me. Shen Lu squeezed out an ugly smile. I'll stand, I'll stand. At this moment, Shen Lu was extremely aggrieved. If he had known that the Lin family had such a powerful expert, he would not have dared to come even if he was given 100 guts. An ordinary golden core was nothing to him. In front of an immortal state expert, life or death was just a matter of a word. Lin Jintian knew that this senior was very powerful, but he did not expect that he would be able to kill all the Xiantian warriors in an instant. This strength was truly terrifying. The Lin family had really met a benefactor this time. Tell me about the Southern Fire Empire. It's best if you think clearly before you speak. Lin Fei said calmly. The fifth prince's heavenly flame has not arrived yet. If you don't speak clearly, my sword will cut down. Don't, I'll speak. Every time Lin Fei asked, Shen Lu would answer honestly, even spilling out some secrets. Who would dare to lie to an immortal state expert? Lin Jintian simply stood guard outside. Chapter 35-47. Black Glow City, City Lord's Mansion. The fifth Prince Li Tianhua arrived at the City Lord's mansion in the shortest time possible. A piece of bad news told them that Third Brother's troops had entered the City Lord's mansion one step ahead, but they were still a step too late. Big brother, we can't go in. With the third prince's subordinate style, Lin Jintian might already be under their control. Princess Li Tianyin, who was dressed in a tight outfit, tried to stop them. If we go in, we'll be walking right into a trap. I'm still a step too late. Li Tianhua was unwilling to accept this. The third prince's subordinates had arrived first, and Li Tianhua was very clear about his third brother's subordinate style of doing things. Basically, no one would be able to resist their threats and enticements. No matter what, since we are already here, we must meet that Lin Jintian. Li Tianhua said in a low voice, "Little sister, wait for us outside." No matter how savage third brother's subordinates are, they won't dare to act recklessly. The princes of the empire fought fiercely, but for the time being, no one dared to kill each other. The old emperor was still alive. Big brother, I'll go with you. Li Tianyin shook his head. You and I are both mortal innates. This time, we have Uncle Yong's protection. They won't dare to act recklessly. Uncle Yong was a mortal Golden Core warrior. He was one of the best among the Golden Core cultivators. Similarly, a mortal Golden Core warrior could fight against 3 to 4 of them. Only the royal family of the empire possessed such strength. Your Highness, Princess, there are no experts in Black Glow City. With this old man here, no one would dare to make a move. Zhang Yong stood ramrod straight. Unless a few mortal Golden Core cultivators come, no one can hurt His Highness and the Princess. Zhang Yong had the courage to say this. The fifth prince of the Southern Fire Empire, Li Tianhua and Li Tianyin. Hearing the report from outside, Lin Fei asked Lin Jintian to bring them in. He gained a rough understanding of the Southern Fire Empire from cultivator Shen Lu. Killing the Lord of Black Brilliance has caused quite a commotion. Lin Fei realized that his appearance had broken the balance of the Southern Fire Empire. For now, the balance had indeed been broken. A mortal Golden Core was not worthy of being moved. The immortal state was different. They were qualified to stand out and speak. They could even influence a war. Shen Lu. Li Tianhua cautiously entered. When he saw Shen Lu, one of the third prince's lackeys, he could not help but shoot out a cold glare. At the same time, Li Tianhua noticed a black-clothed young man sitting on a golden horse and a large saber. Based on his experience as a member of the royal family and the relevant information, this person's identity appeared in his mind. Black Glow City's #1 expert, Lin Bai. Li Tianhua turned around and said, "If I'm not wrong. I've heard about what happened in the Southern Fire Empire. It's not impossible for me to stand on your side." Lin Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense, getting straight to the point. As long as you satisfy one of my conditions, I want the empire to enter the 13 god nations. From Shen Lu's mouth, Lin Fei learned a secret. Even empires like the Southern Fire Empire had a spot in their possession. That spot would allow Lin Fei to take a step further and come into contact with higher levels. The matter of the quota was worthy of Lin Fei's help. This is impossible. Li Tianyin noticed this young man. Not everyone can decide on the quota. Your request is too difficult. Lin Fei said with a smile. It's said that the quota is in the hands of the old emperor. Once the old emperor dies, the quota will fall into the hands of the new emperor. It's only a matter of a word to whom the quota is given. Anyway, the quota of the Southern Fire Empire is basically given to others. It doesn't matter who you give it to. This was the first time that Li Tianhua had seen someone so straightforward. The quota to enter the 13 god nations was indeed one of the most precious things in the Southern Fire Empire. It was at least one of the top 3 things in the empire. Why should I believe you? You should know that the Southern Fire Empire only has the quota of the 13 god nations. We've never really used it. Li Tianhua did not know why this young man was so obsessed with the quota. I can help you become the emperor. Lin Fei stood up. I can easily decide your life and death. Boom. The power of the immortal state crushed Li Tianhua and the others. Li Tianhua and the others almost suffocated. Even Zhang Yong, who was a mortal golden core cultivator, was panting and couldn't move his body. Immortal state. Li Tianhua finally agreed to give up the quota. A immortal state expert. If he hadn't come here personally, Li Tianhua believed that he would have missed this opportunity. In just a small city, there was a great deity, an expert who had stepped into the deity realm. The other party only wanted 1 quota. As long as Li Tianhua was not stupid, he would definitely not refuse. With an immortal state expert standing behind him, Li Tianhua had the confidence to fight for the position. Lin Fei, Li Tianhua, and the others left Black Glow City together. Lin Jintian was a step behind them, leading the experts of his clan to the Southern Fire Empire's capital. If he did not grasp such an opportunity, then he would not be Lin Jintian. On the back of a bird. Lin Fei sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Li Tianhua and Li Tianin felt like they were dreaming. Being so young and having the strength of an immortal state expert made them feel that it was unrealistic. However, the aura of an immortal state expert couldn't be faked. They had seen the aura of an immortal state expert before, and it was exactly the same as what they were facing. Because of Lin Fei's participation, no one dared to make a sound and they just sat there obediently. Whoosh! 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 Half a day later. When the bird entered the sky above a valley, beams of black light shot out from the valley below. Giant arrows as thick as an arm pierced through the bird's abdomen at lightning speed, causing blood to flow. Your Highness, watch out. The bird was injured and fell onto the rocks in the valley. The ambush came quickly. By the time Li Tianhua and Li Tianin reacted, the bird had already fallen down like a meteor and turned into a pile of meat paste. Zhang Yong shouted and spread his wings. He grabbed the prince and the princess with each hand and landed on a rock. Whoosh! 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 The dark green arrows rained down on them like black rain, not giving them any chance to catch their breath. Watch out, those are military crossbows. Li Tianhua was infuriated. Those were obviously military equipment, and they were now attacking them. Everyone activated their innate true qi to defend themselves. They retreated while repelling the arrows, but it was still very difficult. There were constantly guards who couldn't hold on and were struck by the arrows, dying on the spot. The fear of death enveloped them. Suddenly, a red mist spread out in the valley, accompanied by an eerie and terrifying sound. Wherever the red mist passed, the rocks cracked and the flowers and grass rotted. It was a desolate place. Oh no, the saint of poison is here. Zhang Yong's expression changed. Chapter 35-48. The poisonous red mist continued to sweep over. A figure could be vaguely seen in the red mist as he spoke in a sinister voice. Your Highness, Princess, I've been waiting here for a long time to deal with you. It's your fortune to be able to die from my red one poison miasma. The sinister voice was like a chilly wind that made one's hair stand on end. Let's go. The poison saint was a terrifying existence in the Southern Fire Empire. Even golden core mortal cultivators had to retreat from his terrifying poison attacks. It was rumored that the poison saint had once used poison to escape from a deity realm expert. In the Southern Fire Empire, the poison saint was someone who could not be offended. The poisonous red mist surrounded them from all directions. Zhang Yong took the initiative to break out of the encirclement, but he couldn't withstand the poison. Before he even got close, the poison prevented him from circulating his innate true qi, and his flesh was replaced by burning heat. Under such circumstances, they couldn't break out at all. It must be my brothers who did it. Li Tianhua tried to calm himself down. The poison saint, who was skilled in using poison, would never attack. No one could force him to show himself, let alone defeat him. Senior, save me. Li Tianhua could only count on Senior Lin Bai. Lin Fei had only agreed to help because of a spot in the 13 divine nations. Now, it seemed that this matter was not going to be easy. For the position of emperor, the competition seemed to be quite fierce. The poisonous red mist was extremely powerful. It could be said that no one in the mortal realm could withstand it. If it was inhaled into the body, one would be unable to circulate their innate true qi. If one touched it, it would corrode one's flesh. Such a poison expert would never fail. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lin Fei this time. Crescent Moon. Lin Fei released his slaughter sword intent. It was like a crescent moon that rose in the red mist. The poisonous red mist was torn apart, and a figure fell out. Then, the red mist dissipated. There was a bloody hole between the eyebrows of the person called the Poison Saint. He looked like he had died with a grievance. The Poison Saint is still not strong enough. This poison could only threaten mortal realm experts, so Lin Fei didn't really care about it. Li Tianhua and Li Tianyin secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. A deity realm expert was so terrifyingly strong that even the Poison Saint of the Southern Fire Empire couldn't withstand a single sword strike and died. It's still a day's journey to the Southern Fire Empire. I'll take you there. If he could ambush them once, there would definitely be a second time. Lin Fei didn't want Li Tianhua to die in front of him. Go. Lin Fei waved his hand. Divine power surged out and wrapped around the three of them. They turned into a stream of light and flew away. Within the Stormwind Weave, anyone who had reached the deity realm could fly and burrow into the ground. This was the best proof of being in the deity realm. Even an ultimate martialist at the mortal realm would not be able to break through the rules of the Stormwind Weave. Senior, that's the Southern Fire Imperial Capital. When Li Tianhua saw the Imperial Capital again, he finally relaxed. A poison saint had almost caused him to drink resentfully in the underworld. Li Tianhua knew that the most intense competition had arrived. In a remote place, Lin Fei landed and revealed himself. A group of people entered the Southern Fire Empire's imperial capital from the city gate. The Southern Fire Empire's imperial capital was very big. As soon as Li Tianhua entered the imperial capital, a group of guards immediately arrived. A group of people escorted him into the imperial mansion. Almost all of the sons of the old emperor had been conferred the title of prince and could open a mansion in the imperial capital. Li Tianhua was also a prince. Senior, the conditions are too simple. Please forgive me. Li Tianhua walked into the imperial mansion and felt relieved. Lin Fei said lightly, "Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. I like peace and quiet. By the way, bring all the books you've collected here. I'll arrange for someone to bring them to you immediately." Li Tianhua immediately made the arrangements. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in thought. There are many experts in the Southern Fire Empire. In my senses, there are 3 deity realm experts. One of them should be at level 3 or level 4. He should be the strongest expert in the Southern Fire Empire. Lin Fei had thought that this trip wouldn't be difficult, so his interest was piqued by the presence of a level 3 or level 4 Heaven Immortal expert. Just like that, Lin Fei stayed in the Wang Mansion. Usually, no one would come to this area. Other than studying sword techniques, Lin Fei would flip through the books of Windy Weave. The number of books here was not something the City Lord Mansion of Black Glory City could compare to. The more he understood about Windy Weave, the more curious Lin Fei was about who Kong Lin's master was. An extraterritorial god emperor? Some of the books recorded some secrets. For example, every time an extraterritorial god emperor came to Windy Weave, there would be a war. The people of the Southern Fire Empire know too little. Lin Fei closed the last book. In order to satisfy Lin Fei, Li Tianhua had not only taken out the books he had collected, but he had also obtained many books from the imperial palace. He knew that Lin Fei liked all kinds of books about the local customs. Only by obtaining a slot and entering the 13 divine nations will I have a chance to learn about those big secrets. Lin Fei was quite disappointed that he couldn't find any clues. I wonder how well Han Jiang and that blazing lion are doing. Time passed day by day in the imperial mansion. Apart from the initial period when Lin Fei flipped through the books, he spent the rest of his time practicing his sword techniques or suppressing his aura while tasting various delicacies in the imperial capital. As long as the old emperor was still alive, he wouldn't have a chance to make a move. According to the records in the books, we've had a certain level of protection for those with great merit. For example, the emperor had established an empire where everyone lived in peace and contentment. If anyone tried to assassinate the emperor, even if they succeeded, they would be killed by the heavenly Tao the next moment. The greater the merit, the heavier the punishment. In Weave, very few people would try to assassinate those with great merit. For example, the old emperor. The princes under him competed fiercely, but none of them dared to do so. The only thing they could do was wait for the old emperor to pass away. Lin Fei had no choice but to submit to this rule. In addition, killing mortals was also a sin. The slightest carelessness would result in punishment from the heavenly Tao. Lin Fei stayed in the imperial mansion for 3 years. 3 years passed very quickly. Lin Fei tasted all kinds of delicacies in the imperial capital of the Southern Fire Empire. And on the last day of those 3 years, the old emperor passed away. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the courtyard, could clearly feel the changes in the world when the old emperor passed away. Tonight is destined to be lively. Lin Fei took out a flask of wine and poured himself a cup. After waiting for 3 years, it's finally time to act. Lin Fei didn't deliberately try to understand the situation during these 3 years, but he knew how intense the internal struggle in the imperial palace was. There were now 4 divine realm experts instead of 3. 2 of them were external reinforcements. For divine realm experts were enough to change everything tonight. Senior, I would like you to accompany me into the imperial palace. Chapter 35-49. After the death of the old emperor, all the forces in the Southern Fire Empire took action. The most intense moment had come. The person who would become the emperor of the Southern Fire Empire would be tonight. The edict would not be of any use at all. Strength was king. Li Tianhua had pinned all his hopes on Lin Fei this time. 3 years, and everything would be decided tonight. Li Tianhua had called over 100 guards, all of whom were clad in black armor. They were top-notch elites. Apart from them, there were also 6 golden core cultivators of the mortal realm. It was a powerful lineup. They went straight to the palace. Swoosh. Swoosh. It was quiet on the streets of the imperial capital. When Li Tianhua's men passed through the streets, many figures appeared in the dark with all kinds of crossbows in their hands and shot at them. Defend. The black-armored guards in front all raised their shields and formed a large shield. 5th Prince, the first prince said that you can't go anywhere tonight. An army appeared in front of them and blocked their way after the array was removed. It's my brother's men. Li Tianhua's heart sank. The leader is a mortal golden core expert, Lu Huan. He can fight 4 or 5 mortal golden core experts at once. He's a top mortal expert. Mortal golden core experts were also divided into different levels. The weaker ones fought 1-on-1. Those who were slightly stronger fought 1-on-2 or even 1-on-3. Only mortal golden core experts like Lu Huan could fight 4 or 5 mortal golden core experts at once. Not just anyone could recruit a top mortal expert of this level. My brother really thinks highly of me. He left such a person to block my way. Li Tianhua cupped his hands at Lin Fei. Please help me, senior. Lu Huan alone could block most of Li Tianhua's power. It would be extremely difficult to break through. Don't worry, Your Highness. Lin Fei said with a smile. I'll take you to the palace now. 5th Prince, as long as you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Lu Huan didn't think Li Tianhua would dare to rush over. The 5th Prince was influential, but he didn't have any powerful experts around him. Tonight's battle did not lie with the fifth prince. What Lu Huan needed to do was to suppress the fifth prince, Li Tianhua. Once the victor was decided in the palace, no one would be able to turn the tables. They, who had contributed to the dragon ascension, could also obtain merit experience and become a protective shield. This was also why martial artists were willing to participate in the fight for the throne. I want to go to the palace. No one can stop me. Li Tianhua shouted. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his hand. Divine power wrapped around the Li heaven flame, and he soared into the air, passing everyone and disappearing into the night. It was possible to see that he was heading toward the imperial palace. Oh no, the fifth prince actually invited a god realm expert. Lu Huan cursed inwardly. The fifth prince, who was the most hopeless, had secretly invited a godly state martial artist. The situation tonight was unpredictable. Inform the first prince immediately. Lin Fei brought the blazing heavenly flame and headed straight for the imperial palace. Looking down from above, Li Tianhua discovered that the streets leading to the imperial palace were all heavily guarded. He could not help but feel a trace of bitterness. Compared to them, there was a huge gap. They are fighting. The fluctuation of the godly state martial artist quietly spread. A total of 4 godly state martial artists. A good show is about to begin. Lin Fei approached the imperial palace with Li Tianhua. Swish. 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 Arrows shot over like flowing lights. The imperial palace is an important place. No one is allowed to enter. A shout was heard. Get lost. The godly state martial artists' power exploded and crushed them like a mountain. Regardless of the cultivation level of the ordinary people, they were all sent flying. Lin Fei rushed into the imperial palace. Found him. Outside the imperial hall, 4 figures were engaged in a chaotic battle. All of them deliberately restrained the range of their power, causing the fluctuations to be confined to a very small area. We are not late. Lin Fei said with a smile. Everyone, we are not late. Li Tianhua regained his freedom. At this moment, facing his brothers, he was also under great pressure, especially the 4 godly state martial artists. Xiao Wu, you actually invited a godly state martial artist. We have all underestimated you. In the distance, a few guards protected a middle-aged martial artist in a purple robe. You should not have come. It is not your turn to become the emperor. None of the 4 princes present were more powerful than Li Tianhua. Although Li Tianhua had brought a godly state martial artist, it was not useful at this moment. This was because the 4 godly state martial artists who were originally fighting joined forces and attacked Lin Fei together. Xiao Wu, I forgot to tell you that any godly state martial artist who enters the imperial palace will be the target of our joint attack. The eldest prince said calmly. So, you are out. Oh no, it is a trap. Li Tianhua's expression changed drastically. This was completely different from what he had imagined. They would actually exclude an outsider first. How could this be? This was unexpected. The 4 godly state martial artists that charged over were extremely powerful. As if they had discussed it beforehand, they attacked from 4 different directions. Good timing. After stepping into the godly state martial artist of the Wind Cloud territory, Lin Fei had never met a worthy opponent. Now that 4 of them came at once, it was a good time to test his strength. Flowing water. Hua. Hua. The slaughter sword will turned into black flowing water and covered his entire body in an instant. The attacks of the 4 godly state martial artists landed on the black flowing water, but they could not split it at all. Under the impact of the black flowing water, their power was greatly suppressed. Crescent moon. A crescent moon appeared, and wherever it passed, sword radiance would shoot out. Who are you? There is no one like you in the Nanhua Empire. The crescent moon made them feel how powerful this person was. The sharp sword will almost cut through their armor, making their hair stand on end. In a 1 versus 4 situation, they could not gain the upper hand at all. They were even forced back by the sword. It was different from what they had imagined. You guys talk too much. Take my third move. With one move, Lin Fei had a general idea of their strength. Dark Night. The crescent moon was not enough to deal with them, so Lin Fei used the third move, Dark Night. The black sword will slashed out, and all the light disappeared instantly. The entire world seemed to have fallen into darkness. It was so quiet that no one could hear or see anything. This was the first time Lin Fei used Dark Night. We can't block it anymore. Too powerful. Bang! 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 The four figures were sent flying, knocking over several buildings, and each of them spat out blood. If you don't want to die, leave the palace. The darkness disappeared, and Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Let's go. The four godly state martial artists were scared out of their wits. They could not block that sword at all, and there was only fear left in their hearts. They did not know where this guy came from to be so terrifying. The dark night turned into sword radiance, and it was like a monstrous wave that penetrated every inch of the sky. They could not block it at all. Chapter 35-50. Just like that, we won. Li Tianhua was dumbfounded. The terrifying scene from before was still playing in his mind. That suffocating feeling was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. After the four immortal state experts pounced on him, Li Tianhua was in despair. He had never heard of an immortal state expert that could fight against four immortal state experts at once. But the result, Li Tianhua was dumbfounded. He had invited a great expert from the Black Glow City. Yes, from now on, you are the new emperor of the Southern Fire Empire. Lin Fei walked back. The first prince and the other three princes were paralyzed on the ground. With the four immortal state experts gone, they had completely lost the ability to compete. As for the guards, how could mortal realm experts fight against immortal state experts? We actually lost. The throne is mine. I just need to kill you. The first prince, who was in despair, suddenly unleashed his aura and pounced at Li Tianhua. His fist was filled with terrifying killing intent. Stubborn. Lin Fei was ready to kill him with one slash. Even though the first prince had a trace of a special aura, Lin Fei still killed him without hesitation. Senior, leave this man to me. Li Tianhua turned around and threw a punch at the first prince. The two of them immediately started fighting. The shadows of their fists were like mountains. The sound of the punches was louder than the one before. In the end, the first prince was sent flying and fell on the ground. Big brother, you lost. Li Tianhua was covered in blood, but he stood straight. After the first prince was defeated, no one else dared to challenge him. The rest was simple. Lin Fei didn't do anything. Li Tianhua's men took control of the palace and the army outside. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. With an immortal state overseeing the palace, no one dared to be dishonest. When the sun rose the next day, Li Tianhua ascended to the supreme throne and became the new emperor of the Southern Fire Empire. The fact that Li Tianhua became the emperor shocked many people. More people knew that there was an immortal state expert behind the new emperor. He defeated four immortal state experts by himself. How many people could achieve such a result? Is this merit? In a side hall. Suddenly, Lin Fei had an indescribable thing on him. Based on the experience gained from flipping through a large number of ancient books, he determined that this was a special kind of energy merit. Interesting. With merit added to his body, Lin Fei vaguely felt as if he was protected by the heavenly Tao. No wonder everyone wants to obtain merit. With the protection of merit, it's like having a trump card. Lin Fei did not have much merit on him, but he knew that anyone who wanted to kill him would not have a good time. It is true that those who have obtained great merit cannot be easily killed. The consequences are unbearable. Lin Fei told himself. In the future, he had to be careful when dealing with people with great merit. Going against the laws of the heavenly Tao in order to kill a person would not end well. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Li Tianhua had ascended to the throne. Lin Fei had been living in the side hall all this time. Apart from going to read the ancient books, he never left the side hall. He didn't even participate in the new emperor's banquet. On this day, Li Tianhua came to the side hall alone. Ever since Lin Fei started living in the side hall, this area had been classified as a forbidden area. Outsiders were forbidden from entering, and violators would be severely punished. Li Tianhua walked into the side hall, putting away the pride he had outside. No one knew better than him that without the senior's help, he would at most be an idle king today. This was a good outcome. If not, he would be exiled to the border. That would be the most despairing moment. Senior, today, this junior is here to fulfill a promise. Li Tianhua took out an ancient sword medallion and said, "This is the ancient sword medallion that I have the right to open after my ascension. With this ancient sword medallion, I can enter the 13 god nations in 50 years. Now, I will give this ancient sword medallion to Senior." Lin Fei did not urge Li Tianhua to do so. No one could go back on their word after making a promise. "Thank you." Lin Fei waved his hand, and the black ancient sword token floated over and landed in his hand. As soon as he grasped the sword token, he felt a mysterious power lock onto him. Lin Fei could vaguely sense that behind this power was an enormous world. It was the rumored 13 god nations, the strongest 13 god nations of the wind cloud weave in ancient times. After obtaining the ancient sword token, Lin Fei left the imperial palace and moved into a manor on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Naturally, this was provided by Li Tianhua. For the next 50 years, I will be living in this manor. Once the ancient sword token was in someone's possession, it would release a unique fluctuation after 30 years. A fight for the ancient sword token would then begin. Only the strong could enter the 13 god nations. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of experts there will be in 30 years. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, closed the information on the 13 god nations, and began to cultivate in silence. He flicked his finger. 20 years passed. Lin Fei kept a low profile in the manor. The imperial capital had also forgotten about the godly state expert. During this time, Lin Fei had helped Li Tianhua kill a godly state expert once. After that, he did not fight again and spent most of his time cultivating in the manor. If he was bored, he would go to the imperial capital for a walk. Buzz. Buzz. On this day, the ancient sword token that he had been storing flew out and emitted a buzzing sound. 20 years have passed. The boring days will never return. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and put away the ancient sword medallion. Just now, a supreme power locked onto me. At the same time, I can vaguely sense the vague location of the ancient sword medallion in the wind cloud weave. They should be able to find me through this fluctuation. A defensive battle is about to begin. A sword intent flew out and floated in front of Lin Fei, emitting a cold killing intent. Inside a palace, a figure walked out, pinched his fingers, and gazed toward the east. The closest ancient sword token should be in the Southern Fire Empire. After some divination, this person summoned a disciple. The ancient sword tokens of the 13 god nations have appeared. The closest ancient sword token is in the Southern Fire Empire. Go and get it. Understood. Two figures soared into the sky. Ha ha ha, the 13 god nations have appeared again. In the boundless mountains, a figure shot into the sky. With a shake of his body, a black dragon rushed into the void, roaring and tearing the void apart. This time, no one can stand in my way. The closest ancient sword token is in the Southern Fire Empire. On the ground, someone was running with large strides. Each step covered a distance of a few hundred meters. I remember that the Southern Fire Empire is a small empire. I must hurry there as soon as possible, lest someone beat me to it. It is the easiest ancient sword spirit to get. Dong, dong, dong. Chapter 35-51. The Southern Fire Empire. The imperial capital. It had been 20 years since Li Tianhua took the throne. Under his leadership, the empire had developed rapidly and became more prosperous with each passing day. Compared to before he ascended the throne, the strength of the empire had increased by 5 or 6 times. It was all thanks to Senior Lin. The 13 divine nations have appeared. I hope Senior can stop them. Li Tianhua was now a mortal golden core cultivator. The blazing heaven fire and the mortal golden core naturally sensed the slight fluctuation that appeared in the world. He hoped that the senior in the suburbs could stop the fight. The stronger the senior was, the more the Southern Fire Empire would benefit. Send someone to the suburbs and keep an eye on the villa. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Boom! A beam of light flew over from afar. It was extremely fast. It landed not far away from the villa. The ground shook and a middle-aged man crawled out of the ground. Damn it, this minor teleportation talisman is so unreliable. I'm in such a mess every time. The middle-aged man crawled out of the pit and shook off the dirt on his body. It's up ahead. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. The ancient sword token was nearby. I'm faster than anyone else this time. The middle-aged man laughed and disappeared into the forest. A villa appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The ancient sword token is in the villa. Interesting. The ancient sword token isn't in the hands of the imperial capital's emperor. The middle-aged man remembered that the emperor of the Southern Fire Empire had handed over the ancient sword token the last time. Hand over the ancient sword token. The middle-aged man reached out and slapped the villa. A giant hand dozens of meters wide completely covered the villa. This palm contained the power of an immortal state warrior. Buzz! The palm pressed down and the void was torn apart. Meanwhile, at this time, a strand of sword intent flew out from below, expanding with the wind, turning into 100 zhang in size like a long river. With a wang-wang sound, it swept towards the large palm. The enormous force pushed the giant hand back a long distance. Sword immortal. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. So what? Buzz! Another wisp of sword essence came toward him. In an instant, it transformed into an expanse of night. Within the night, sword insight surged explosively and covered the heavens and the earth, and it drowned the middle-aged man within it. A disheveled figure was flung away, crashing into a patch of forest. Then, he stood up in a sorry state. Thank you for showing mercy. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, the strength of a god realm heavenly immortal. In a courtyard of the villa. Lin Fei drank by himself. After 20 years of training my sword intent, the power of my sword moves has increased. One dark night is enough to defeat my opponent. Second-level heaven immortal experts were of no interest to him for the time being. I hope more experts of the 4th or 5th level of the heaven immortal realm come. Lin Fei poured himself another cup. I won't be lonely for the next 20 years. Lin Fei smiled and drank the wine in his glass. That expert swordsman in the villa is too powerful. The renowned spear king Zhang Tongxian was repelled before he could even block a single sword. This is the most 12 immortal state masters in a year. There were many experts gathered outside the villa. These experts were all defeated by the people inside. That sword Dao was extremely powerful and straightforward. Either he could resist it or he could not. It was just that simple. Every expert who was defeated was grateful to the people in the villa. If the opponent had not shown mercy, at least half of the experts who came to take the ancient sword token would have been killed or injured. After being defeated, some experts left, while others chose to watch from the side. Everyone wanted to know how long the expert in the villa could last. Currently, those who came to fight for the ancient sword token were all ordinary immortal state experts. The true experts had not appeared yet. It's been 5 years. Lin Fei used another sword intent to create Dark Knight killer move and forced back a 3rd layer heaven immortal expert. Looking at the time, those great experts should be here soon. In the past 5 years, the strongest expert was only a 3rd level heaven immortal. At this level, Lin Fei could defeat them with one sword strike. For Lin Fei, who had been idle for 20 years, he had seen many heaven immortal battle techniques. He had to admit that the moves of the Windy Wind Dominion were more focused on power. Ordinary moves could often explode with great power. Lin Fei was glad that he chose to be a sword immortal. The 6th year. A huge black dragon unleashed its dragon aura unscrupulously. Everywhere it passed, people were thrown off their feet. Dragon aura. When the black dragon entered the Southern Fire Empire, the martial artists in the cities were in chaos. I can feel the aura of the ancient sword token. It's just ahead. The black dragon entered the void and traveled through the void. Those martial artists did not dare to face the black astral wind head-on. When it appeared again, the black dragon roared at the sky. The entire imperial capital was in a state of panic. The black dragon of the dragon race. Li Tianhua looked up at the huge figure in the sky and took a deep breath. The black dragon is one of the top 3 combat dragons in the dragon race. I wonder if Senior can withstand the black dragon's attack. Li Tianhua could not help but worry. The black dragon before him was at least a 4th layer Heaven Immortal expert. Combined with the black dragon's innate ability, even a 5th layer Heaven Immortal expert could not defeat the black dragon. The ancient sword token is in the manor. Black Dragon Borg smelled the aura of the ancient sword token. Before he reached the sky above the manor, he opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of dragon flames from dozens of li away. The dragon flames descended from the sky and turned into a towering inferno. In an instant, the area around the manor turned into a sea of fire. Any building that stood in front of the dragon flames turned into ashes in less than a breath's time. Run. Ah. The dragon race is really something. Why is that bastard black dragon Borg here? Run for your life. The experts who stayed outside the manor immediately turned around and fled. A few unlucky 2nd layer Heaven Immortal Realm experts were accidentally hit by the dragon flames and were engulfed by a layer of flames. After a series of cries, they were turned into a pile of ashes in less than 3 breaths' time. No one can possess the ancient sword token in front of the Great Borg. Black Dragon Borg sneered. His huge figure shuttled across the sky above the manor ruins and reached his claws into the flames. Buzz. As soon as the dragon claws reached below, a black stream of light slashed at the dragon claws. Ah, my claws. A streak of sword light left a large gash on Borg's claw, and a piece of dragon meat fell off. You black dragon destroyed my manor. There's no need for you to leave today. A figure walked out of the dragon flames. The figure was surrounded by a black sword in tent. The dragon flames were blocked by the black stream of light. Chapter 3552. Black Dragon Borg is here. I don't think the master of the villa will be able to stop him. I heard that Black Dragon Borg is a violent fellow who does things according to his whims. His strength is unfathomable. Rumor has it that he once fought a heavenly god. I heard that Black Dragon Borg destroyed a city for a treasure, and nothing happened to him afterward. Is that the master of the villa? He's so young. The Black Dragon's strongest point is his defense, but he was cut open by a sword. Capturing Black Dragon Borg as a mount? The Immortal State expert who escaped the dragon flame attack. The Immortal State experts who witnessed this scene looked at each other. Capturing Black Dragon Borg as a mount? This master of the villa seemed to be very daring. The dragon tribe was a special power in the Wind Cloud Weave. They didn't need to cultivate, and with the passage of time, their strength would increase and break through as time passed. Although many people wanted to capture a dragon as a mount, no one dared to do it. Capturing a dragon was equivalent to offending the entire dragon race. No one was willing to do such a thing. Foolish human, how dare you say you want to capture the Great Borg as a mount? Who gave you the courage to do so? Black Dragon Borg's eyes glinted fiercely as he slashed at the human. The Great Borg is going to eat you. You have a lot of blood and chi in you. The dragon race rarely ate humans. But if they met someone with a strong blood and chi, they would treat them as a great tonic. For example, this black-robed young man had a strong blood and Black Dragon Borg was very interested in him. Tail whip. Black Dragon Borg swung his huge tail through the air. Boom! Boom! Space seemed to be locked. Dragon prowess, confinement. Black Dragon Borg's tail whipped the void and swept at Lin Fei. The master of the villa is too confident. Every race in the dragon race strives to become a sage through physical strength. No one is willing to fight him head-on. The dragon race was famous for their strength. Black Dragon Borg was the most competitive of the dragon clan, and he displayed his brutality and cruelty to the extreme. The first move was the divine dragon swings its tail. It was obvious that he wanted to kill his opponent. Is this the strength of you dark dragons? The void behind Lin Fei began to crumble. Black light flowed continuously on Lin Fei's body. The divine dragon tail whip did not harm Lin Fei at all. You're actually fine. Boom boom boom. Black Dragon Borg lashed out again, leaving only a black afterimage. Meanwhile, outside the area where Black Dragon and Lin Fei were fighting, on top of a mountain peak stood 3 young experts. I didn't expect the Southern Fire Empire to have such an expert. That guy's sword intent is very powerful. If I'm not mistaken, that black-robed kid is a sword celestial. He's very strong in sword Dao. I wonder which sect he's from. All 3 of them were experts from the same sect. The ancient sword token was too important. The ancient sword medallion of the Southern Fire Empire was one of the most sought-after items. Let's hope that both of them are heavily injured. That way, our chances of obtaining the ancient sword token will be greater. A great expert at the peak of the heaven celestial stage was very difficult to deal with. Boom boom boom. One moment, Black Dragon Borg was swinging his tail, and the next, his claws were like knives. His huge body became very agile, and every attack was filled with violence. Lin Fei's body was protected by the flowing light, and his celestial massacre sword met the dragon's tail and claws again and again. The dragon race of the wind cloud weave is much stronger than I imagined. No one in the same realm is a match for him. If not for my sword intent flowing light and my extreme physique, I would not have been able to withstand such attacks. Lin Fei wielded the celestial massacre sword. Black Dragon Borg's strength should be at this level. The dragon race that specializes in strength is almost at its limit. Lin Fei had a rough understanding of Black Dragon Borg's strength. Strong. It did not exceed Lin Fei's limits. In other words, Black Dragon Borg was no match for him. Night. The celestial massacre sword intent slashed out, and the sword intent turned into a dark night. In an instant, the sky turned into a dark night, filled with a peaceful aura. Boom boom boom. Black Dragon Borg was attacked by an endless stream of sword intent, each one extremely powerful and fast. Black Dragon Borg managed to deflect some of the sword intent attacks, but could not block the rest. Foolish human, you can't hurt me at all. Black Dragon Borg shattered the sword intent with a claw. We black dragons are best at defense. Clang. Clang. The celestial massacre sword intent continuously struck Black Dragon Borg. Again. Another dark night. Lin Fei had never thought that night would be enough to defeat Black Dragon Borg. The dragon race was famous for their powerful defense. Aurora. The celestial massacre sword intent flew out, condensing into a black dot of light. At this moment, there was only a black dot left in the world, and it grew larger and larger. You're still far from being able to hurt the Great Borg. Black Dragon Borg swiped at the black dot with his claw. In the eyes of a black dragon, there was nothing that could not be broken, and the same went for human techniques. Boom! The dragon claw struck the black dot at an extremely fast speed. A terrifying power exploded from the black dot, and the dragon claw that it was so proud of was broken inch by inch. The black dot spread along the dragon claw, and wherever it passed, it left wounds and flesh everywhere it passed. How did the Great Borg get injured? The black dot followed, cutting through the dragon race's proud defense circle by circle, and its huge body was completely engulfed. For the first time, the dragon race's powerful recovery ability could not keep up with the speed. This is a move that I have specially developed for experts with strong defense. Lin Fei smiled. Not bad, right? Don't even think of hurting the great Borg with human techniques. Boom boom boom. Black Dragon Borg continued to grow in size, trying to escape the Black Dot's attack. But no matter how big he grew, the Black Dot was like a bone-eating worm, corroding the Black Dragon's flesh inch by inch. Not long after, half of Black Dragon Borg's body was left with white bones. It was a ghastly sight. "Ah!" Black Dragon Borg screamed. As the Black Dot corroded, Black Dragon Borg felt his aura weakening. He could not exert any strength, and the smell of death shrouded his heart. Is the Great Borg really going to die in here? Black Dragon Borg never thought that he would lose to a human expert. Now, choose to die, or be my mount. With a hum, the Celestial Massacre sword pierced through Black Dragon Borg's physical defense and stabbed into his huge head. Don't kill me. I surrender. I'll be your mount. Chapter 3553. Don't kill me. The Great Borg admits defeat. The Aurora shredded Black Dragon Borg's powerful body in circles. No matter how much Borg struggled, he could not break free. He was firmly restrained. The threat of death crushed Borg's proud head. He had no choice but to lower his head. However, the venomous look in his eyes never dissipated. As long as Borg was given the chance, he would tear apart this lowly human brat before him. Boom! 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 The Aurora constantly tore apart Borg's body. That doesn't sound like you're admitting defeat. Then I'd better kill you. Lin Fei laughed heartily. I've never killed a dragon in my life, much less eaten dragon meat. I'll use you as an example. Lin Fei controlled the sword intent to continue destroying the Black Dragon. The human race experts who had escaped in the distance also looked at each other. Black Dragon Borg is defeated. Half his body is about to be torn apart. Sword Immortal, what a powerful Sword Immortal. Most people were excited that the Villa Master had defeated Borg. Black Dragon Borg was very powerful and famous. Who knew how many people had suffered because of him? For example, Black Dragon Borg had killed many experts with his dragon flame. Because of this, everyone hated Black Dragon Borg to the core. On a distant mountain peak. What a powerful sword move. It's so powerful to be able to break through Borg's powerful defense. That black-clothed man is so powerful. He's probably a fifth firmament sky immortal. The trio's expressions turned solemn. The Southern Fire Empire's ancient sword token had always been a target of contention. There had never been an expert of this level. It'll be difficult for us to get the token. Regardless, we have to give it a try. I don't think that person can use such a powerful sword move consecutively. This is our chance. Even Borg was defeated. That person must be a fifth firmament sky immortal expert. Unless a sky god takes action, no one will be able to snatch the ancient sword token. Let's give it up. He's too powerful. Even I can't withstand that sword move. I'm scared. Let's give it up. There are 13 divine nations in the Wind Cloud Weave, and the Southern Fire Empire isn't the only one with the ancient sword medallion. That fellow is ridiculously strong, and there's no chance of victory if we try to snatch it. Worst comes to worst, both sides will suffer. It's not worth it. The Immortal State warriors hiding in the dark shook their heads and changed their minds. I won't participate in the fight anymore. Given Black Dragon Borg's strength, even they didn't have a 100% chance of winning against him. A 30 to 70 chance was already the limit. I admit defeat. Stop fighting, the Great Borg has really admitted defeat. Black Dragon Borg's rather large body expanded and shrank from time to time, but he was still unable to escape from the Aurora's attack. More than half of his bones were exposed in the air. Lin Fei said indifferently, if you don't want to die, then give up resisting. Let me plant my sword intent in your mind and control your life and death. Black Dragon Borg struggled. How could he be willing to be implanted with sword intent? No, absolutely not. Borg said angrily. I'm a member of the dragon race. You can't do this to me. Then I'll kill you and eat your flesh. Lin Fei was unmoved. After exchanging blows with Black Dragon Borg, he knew that the strength of the dragon race in the Wind Cloud Weave was limited to their strong physical defenses. Once their physical defenses were breached, the dragon race would not be as strong as they had imagined. You win. Black Dragon Borg's large heart was exposed, causing him to break out in cold sweat. If you treat a member of the dragon race like this today, the experts of the dragon race will make you regret it another day. Black Dragon Borg lowered his head. He gave up resisting. Lin Fei controlled the slaughter sword intent and condensed it into a sword Dao seed, which he inserted into Black Dragon Borg's mind. The sword Dao seed took root in Black Dragon Borg's mind and turned into a towering tree. The aurora also disappeared. Black Dragon Borg's lost flesh and blood rapidly recovered. Not long after, he recovered to his original state. However, his aura had not recovered to its peak state. Damn sword intent. Black Dragon Borg did not dare to attack. The sword intent of the towering tree moved even though there was no wind. Wisps of sword intent swam around, causing Black Dragon Borg to break out in cold sweat. Your body is too big. Transform. Lin Fei shouted at Black Dragon Borg. Also, from today onwards, you will be my mount, Little Black. As long as you obediently become my mount, I will set you free after 1,000 years. You will set me free. Black Dragon Borg's eyes lit up. If it was true, 1,000 years wasn't impossible to accept. To the dragon race, a nap would take a few hundred years. 1,000 years was really not a long time. A mount like you will only last for 1,000 years. Lin Fei said disdainfully, it is your fortune to be my mount. Ordinary people are not qualified. Black Dragon Borg felt as if his heart had been stabbed. Many people wanted a dragon as a mount, but this guy looked at it with disdain. Yet, Black Dragon Borg could not find any words to refute. He could easily defeat him now. Then in 1,000 years, he would probably become a heavenly god expert. At that time, he would probably have to change his mount. It might even be a heavenly god mount. His heavenly immortal mount could indeed be pushed aside. Black Dragon Borg was suddenly very displeased. This was the first time a dragon had encountered such a grievance. After Lin Fei defeated Black Dragon Borg, the godly state expert hiding in the dark left quietly. Within the range of his senses, there were very few godly state experts left. After this battle, I'm afraid no one will dare to snatch the ancient sword token from me. According to the records, only godly state heavenly immortals are allowed to enter the 13 holy kingdoms. Heavenly gods are not allowed to enter. In the Wind Cloud Weave, heavenly gods rarely dare to attack heavenly immortals. Black Dragon Borg's strength was at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. There was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. The villa has been destroyed, we can go somewhere else. Lin Fei glared at the bald brawny man behind him. It was Black Dragon Borg. After being glared at, he lowered his head obediently. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as this thought came to Lin Fei, 3 black rays of light shot towards him. With a thought, the rays of light arrived in front of him. Boom! Boom! The rays of light pierced through the void and locked onto Lin Fei. Then, they turned into a black torrent that engulfed Lin Fei and Black Dragon Borg. The void was violently torn apart, leaving a huge black hole. It was a ghastly sight. That looks like the godly archery technique. Someone exclaimed. The godly archery technique was one of the top sects in the God of War Empire. The Southern Fire Empire was a small empire in the God of War Empire. After being hit by the godly archery technique, he will probably be crippled. That arrow just now should be the explosive archery technique. Once it locks onto its target, it will self-destruct. It is extremely powerful and unstoppable. Many people sighed. Chapter 35-54. The God of War Empire's godly archer attacking the owner of the villa had indeed shocked many people. Such a top sect would rarely come to such a small place. Although the Southern Fire Empire was an empire, it was indeed a small empire in front of the God of War Empire. The God of War Empire only had to move their lips, and the Southern Fire Empire would fall into dire straits. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 streaks of light flew over from afar. Each of them carried a large bow on their back. The bow was black and had a special luster. The 3 of us will attack together and use the explosive godly archery. No matter how strong that person is, he won't be able to withstand it. Not to mention that he has already fought with Black Dragon Borg. He definitely won't be able to withstand it. Even if he can withstand it, he won't be much better off. The 3 of them were very confident. In the God of War Empire, godly shooting was infamous. The most powerful experts in the sect did not need to leave the sect. With a single arrow, the world would be shaken, and they could kill people from thousands of miles away. Such a mystic technique was in no way inferior to sword immortals. Sword immortals could behead someone from 10,000 people. A godly shot could do the same. Hoo hoo hoo. In the collapsing void, a figure walked out. Behind him was the ferocious-looking Black Dragon Borg. His body was covered in wounds and blood was flowing freely. A large piece of flesh was missing from his left upper arm. How dare you attack the great Borg? Borg is very, very angry. Roar. Dark Dragon Borg's body shook, and his huge body rushed into the void. A huge dragon tail swept across the sky. Boom boom boom. The void exploded on the spot. The 3 godly archer experts looked at each other. Battle armors appeared in front of them, covering them from head to toe. Their bodies also gradually dissipated. Black Dragon Borg's attack had only destroyed the shadows left behind by the 3 of them. You still want to leave? Black Dragon Borg dove into the void and gave chase. Is this the power of a godly shot? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Their long-range attacks are extremely powerful, and their close-range defense is also impressive. However, compared to the Dragon Clan, they are still far inferior. Lin Fei did not stop Black Dragon Borg from chasing after them. Black Dragon wielded the power of space and was a great expert in the Tao of space. Boom boom boom. Far away in the void, energy fluctuations kept coming. I don't think we can catch up. Not long after, Black Dragon Borg returned, full of anger. They used a secret technique to run away. If not for the fact that I haven't fully recovered from my injuries, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Black Dragon Borg gnashed his teeth. Lin Fei had flipped through the ancient records and knew about the God of War Empire. He also knew about those top sects and factions. The might of those 3 arrows earlier on was immense, possessing the might of a level 5 heavenly immortal. They were filled with the power of destruction and laceration. If one could not withstand it, death would await them. Let's go to the palace and find another place to stay. On a distant mountain peak. The 3 figures seemed to be in a very sorry state. The dragon race's space Tao is indeed terrifying. In the void, we have no chance to attack at all. Black Dragon Borg's strength is indeed ferocious. We can only give up on the ancient sword badge. That person can withstand the attacks of our explosive divine arrows. He's a top 5th firmament sky immortal expert and is in possession of powerful defensive means. The 3 of them sighed. This was the first time someone had escaped unscathed from their arrows. This was a big blow to them. The news that a level 5 heavenly immortal expert had appeared in the Southern Fire Empire quickly spread within the empire and to the neighboring empires. This was especially so for the battle with Black Dragon Borg. It had been vividly described. Defeating Black Dragon Borg single-handedly and making him submit to him, turning him into a mount. Countless experts were envious of him. A mount of the dragon race. Apart from that, his archery skills, which allowed him to shoot with his physical body, were also discussed enthusiastically. The Southern Fire Empire had gained a lot from this battle. At the very least, the surrounding empires that were eyeing them covetously would not act recklessly for the time being. The god of war empire controlled empires of all sizes and would never interfere. They would not interfere in wars between empires. As long as they did not grow to a point where they could threaten the god of war empire, they would never interfere. The emperor of the Southern Fire Empire, Li Tianhua, had even held a grand banquet for this. He had even sent troops to reclaim the territories that the Southern Fire Empire had lost. Li Tianhua was very grateful to Lin Fei. In a manor near a mountain, Black Dragon Borg, who had transformed into a bald brawny man, was sent flying by a sword. Not right, again. After the manor was destroyed by Black Dragon Borg, Li Tianhua immediately prepared a new one for Lin Fei. It was even more luxurious and exquisite than the previous one. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and stayed there. From then on, Black Dragon Borg began to suffer. The powerful defense of the Black Dragon race became the target of his sword practice. At first, he was able to withstand it and did not use the move Aurora. As Lin Fei's understanding of the sword Dao deepened, the power of his sword moves also increased. Black Dragon Borg began to be unable to withstand it. One strike was enough to make his scalp go numb. Again. On the training field, Lin Fei honed his sword Dao with one strike after another. With Black Dragon Borg as a punching bag, his understanding of the sword Dao increased rapidly. Black Dragon Borg was covered in wounds every day. Black water torrent. Boom. 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 Raindrops fell from the sky. The raindrops were formed from sword intent and were lifelike. One could feel the cold and wet aura of the raindrops. Black Dragon Borg's body was covered in scales, and a black demonic wind protected his body. However, it could not block the onslaught of the rain. Every raindrop was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and when it hit his body, his bones were almost broken. I admit defeat, I can't take it anymore. After a few breaths, Black Dragon Borg was lying on the ground with sword wounds all over his body. This is too scary. How long has it been? I, the great Black Dragon Borg, can't even withstand a killing move from a human. Black Dragon Borg wanted to cry. After all, he was a black dragon that specialized in defense. Whoever becomes the enemy of this human will become a nightmare for the rest of their lives. Black Water Torrent, this sword move is a success. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this sword move. Since his battle with Black Dragon Borg, after 3 years, the 5th sword move, Black Water Torrent, had been completed. Compared to Aurora, this sword move had a larger attack range. It was like continuous rain, and once it was executed, there was no other way to deal with it other than forcefully withstanding it. If he could not withstand it, he would die. Black Water Torrent was like a torrential downpour. It was an extremely domineering and ferocious attack. Someone's coming. Lin Fei put away the Divine Massacre sword and looked outside the manor. Little Black, go and see what they do. Yi Xiaolong turned and left the training field. Elder, I heard that Lin Bai is a sword immortal and spends his time studying the sword Dao. I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with such a person. Chapter 35-55. Inside the manor. An old man and a young man were invited into the manor. My master is inside. You can go in. By the way, let me remind you that it's best to restrain your temper in the manor. Black Dragon Borg reminded them before leaving. The dignified Black Dragon of the Dragon Clan actually submitted to a human. It's really unbelievable. That person is only at the Heaven Celestial stage, the black-haired young man said softly. You should know that the Dragon Clan has a martial emperor. Black Dragon Borg has a violent temper. This Lin Bai is quite capable. Most people can't tame him. The elder laughed. Let's go in. The yard was not very big. After coming to the Wind Cloud Weave, Lin Fei had gradually fallen in love with the quiet and leisurely pace. In the yard, Lin Fei sat under a tree, leisurely sipping tea. He did not exude any aura, looking no different from an ordinary person. Who would have believed that this young man had not only defeated Black Dragon Borg, but had even made him his mount? Please forgive me for my sudden visit, exalted immortal Lin. The elder cupped his fists at Lin Fei. "Have a seat." Lin Fei smiled and pointed. "It's been a long time since an esteemed guest visited my tiny yard. A fifth firmament sky immortal expert. It's no wonder the birds on the tree chirped so happily this morning." The elder had converged his aura, but he had still been seen through at a glance. It was enough to prove that he was in no way weaker than him. Perhaps he had made the right decision to come. "Exalted Immortal Lin has a good eye," said the elder with a smile. "Little Dragon, take it out." The young man called Little Dragon took out a black box and opened it to face Lin Fei. "This is our Heavenly Essence School's first visit. Here's a small gift. I hope you won't mind." The elder smiled. The moment the box was opened, Lin Fei could not help but be drawn over. Inside the box was a fist-sized crimson stone. It emitted a hazy glow, but it was this item that had piqued his interest. Sky God Sword Embryo. As a sword immortal, the nurturing intrinsic flying sword produced a gentle vibration the moment the box was opened. Lin Fei, who had browsed through a large number of ancient books, recognized this stone at a glance. It was an essential god stone for sword immortals. It was priceless and extremely difficult to find. Exalted Immortal Lin has good eyesight. This is indeed the deity sword embryo. It was obtained by the seniors of our Sky Yuan sect in a certain space outside the heavens, the old man said with a smile. "This is a small token of our Sky Yuan sect. The Heaven Yuan Gate is so generous. They gave me the embryo of the deity sword the first time we met." Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This Tianyuan school was indeed domineering. It was no wonder they were one of the top sects in the War God Empire. The value of an item depends on who it's for. The old man said unhurriedly. "A genius like Exalted Immortal Lin is most suited to use the deity sword embryo. What do you want from me?" Lin Fei took a sip of tea. "You should know that there is no such thing as an undeserved reward. I will not casually accept such a tempting gift." A deity sword embryo was of great help to Lin Fei. Disregarding everything else, refining the Sky God sword embryo would allow the intrinsic flying sword to be upgraded to the Sky God level. Having its quality improved was a huge temptation for any sword immortal. Lin Fei was very tempted. However, he knew very well that it was not easy to take such a treasure that was delivered to his doorstep. "Exalted Immortal Lin, since you put it that way, I'll get straight to the point." The old man had been observing Lin Fei all this while, but he did not sense any impulsiveness from him. This was something no ordinary person could do. "I wish for Exalted Immortal Lin to bring a person into the 13 divine kingdoms and escort him to one of them. This deity sword embryo belongs to Exalted Immortal Lin." Lin Fei was enlightened. So that was what he had in mind. Every ancient sword token had a quota for bringing people. An ancient sword token could bring at most 3 people into the 13 divine kingdoms. Those who attempted to enter the 13 divine kingdoms but failed to obtain an ancient sword token would use this method. Lin Fei never expected that such a thing would happen to him. In comparison, this was a very good deal. The old man was very nervous as well. If not for Lin Fei defeating Black Dragon Borg and displaying strength that matched the Sky Immortal realm, the Heavenly Essence sect would have sent out experts. But now, no one dared to make a move. Dealing with Lin Fei alone was equivalent to dealing with Black Dragon Borg. The chances of success were extremely low. It was because of this reason that the old man had come personally. "I'll take this deal," Lin Fei said with a smile. "If I don't agree to such a generous offer from the Heavenly Essence sect, I might regret it for the rest of my life." The old man revealed a smile as he heaved a sigh of relief. It was a done deal. "Before the 13 divine kingdoms open, I will personally send the person over. From now on, this deity sword embryo belongs to Exalted Immortal Lin," said the old man. "Happy working with you. The 13 divine kingdoms are ancient divine kingdoms. Despite the passage of time, there are still many precious treasures left in the divine kingdoms. Among them, there are treasures that Sky God realm experts and even the Arch realm experts covet." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes as he admired the deity sword embryo in his hand. Every time the 3 divine kingdoms open, everyone in the Wind Cloud Dominion will be focused on seeking a chance to enter the 13 divine kingdoms. I have 3 spots on hand. Once one is taken away, there will still be one left. Hee hee. How could Lin Fei miss out on a chance to reap the benefits? The 13 divine kingdoms gather experts from all over the world. True top experts might even have peak 5th firmament sky mortals. Lin Fei did not dare be careless. It involved whether he could go further or step onto a higher and bigger platform. He could not afford to make any mistakes during his trip to the 13 divine kingdoms. With this deity sword embryo, my intrinsic flying sword can step into the sky god realm. The intrinsic flying sword also needed constant breakthroughs. If not for the heavenly essence sect sending him the deity sword embryo, Lin Fei would have gone out to search for it sooner or later. It might have taken him some time. I'll refine it now. The intrinsic flying sword flew out and faced the deity sword embryo, letting out a joyful sword hum. Eat to your heart's content. Lin Fei fused the deity sword embryo into his intrinsic flying sword and began refining it. Rumbling divine powers enveloped the intrinsic flying sword as he began refining it. While Lin Fei entered seclusion, Black Dragon Borg became a guardian, not daring to have any thoughts. The divine annihilation sword constantly reminded Black Dragon Borg that if he had any thoughts, the divine annihilation sword would blast his head apart. He would be deader than dead. Ever since the heavenly essence sex experts came. Perhaps because the news had spread, many people came when they caught wind of it. Just like the heavenly essence sex experts, all those who came were extremely polite. Not only that, they even gave gifts and left their names. Black Dragon Borg could not help but feel envious. Back when he was running amok, these humans were not that polite. They even took the initiative to give him gifts. Roar. A month later. A dragon's roar came from afar, resounding through the world. Several dragons charged out of the void, emitting waves of dragon might. Chapter 3556. Black Dragon Borg, get out here. Black Dragon Borg, get out here. Black Dragon Borg, get out here. A loud rumble reverberated through the air. The Southern Fire Empire's experts all gasped. This is bad. The Dragon Tribe's experts are here. They must be after that person. This is bad. The Dragon Tribe must have heard the news. After all, few people in the Wind Cloud we've dared to use a dragon as a mount, let alone a black dragon. Not everyone can withstand the wrath of the Dragon Clan. Many people were gloating. Outside the manor, several giant dragons arrived in the sky. A loud rumble set off turbulent air waves as they crashed into the manor. Whoosh! 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 A barrier appeared and covered the entire manor. Why are you here? Black Dragon Borg dashed out, his face turning gloomy and terrifying. The giant dragons in the sky turned into burly figures, glaring angrily with cold mockery on their faces. Borg, you're truly a disgrace to our dragon race. To think that you would run off to become a mount for a human. The leader of the group was a huge man with a black face. His face was filled with killing intent as he shouted out. Rama, what does it have to do with you that I'm a mount for a human? Borg roared. I don't want to see you now. Scram. I don't want to see your face. The black-faced giant, Rama, was a member of the Black Dragon Tribe. Borg, you're wrong. We're not leaving today. We're bringing you back. Rama mocked. The Dragon Tribe cannot afford to lose face like this. After a discussion among the Dragon Elders, they've decided to let me bring you back to be punished by the Black Dragon Tribe. How is that possible? Borg was shocked. Nothing's impossible. Rama said. Because of you, the Dragon Tribe has been shamed. You should just go back and accept your punishment. Borg knew very well that once he returned to the Dragon Tribe, his punishment would not be light. However, he would not dare to let Borg leave even if he was given 100 guts. The terrifying sword intent would let him know what death was. Right, let that human brat come out. Rama's eyes flashed with coldness. The elder said that besides bringing you back, that human brat must face the dragon tribe's wrath. You have to deal with him. No one can come out unscathed after humiliating the dragon clan. Luo Mo's killing intent sword. Borg, if you don't want to suffer too much, then get that kid to come out. You might even be able to atone for your crimes and reduce your punishment. Atone for his crimes? Borg sneered in his heart. There's no need to shout. I'm out by myself. Lin Fei strode over with large strides. Little Black, are you going to suffer? Lin Fei stared at Borg with a smile. Borg shuddered when he was stared at by this gaze. Do you want to take me back? Maybe I can atone for my crimes. Lin Fei said with a smile. Borg actually wanted to as well. There was no need to doubt the strength of the dragon race. However, when he thought about the restrictions that the other party had left behind, he knew that if he left this place or went to the other party's side, he might very well lose his life. Borg was afraid. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Borg lowered his head, not daring to look at him. Borg, you are trash. Trash of the Black Dragon clan. Luo Mo snorted, human brat, I don't care who you are. You have offended the dragon clan. Now, I'm giving you two choices. Either be killed by me or come with me. I think you should choose the second one. You might even be able to live. A fifth firmament sky immortal expert had decent strength. However, in front of the dragon clan, it was really not enough. A celestial god expert was able to beat the other party into submission. Those experts who were watching from afar seemed to have expected this. The dragon clan had always been very overbearing. If they said they would deal with you, they would definitely deal with you. There would definitely not be a third choice. Borg did not dare to make a sound, but he secretly transmitted his voice. Master, this Luo Mo is an enemy of my dragon clan. He has always been not my match and has always harbored deep hatred for me. This time, he found an opportunity. Maybe he is the one behind this. Borg was very afraid of Lin Fei. No wonder you came so fiercely. To be honest, your dragon clan is indeed overbearing. Lin Fei replied, however, I like overbearing fellows because I will be even more overbearing than them. Even more overbearing? Borg silently mourned for Luo Mo for 3 minutes. Human brat, have you thought it through? Luo Mo was not in a hurry. He looked like he had already defeated Lin Fei. You should know that our dragon clan's patience is limited. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fei laughed out loud, I choose the third one. That is to deal with you guys. It just so happens that my manor is still lacking a few guards. Seeing that you guys are strong and fit, you are very suitable to be guards. Luo Mo's gaze turned cold. His eyes also revealed a ruthless look. Good, good. You brat have guts to talk to me like this. Then I'll just kill you. Luo Mo stretched out his hand and pointed, kill this brat. Those who don't listen to the dragon clan, kill them all. The 5 figures behind him turned into 5 afterimages. 5 fist winds directly blasted over. The fist winds alternated, sealing the sky and locking the earth like an inescapable net. Master, be careful. This is our Black Dragon clan's joint attack technique. Under the joint attack, the power of a peak 5th firmament sky immortal is even stronger. Borg reminded. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed. The massacre sword intent was like a stream of light. A crescent moon appeared. Bang! 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 The fist winds were torn apart. The crescent moon swept across the 5 of them. Blood rained down. Master's strength is even stronger. He broke the joint attack technique with one sword. Borg secretly took a deep breath. His thoughts instantly cleared up. Luo Mo, you have kicked a metal plate this time. Withdraw. The massacre sword intent split into sword silks that filled the sky. The dense sword silks wrapped around the muscular man. The sword silks embedded into his flesh and wrapped around him tightly like a mummy. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed. The 5 mummies flew over and landed in the manor. Little Black, watch carefully. Lin Fei did not look at the muscular man on the ground from start to end. Now it's your turn. Lin Fei laughed. The massacre sword expanded with the wind. It became the size of a door and slashed across the sky. I am not a fool like Borg. Don't even think about it. The door whistled. With a loud sound, the black dragon, Luo Mo, was sent flying and crashed into a huge mountain. Go! The massacre sword flew into the void with a swoosh. Under a small mountain, half of Luo Mo's body was almost smashed. Blood flowed continuously. His face was extremely distorted. I am going to kill you. I am going to kill you. Pfft. In the void, a huge sword stabbed into the scales that the black dragon was so proud of. It pierced through his chest. Blood dripped and dyed the rocks below red. I am actually injured. The massacre sword flew back with Luo Mo, roar. Chapter 35-57. Roar. 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 A huge black dragon almost covered the sky. A demonic wind blew past, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The void was constantly shaken. Even so, the door-sized sword kept piercing into Roar's body. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. This is just the beginning. You are quite capable to be so presumptuous in my territory. With a thought from Lin Fei, the sword started to spin. Sharp sword light shot out from the black dragon's body. Swish. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Black Dragon Roar was riddled with holes. Each wound was the size of a fist. Many people gasped in shock at this scene. Such power was terrifying. Rumble. Black Dragon Roar fell from the sky and smashed a huge pit on the ground. It hurts so much. Roar rolled on the ground in pain. His huge body crushed the ground, causing the ground to crack and shake. Ah! Stop! The sword light kept piercing Roar's body. In everyone's eyes, the dragon race's best defense was now vulnerable as it was ravaged by the opponent's sword. I'll stop when you're convinced. Lin Fei said indifferently. Bastard, I am from the dragon race. The black dragon race. You are going against the dragon race. Roar. His claws slammed on the ground, creating huge pits. Our dragon race will not let you off. Luo Mo did not expect that the human clan expert who defeated Borg would be so powerful. A natal flying sword was enough to make him collapse. His tough body was cut open like tofu. Even though the black dragon race had a strong recovery ability, they could not withstand the attack of the sword light for a long time. Stop bragging. You dragon race experts are not my match. Are you going to let the heavenly god expert take action? You should know that as long as I do not advance, the heavenly god expert will not dare to take action. Do you think the dragon race can take revenge on me? Lin Fei said disapprovingly. Roar was dumbfounded. He could not find any reason to refute. If I do not advance to the heavenly god realm, you can only watch. I can even take care of your dragon clan's experts below the celestial god realm from time to time. For example, trash like you. Lin Fei said with a smile, what do you think of my suggestion? You're shameless. Luo Mo roared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sword light continued to shoot out. Rama started to struggle again. The ground was covered in blood. That huge sword was like the sea stabilizing divine needle, not moving an inch. His struggles and roars lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. This person couldn't hold on any longer. Don't fight anymore, I'm convinced. Under the ravages of the large sword, Rama was on the verge of death. The injuries on his body healed at an extremely slow pace. That was because his strength was almost completely depleted. His injuries completely erupted and almost crushed Rama. Lin Fei shook his head. Weren't you very strong-willed earlier? You're only so-so. Actually, if you weren't a dragon, I could have decapitated you with that sword strike just now. For trash like you, I'll kill as many as I can. Who asked me to be lacking guards recently? Luo Mo suddenly felt like he had just escaped from death. So race had its advantages too. Rama did not doubt the other party's words at all. The other party's intrinsic flying sword was too terrifying. I'm willing to be your guard. Rama lost his temper after being tortured by the large sword. From today onwards, the few of you will be under Little Black's control. If any of you are disobedient, I don't mind killing you. I'll make a charcoal roasted dragon meat and sprinkle some spices on it. I guarantee that it'll be delicious. Luo Mo and the other dragons shuddered involuntarily. There was nothing more despairing than being roasted and eaten. Thank you, Master. I'll definitely discipline them well. Borg suppressed his joy and glanced at Rama smugly, as though he was saying, to think that all of you would have such a day. Do well. Lin Fei patted Borg's shoulder and turned to walk back to the villa. Rama, if you're disobedient in the future, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Borg chuckled. The Black Dragon race came to seek revenge, but the outcome was beyond everyone's imagination. That person's strength was truly unfathomable. How terrifying. A few experts from the dragon race had joined forces and yet they were easily defeated by that person. The dragon race's defense had become a huge joke. Such a scene would have been too frightening if they had not seen it with their own eyes. The upper echelons of the Southern Fire Empire cheered excitedly. Ever since he defeated Black Dragon Borg that year, they had regarded him as the #1 expert of the Southern Fire Empire. The stronger the #1 expert was, the more benefits the Southern Fire Empire would receive. For example, in recent years, the expansion of the Empire's territory was due to the influence of the #1 expert. After that, Li Tianhua personally visited the villa to thank Lin Fei. After the villa gained a few more experts from the dragon race as guards. No one dared to come to this area and cause trouble. A single expert from the dragon race was enough to make one feel good, not to mention that there were several of them in the villa. This place was described as a dragon's lair and a tiger's den, and everyone believed it. In the room, the intrinsic flying sword flew back and forth around Lin Fei. Its speed was not very fast, but in the next second, the intrinsic flying sword strangely appeared in another place. It stabbed and then slashed, using all sorts of sword techniques. My massacre sword technique has succeeded in one move again. Ever since he easily defeated Black Dragon Rama and set up the restriction, Lin Fei had been studying the massacre sword technique in peace. First move, quicksand. Second move, crescent moon. Third move, dark night. Fourth move, aurora. Fifth move, black water torrent. Sixth move, sly sword. From then on, Lin Fei had mastered 6 sword techniques. Each of them was extremely powerful, especially after he had completely refined the Sky God's sword embryo. The moves had become even more ferocious. Once I use this 6th move, no matter how strong a defense is, it will not be able to withstand the endless attacks. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this sword technique. It was precisely because of the appearance of Black Dragon and the others that he was able to create this sword technique. For Lin Fei, who had accumulated a lot of knowledge, it was not difficult to create a sword technique. Days passed one after another. News of Black Dragon's death in the Southern Fire Empire spread. There was no movement from the dragon race, as if they had no intention of taking revenge. This left everyone dumbfounded. Since when did the dragon race become so amiable? Everyone began guessing if he had a powerful backer. For him to possess extraordinary strength at such a young age. This also gave the factions that attempted to exchange for a spot from Lin Fei a headache. The dragon race as guards. No one dared to use force. With them, countless factions stopped in their tracks. There were even more that were blocked outside the manor. As for the number one expert of Southern Fire, he never left his residence. It was rumored that he had been cultivating in seclusion. Many people were astonished. To enter seclusion despite his strength, was he trying to break through the heavens? Was he going to fight a sky god as a fifth firmament sky immortal? More people were curious about the realm of the number one expert of the Southern Fire Empire. From beginning to end, no one knew what realm he was at. All they knew was that a fifth firmament sky immortal expert was definitely not his match. Chapter 35-58. After the Dragon Clan came, all the major forces that came to visit were extremely polite. Everyone's goal was the same, which was to obtain the 2 slots under the ancient sword badge. There was no need to offend Lin Fei. No one dared to think too much about the Heaven Origin sect taking 1 slot. Thus, the remaining 2 slots became even more important. The competition became even more intense. People kept coming, hoping to take a chance. It would be best if they could obtain one of the slots. So far, apart from the Heaven Origin sect, no one else had obtained it. Boom! A beam of light flew out of the manor. Several figures crashed outside like meteors. Hee, a few more unlucky people. How dare they show off in front of the number one expert of the Southern Fire Empire? I really don't know what they're thinking. This scene had happened countless times over the years. Everyone had a very deep impression of this number one expert. Li Tianhua of the Southern Fire Empire is here to pay a visit to Senior Lin. Li Tianhua brought a few people to the manor. Over the years, the Southern Fire Empire had benefited immensely because of Lin Fei's existence. Lin Fei's status had been rising, and Li Tianhua felt great pressure every time he visited. Your Majesty, we'll have to trouble you this time. Several people behind Li Tianhua concealed their auras. This is what I should do. It's not difficult to bring you in to see that senior, but I can't guarantee that he will give up one of the slots. Li Tianhua said tactfully. That's fine. We'll naturally have a way to persuade him once we meet him. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in green. Soon after, a guard came out, surrounded by demonic winds. He was a member of the Dragon Clan. Follow me. The manor was huge, and it was very quiet. Finally, they arrived at the lake in the manor. Master, they're here. Lin Fei sat by the lake and was fishing, looking very relaxed. Your Majesty, you look good. Lin Fei stood up with a smile and took a step forward, arriving in front of them. Li Tianhua replied, thanks to Senior, the Southern Fire Empire is prospering, and I, as the Emperor, have become much more relaxed. Who are these people? Lin Fei looked at the people behind Li Tianhua. If it had been anyone else, Lin Fei wouldn't have bothered with them. However, Blazing Heavenly Flame was different. Back then, it was because of Blazing Heavenly Flame that he had been able to obtain the Ancient Sword Medallion and gain the qualifications to enter the 13 Divine Kingdoms. Exalted Immortal Lin, we're from the War God Empire's Heaven's Secret Sect. The middle-aged man in green introduced himself. I'm Yi Tianhong. Li Tianhua said, Elder Yi has always been of great help to our South Fire Empire. Although Blazing Tianhua did not finish his words, Lin Fei understood what he was trying to say. If you want a quota, it's easy. If you can take out something that can move me, a mere quota will not be a problem. Lin Fei gave Li Tianhua face. The Heaven Origin School took a piece of the deity sword embryo. Yi Tianhong was secretly shocked when he heard this. The Sky Yuan sect is really generous. They are willing to take out such a treasure. The Empyrean God sword embryo is a treasure that even a sword immortal cannot refuse. Everyone had been guessing what treasure the Sky Yuan sect would take out, but probably no one would have guessed that it would be the Empyrean God sword embryo. Exalted Immortal Lin, our Heaven's Secret sect has come with sincerity. Yi Tianhong's only worry was that this person would not give them a chance. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. This is an ancient treasure that our Yi Tianhong obtained from a special place. Lin Fei was really not interested in ordinary treasures now. The Empyrean God sword embryo had allowed his natal flying sword to reach a higher level. His strength had increased tremendously. As long as the item is what I want, I can give you the quota. Even the remaining 2 are fine. Lin Fei said with a smile. Exalted Immortal Lin, please take a look. Yi Tianhong flipped his hand and a box the size of a fist appeared. This is the first item. It's a complete map of the great territory from ancient times. Li Tianhua was the first to take a deep breath. A complete map of the great territory? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes as he said unhurriedly. Yes, this map belonged to a top expert from ancient times. He wandered the universe and is extremely precious. You won't be able to find a second complete map in the entire Windcloud Dominion. Even if there was one, it wouldn't be as complete as this one from the Heaven's Secret Sect. There are countless dominions on this map, said Yi Tianhong solemnly. The box opened. Whoosh! 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 A complete map of the universe appeared. Lin Fei and company felt like they were traversing through the infinite cosmos. Dominions appeared in the cosmos one after another. There were countless of them, big and small. A complete map of the universe. Lin Fei kept staring at the map. One of the dominions was familiar to him. It was the Windcloud Dominion. And there were 3 dominions near the Windcloud Dominion. I can't believe I actually encountered a complete map of the universe. Lin Fei suppressed his excitement. He had always wanted to obtain a complete map of the universe, but he had never had the opportunity. From the ancient records he had read, a complete map of the universe was extremely rare. Even if one did exist, very few people would take it out. Controlling an additional dominions was equivalent to obtaining an additional place to obtain treasures. Any expert who had reached the immortal rank would never reveal such secrets. A dominions was a treasure, and its coordinates were extremely valuable. Such a complete map of the universe was a luxury everyone could only dream of. With a map of a dominions, one had a better chance of obtaining treasures than anyone else. This was also why immortal rank experts treated their dominions as treasures, and they would not easily share it with others. Lin Fei would never have imagined that the famous Heaven's Secret Sect in the Windcloud Dominion would be able to take out such a valuable treasure. To Lin Fei, this was a priceless treasure. It was definitely a priceless treasure. Is this an opportunity? Lin Fei asked himself. This complete map of the universe should be a priceless treasure in the Windcloud Dominion. I'm quite curious. I'm not the only one with an ancient sword token. Why did you come looking for me? Lin Fei asked. Yi Tianhong explained, because we, the Heaven Fortune Sect, don't want too many people to know about this. I believe that Immortal Lin will keep his mouth shut. If it were someone else, it would be the destruction of the Heaven Fortune Sect. This was not wrong at all. To the peak experts of the Windcloud Dominion, this was definitely a great temptation. A mere Heaven Secret Sect could not withstand the attacks of a peak expert. Even if they handed it over, the Heaven Secret Sect would not have a good ending. Lin Fei suddenly understood. They must have taken a fancy to me. I'm just an unaffiliated person with no faction behind me, so it won't be easy for me to expose myself. I can give you the second slot for the ancient sword token. Lin Fei said. I'll take this map, and no one else will know about it. Don't worry. Chapter 35-59. Yi Xiaolong willingly gave him the second spot. A complete star chart of the universe. To Lin Fei, who had been looking for a way home, there was nothing more tempting than this. Lin Fei had always hoped to find a star chart of the universe, but he had never found it. Even if he had the chance, it would be a very fragmented one. Compared to the one before him, there was a huge difference. A priceless treasure. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. For an unknown Heaven's Secret Sect to possess such a treasure was truly inconceivable. Regardless of where they had obtained it, at least they had helped Lin Fei greatly. Lin Fei was secretly glad that he did not give up the spot too early. Otherwise, he would have missed a great opportunity. A complete star chart of the universe would be coveted by many. You still want the last spot? Lin Fei was quite surprised. A complete starry sky of the universe just happened to be sent to the bottom of his heart. Lin Fei was very happy to give up the second spot. But the third spot was not so simple. Yes, I hope Exalted Immortal Lin can help me. Yi Tianhong nodded. Lin Fei was even more curious. You have to know that a complete star chart of the universe is a priceless treasure. Anyone would be tempted, but the next treasure might not be as tempting. How would I know if I don't try? Yi Tianhong said. Then I'll give you this opportunity. Lin Fei said with a smile. I hope you can make my eyes light up again. Yi Tianhong did not take out the treasure this time, but said to Li Tianhua, Your Majesty, this thing is very precious. Li Tianhua understood. I understand. Everyone, including Li Tianhua and the people Yi Tianhong brought, left the lake. Yi Tianhong waved his hand and set up a formation. Once the formation was set up, from the outside, the two seemed to have disappeared. Making it so serious, I am really looking forward to it. Lin Fei said with a smile. Yi Tianhong said seriously, Now that no one is here, my formation can isolate all divine senses. This matter is very serious. I wonder if Exalted Immortal Lin knows of God Emperor Guheng. Yes, he is known as the #1 God Emperor in the Wind Cloud Weave. Lin Fei said. It said that Emperor God Guheng had a mysterious background. He cultivated a powerful technique and defeated all the experts in the Windy Weave. He built a huge empire and ruled the Windy Weave for hundreds of thousands of years. It's a pity that he was overthrown. Lin Fei had read through a large number of ancient records and he was rather clear about the matter regarding Emperor God Guheng. This was no secret in the Wind Cloud Weave. Every martial artist knew about this. It was precisely because God Emperor Guheng was cruel and bloodthirsty. He ruled the empire with iron and blood that this #1 God Emperor was overthrown by others. In that case, Exalted Immortal Lin must have heard of the primordial the Arch Armor. It is a peerless armor personally refined by the #1 God Emperor. It is precisely because of this the Arch Armor that the #1 God Emperor was able to dominate the Wind Cloud Weave. No one could shake him. Yi Tianhong's tone was also solemn. Later on, the #1 God Emperor died in battle, and the Arch Armor was split into 6 parts that disappeared into the Wind Cloud Weave. After a long period of time, a total of 3 parts have been found, and my Heaven's Secret sect knows where the 4th part is. Lin Fei really admired this Heaven's Secret sect. They even knew such a secret. The #1 God Emperor's primordial the Arch Armor was a household name. There was no one who did not know about it. Countless people had tried to find the Arch Armor's parts. But up until now, only 3 of the 6 parts had appeared. Even so, those who possessed the parts could still unleash their power. The Heaven's Secret sect actually knew about the 4th part. Lin Fei was truly shocked. I can tell Exalted Immortal Lin the whereabouts of the 4th part and use it to exchange for the 3rd spot. Yi Tianhong said. I can guarantee that under the heavens, besides our Heaven's Secret sect, no one else knows about the 4th part. The #1 the Arch Armor. Lin Fei was indeed very tempted. That was a God Emperor armor. In the Wind Cloud Weave that Lin Fei was from, the #1 the Arch Armor was no less than an immortal rank. Such a treasure was indeed something that could move everyone's heart. This Heaven's Secret sect is probably not simple. Lin Fei thought to himself. The Wind Cloud Weave is a very deep place. There are many secrets that no one knows about. That means I have to retrieve the 4th part myself? Lin Fei could imagine that the place where the 4th component was located was definitely a dangerous place, an extremely dangerous place. Our Heaven's Secret sect doesn't like that thing, Yi Tianhong said. However, with Exalted Immortal Lin's strength, you can definitely retrieve it, because that thing is in the 13 God nations. What? The 13 God nations? Lin Fei was shocked. If that was true, it was indeed a place that no one dared to imagine. Yi Tianhong took out a jade talisman. The whereabouts of the 4th part is in this jade talisman. Our Heaven's Secret sect hopes to obtain the 3rd spot. If your Heaven's Secret sect wants to give the #1 the Arch Armor to me, then I won't stand on ceremony. The 3rd spot is yours. Lin Fei accepted the jade talisman with a smile. Many thanks to exalted immortal Lin. Yi Tianhong heaved a sigh of relief. The remaining 2 spots were in their hands. I'm very curious. Does your Heaven's Secret sect know that there is a great treasure in the 13 god nations? Otherwise, why would you be willing to take it out? Lin Fei asked curiously. I'm afraid that exalted immortal Lin will laugh at this. Yi Tianhong smiled bitterly. Actually, our Heaven's Secret sect left a treasure in the 13 god nations. After generations of investigation, we finally found some clues. No matter what price we have to pay, we must enter this time. How can mere worldly possessions be more important than the Heaven's Secret sect's treasures? This explanation, Lin Fei did not completely believe it. No matter what the secret was, it had nothing to do with them. It was just a trade of spots. Borg, how much does your dragon race know about the number 1 celestial emperor? After Li Tianhua and Yi Tianhong left, Lin Fei called Black Dragon Borg over. Number 1 celestial emperor? That's a tyrant. Black Dragon Borg scrunched up his nose, as if the name terrified him greatly. Back then, countless people died in the hands of tyrants. Our dragon race suffered even greater losses. Lin Fei could hear the deep hatred in Borg's voice. That's right. Our dragon race once said that the number 1 celestial emperor was not from our wind cloud weave. He was an outsider. That's why we overthrew him in the end. Black Dragon Borg had said it casually. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. An outsider? How is that possible? Doesn't the wind cloud weave have the rules of the heavenly Tao? An absurd thought popped up in his mind. Could the arm that Kong Lin wanted us to find be the arm of the number 1 celestial emperor, God Emperor Guheng? If that's true, then. Chapter 3560. Black Dragon Borg's careless words gave Lin Fei a lot of inspiration. Thinking back to Conlin's words, he couldn't help but think of this. He had some suspicions. If I am able to obtain a part of Emperor God Gu Heng's the arch armor, I might be able to use the arch armor to sense the location of the number 1 Emperor God's corpse and confirm that arm. Black Dragon Borg didn't notice the slight change in Lin Fei. Master, let me tell you a secret. The number 1 God Emperor Gu Heng is worthy of being the number 1 God Emperor of our wind cloud weave. Even after his death, his corpse is unbelievably strong. In the end, he was dismembered by many experts and the fight over his corpse was fierce. Is it really that strong? Could it be that your physical body? Lin Fei pretended to be surprised. In any case, the number 1 God Emperor's physical body is extremely powerful. It could be said that he has the number 1 physical body in the wind cloud weave. Black Dragon Borg said enviously, our dragon race's physical defense is strong, but in front of that God Emperor, it's so weak that it can't even withstand a single blow. Back then, our old ancestor's physical body exploded in 3 punches. Fortunately, the number 1 God Emperor was eventually surrounded and killed. Lin Fei probed further, wanting to know more about the number 1 Celestial Emperor. Unfortunately, Borg didn't know much. No matter what, Lin Fei was slightly suspicious of the number 1 Emperor God Gu Heng. Now that he had a clue, the next step would be easier. Not long after, Li Tianhua of the Southern Fire Empire released a piece of news. The 3 spots in Senior Lin's hands had already been traded. When this news spread, countless people were dumbfounded. The major powers that had tried to exchange their treasures for treasures were all dumbfounded. Everyone wanted to know who had taken the final 2 spots. The Southern Fire Empire stated that this was a secret and would not divulge it. 3 places were gone. This was a blow to many people. There were very few people who dared to fight for the ancient sword tokens. Since it was still early, he would try to obtain the ancient sword tokens from somewhere else. The Southern Fire Empire also fell into a rare moment of silence. The ancient sword token landed on Lin Fei's body. The Dragon Clan was guarding the manor, and unless a heavenly god stage powerhouse made a move, no one would be able to snatch it away. A heavenly god powerhouse would not dare to make a move even if he was given 100 guts. Time flew by. The remaining time passed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! In the skies above the wind cloud weave, a divine kingdom that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers appeared without warning. No matter where one looked, one would be able to see the 13 divine nations shrouded in clouds and mist. The divine aura was vast and mighty. The 13 god nations have finally appeared. Another year of competition. I wonder what kind of experts will emerge this year. I remember the last time when the 13 divine nations disappeared, the wind cloud weave gave birth to a total of 19 heavenly gods. 3 of them even used the treasures of the 13 divine nations to break through the god realm and step into the emperor realm, becoming god-king realm powerhouses of the wind cloud weave. The 13 divine kingdoms were faintly discernible. One powerful aura after another walked out of the secret chamber, gazing at the 13 divine kingdoms in the sky. Are these the 13 divine nations? They're clearly in the clouds, but they're in another dimension. No, they're not just in one dimension, but thousands upon thousands of them. The divine aura of the 13 divine kingdoms rippled through the entire wind cloud weave. Lin Fei walked out of the courtyard and looked at the 13 god kingdoms in the sky. Master, these 13 god kingdoms have a long history. They were the strongest existences that ruled over the wind cloud weave in ancient times, Borg said. So what if they were the strongest? In the end, the 13 god kingdoms were still destroyed, leaving behind only 13 god kingdoms. Rama snorted coldly. I heard that the 13 god kingdoms are 13 treasures that surpass the emperor realm. Unfortunately, no one has ever been able to take down a god kingdom since ancient times. Lin Fei's heart stirred. From the moment he saw the 13 god kingdoms, Lin Fei felt that they were vast and mighty. That's not normal. The next day, the 13 god kingdoms appeared. The elder from the Heaven Essence sect brought a beautiful female disciple to the villa. Immortal Lin, I'm here to disturb you again. The elder cupped his hands. Lin Fei smiled. No worries. The elder introduced, Immortal Lin, this time, the Heaven Essence sect sent disciple Shui Yu to the 13 god kingdoms. She's a disciple of the War God Empire's Shui family. Lin Fei was not an ignorant rookie. War God Empire, Shui family. No matter who it was, they had to be on high alert. The Shui family was one of the 5 great families of the War God Empire. Shui Yu greets Immortal Lin. Shui Yu exuded a pure aura, and her voice was soft. She was a gentle girl from the Jiangnan River. I've accepted the Heaven Essence sect's bribe, so I'll naturally bring you into the 13 god kingdoms. Lin Fei smiled. With just a glance, Lin Fei was secretly shocked by her potential. A 4th firmament sky immortal. Although she was only a 4th firmament sky immortal, Lin Fei sensed a terrifying aura from Shui Yu. It was likely that there was a supreme power sealed in her body. I thank you, Immortal Lin. The elder said gratefully. By the way, Immortal Lin, there's something I'd like to remind you of. In a few days, you'll descend upon the 13 god kingdoms. However, everyone will be gathered at one place. There will be all sorts of killings there. Immortal Lin, you must be careful and not underestimate your enemies. Lin Fei nodded. Actually, he didn't need to be reminded. He was aware that no one had come to snatch the ancient sword token all these years. After the Heaven Essence sect delivered the Shui family disciple Shui Yu, the Heaven Secret sect came to visit in the evening. Yi Tianhong brought 2 young disciples with him. Their cultivation levels were not high. One was a 3rd firmament sky immortal, while the other was a 4th firmament sky immortal. Their cultivation levels were not high, but they were not low either. Longfei, Longhu, why aren't you greeting Immortal Lin? Yi Tianhong called out to the 2 disciples behind him with a smile. Yi Longfei and Yi Longhu were brimming with energy. There was even a hint of pride and arrogance in their eyes. Greetings, Immortal Lin. The 2 said in unison. There's no need to be so polite. Lin Fei smiled. Your 2 disciples are not bad. Yi Tianhong nodded. Immortal Lin, you have a good eye. Fei Long and Fei Hu are the most talented disciples in the history of our Heaven Secret sect. They have entered the 13 God Kingdoms with heavy responsibilities. I only hope that they can return safely. Lin Fei and Yi Tianhong chatted for a while longer before Yi Tianhong took his leave. 10 days after the 13 God Kingdoms appeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of light enveloped the wind cloud dominion. The beams were like pillars of light. Wherever the pillars of light reached, there would be ancient sword tokens. Ha ha ha, the 13 God Kingdoms are finally here. What an exciting moment. I want to kill someone. Hee hee, the 13 God Kingdoms, here I come. In the sky, one figure after another was led into the 13 God Kingdoms. In the South Flame Empire, a pillar of light shot up from Lin Fei's mountain manor. The ancient sword medallion suddenly flew out of its sheath, emanating a faint glow that enveloped the four of them as they flew toward the 13 God Kingdoms. Irresistible power. Interesting. Chapter 35-61. The 13 God nations were getting closer and closer. A majestic divine aura fell on everyone's bodies, giving them a warm feeling that was very comfortable. The 13 God nations. The closer they got to the 13 God nations, the more Lin Fei could sense the majestic aura coming from them. The pillar of light enveloped them as they passed through the endless space. Tens, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of them. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The receiving area of the 13 God nations is just ahead. Shui Yu of the Shui family said in a low voice. When they were about to reach the 13 God nations, a large, circular platform floating in the air appeared before Lin Fei's eyes. Your Shui family is indeed one of the top 5 families of the God of War Empire. You know the situation very well. Lin Fei said with a smile. Following the direction, he saw many people gathered on the large circular platform. It's not much of a secret. Shui Yu shook her head. It's the battles on the receiving area that are very cruel. There are frequent fights in the receiving area, such as fighting for the ancient sword medallion. It's also a test before entering the 13 God nations. The fights are actually for the ancient sword medallion. Anyone who manages to snatch the ancient sword medallion from the receiving area can receive 3 more people. Every time, the weaker celestial immortals with the ancient sword medallions are surrounded and attacked. Shui Yu continued. Exalted Immortal Lin, you have to be careful. Lin Fei really didn't know much about this situation. But it didn't matter. There was nothing to be afraid of, whether it was a group fight or a one-on-one fight. Actually, I really like this kind of lively atmosphere, hee hee hee. Lin Fei wanted to see if those two had also come to the 13 God nations. If they did, Lin Fei wouldn't mind killing them. As an outsider, the fewer people who knew about this secret, the better. Lin Fei believed that those two had the same idea. After dealing with the danger of being exposed, he could slowly investigate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The group passed through dozens of spaces. They landed on the large circular platform. At this time, there were about 200 people gathered on the large circular platform. They all had different expressions on their faces and were on guard against each other. Lin Fei wasn't too early, but he wasn't too late either. For the time being, he could only stand near the edge of the large circular platform. From the outside, the circular platform didn't look very big. However, when they landed on the platform, the size of this place was indeed surprising. So many experts. Just their auras alone are no weaker than mine. This is what it means to be a gathering of experts. Lin Fei casually sized it up and was secretly shocked. For the time being, I haven't discovered the aura of those two fellows. In this kind of situation, Lin Fei did not dare to use his spiritual consciousness power to fully investigate. Once he used too much, it would be tantamount to offending these celestial immortal experts. Fairy Aqua Jade, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I didn't expect to bump into you here. Don't you think it's fate? A frivolous voice came from the left. Lin Fei turned around and saw a young man walking over with a frivolous look on his face. The people behind him seemed to be surrounding them, blocking their path of retreat. Feng Wuxing, I don't want to see you. Get lost now. After Aqua Jade recognized the person, she immediately changed her gentle demeanor and shouted at him, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. Feng Wuxing was obviously very bold. He laughed and said, Fairy Aqua Jade, you're really too charming when you're angry. My heart is beating wildly. As he spoke, he placed his hand on his chest. This scene fell into the eyes of many people. The Shui family of the God of War Empire and the Feng family of the Cloudy Wind Empire. This is going to be interesting. I know, right? The Shui family and the Feng family have been enemies for generations. The Shui family has arranged for many disciples to come here this time. However, the person who brought Fairy Aqua Jade in is very unfamiliar. If he doesn't have any background, he might be in trouble. It was very common for fights to break out at the receiving area. Shut up. Fairy Aqua Jade said as the waves behind her surged. If you say another word, I'll kill you. Feng Wuxing chuckled unscrupulously. Are you angry? Then make your move. Hit my chest a few times. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Lin Fei could sense a sense of sadism from the other party. He was obviously trying to provoke Aqua Jade and make her take the initiative to attack. Lin Fei noticed the gloating looks of the people around him. Then come at me. Feng Wuxing hooked his finger at Fairy Aqua Jade. I'll let you kill me at any time, as long as you can kill me. By the way, let me tell you that my worldly wind has reached the greater mastery realm. Yi Longfei, who was standing behind Lin Fei, sent a telepathic message. Immortal Lin, I'm afraid we're in trouble. Feng Wuxing is a disciple of the Feng family of the Cloudy Wind Empire. They have always been enemies with the Shui family of the War God Empire. I'm afraid they're going to target your ancient sword token. Without the ancient sword token, the power of the receiving area will kill us instantly. Lin Fei was still wondering if they were here because of Fairy Aqua Jade's beauty or for some other reason. Slash. Fairy Aqua Jade waved her hand, and a wave of water fell from the sky and slashed at him. You're too slow. Feng Wuxing seemed to have not moved at all. The wave of water that fell from the sky did not seem to have hit him at all. He was completely unharmed. The ultimate technique of the Feng family, worldly wind, is best at speed. Unless it's faster than the worldly wind, no one can hurt them. The Feng family is indeed the Feng family. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. What a shocking speed. It can even affect the changes in space. Fairy Aqua Jade's attack just now was extremely powerful. Feng Wuxing directly escaped into the space and traveled through at least a dozen spaces. After a while, the power of the wave was completely disintegrated by the space. This kind of move was really eye-catching. It seemed like he did not move, but he actually moved. Do you want to continue killing me? Feng Wuxing said proudly. His gaze swept across the area. The ancient sword token is with you, right? Hand it over, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Lin Fei yawned. They say that the welcoming ground is very lively. I didn't believe it at first, but I do now. This place is really interesting. You know that we're from the Feng family of the Cloudy Wind Empire. Are you going to hand it over or not? I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Once the time is up, you'll really die. Feng Wuxing laughed. Because I'll kill you with 1 punch. Hand over the ancient sword token. Hand over the ancient sword token. The few heaven immortals who had secretly surrounded them took a step forward. Their auras linked together, and their auras were like a mountain that crushed down on Lin Fei. Boom! 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 The invisible mountain crushed down, and the void seemed to break apart layer by layer. Whoosh! Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a sword intent tore apart the invisible crushing force. He shook his head slightly at Feng Wuxing. You're mistaken. I'm not the one handing over the ancient sword token. It's you. You want me to hand over the ancient sword token? Feng Wuxing laughed. Is there something wrong with your brain? Chapter 3562. Wind Cloud Empire's Feng Wuxing had taken the initiative to find Shuiyu for the ancient sword token. The ancient sword token was very useful. Kill me? Feng Wuxing laughed. You? Lin Fei nodded seriously. Of course. I only need one strike to kill trash like you. I guarantee you won't feel any pain. Ha ha ha, one strike to kill me? You're bragging too much. Feng Wuxing said viciously. You should know that there are many people who want to kill me, but no one has ever succeeded. Lin Fei extended his hand, and the divine slaughter sword landed in his hand. I never brag. Hum. The divine slaughter sword hummed softly and pierced into the space. Boom. 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 The divine slaughter sword pierced through space, leaving behind a bowl-sized hole. You want to kill me with such a sword move? Feng Wuxing shook his head with a look of disdain. Faint spatial fluctuations appeared around him. Whoosh! The divine slaughter sword transformed into a formless afterimage and disappeared without a trace. Where's the sword? Poof! Feng Wuxing's expression suddenly changed. He blocked with his left hand, and a hole appeared on his arm. The sword stabbed into Feng Wuxing's forehead, and the sword intent surged, shredding his head into pieces. Plop! Feng Wuxing fell head first. An ancient sword token rushed out and was caught by the divine slaughter sword, and it was brought back to Lin Fei. I already said that I'll kill you with one strike, so I'll definitely kill you with one strike. Lin Fei said indifferently. The guards that Feng Wuxing brought were all enraged. In the blink of an eye, their anger was replaced by endless fear. Save me! Bang! 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 Without the protection of the ancient sword token, the guards were reduced to dust. That strike was so powerful. It surpassed the speed of young Master Feng's wind walking the world. An expert, a sword immortal expert. Lin Fei had killed Feng Wuxing of the Feng family with a single strike. Many people feared him. The combat prowess of a sword immortal expert was something that everyone in the Stormy Weave feared. It's quiet now. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Everyone here, if anyone thinks that I, Lin Fei, am a pushover, feel free to attack me. I will take all of your attacks, but you must be prepared to be killed by me. A voice filled with killing intent echoed in the air above the large round platform. Many people's expressions changed slightly. Too arrogant. It's just a Feng clan disciple. Is he trying to warn us all? He wants to offend everyone. Lin Fei put away the divine slaughter sword. Fairy Water Jade, I'll help you solve your problem, Lin Fei said with a smile. I brought you in, so I'll bring you safely to the 13 divine nations. Water Jade Fairy said gratefully, thank you for your help, Immortal Lin. However, you killed Feng Wuxing of the Feng family. I'm afraid someone else from the Feng family will bear a grudge against you. It doesn't matter, Lin Fei said disapprovingly, it just so happens that I have nothing to do recently. I don't mind going on a killing spree. Water Jade Fairy had always felt that Immortal Lin's strength was at most a peak 5th firmament sky immortal. However, his strike had killed Feng Wuxing, who was skilled at speed. His strength was not as simple as a peak 5th firmament sky immortal. Immortal Lin, our Wang family wants the Feng family's ancient sword token. As long as you state your conditions, our Wang family will satisfy you. Our Bai family is willing to satisfy 3 of your requests, Immortal Lin. We only want this ancient sword token. No matter how rich your Bai family is, it is inferior to our Li family. Our Li family wants this ancient sword token. On the large round platform, a few important figures stepped forward in an attempt to exchange for the ancient sword token. I'll exchange the ancient sword token with anyone whose item interests me. Lin Fei replied. You can secretly send me a voice transmission. Lin Fei had no intention of keeping the ancient sword token he obtained. It was most useful to exchange something that was delivered to him for something good. Immortal Lin, What right do you have to exchange something that belongs to our Feng family? A person walked out from the crowd. Behind him were a few people who were glaring angrily. Feng family, Feng Wei. A fifth firmament sky immortal. He was extremely freakish and had monstrous talent. Feng Wei bellowed as he stared coldly at Lin Fei. This is my spoil of war. Can't I exchange it? Lin Fei said indifferently. If you want it, you can snatch it from me. As long as I'm dead, it's yours. When it's hot, it's possible that your item will be mine. Do you want to give it a try? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Feng Wei was the strongest person in the Feng family this time. He had the strength of a fifth firmament sky immortal. He had no intention of stopping his cousin, Feng Wuxing, from targeting the Shui family Shuiyu. He could see through his cousin's intentions. A single ancient sword token was worth it. However, he had underestimated the other party. His cousin was killed by a single strike. Even the Feng family's windwalking the world movement technique could not dodge the strike. The Feng family's ancient sword token was gone. Feng Wei was on the verge of murder. His cousin had screwed the Feng family over before his death. Snatch? Feng Wei was not confident. Furthermore, this was the receiving ground. If he failed to snatch the ancient sword token back, the enemies of the Feng family would probably attack and kill them. The price was too great. If you don't dare to make a move, then scram. Lin Fei laughed. Everyone, you can start bidding. This is a rare opportunity. Young Master Feng, if you don't want to make a move, we will bid. Ha ha ha, the Feng family's ancient sword token. The experts mocked. Feng Wei's face began to contort. He roared inwardly, I'll kill you. I'll tear you apart. How dare you ruin my Feng family's plans? Once we enter the 13 divine nations, I'll definitely kill you and that Shui family girl. The ancient sword token was eventually exchanged for by a mysterious person. That person was dressed in black robes that alternated between illusion and reality. It was impossible to see his true form. I've obtained a pretty good item before even entering the 13 divine nations. My luck this time is pretty good. Lin Fei put away the item in satisfaction. It was a defensive treasure armor at the demigod level. It could withstand 3 attacks from 3rd firmament sky immortals and below. Even though it was only 3 times, Lin Fei was very satisfied. In the 13 divine nations, it might come in handy at any time. Treasures like this were basically controlled by people and rarely flowed outside. They were good items that had a price but no market. It's time. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During this time, there were dozens of battles on the large round platform. They were either enemies or snatching the ancient sword token. Lin Fei was besieged several times, but he resolved them one by one, leaving behind many corpses. After that, no one dared to underestimate a sword immortal expert like him. In the receiving ground, strength was king. Those who had the ancient sword token and were weaker were easily swallowed up. In a short time, dozens of people were gone. Whoosh! A terrifying energy enveloped them from the 13 divine kingdoms and fell on them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone instantly felt like they were being teleported. Chapter 3563. Ancient. That was Lin Fei's greatest feeling. Immortal Lin, we're in luck. We've come to a relatively safe place. They were standing in a courtyard. Everywhere they looked, there were shadows of palaces. The courtyard was not very large, and it was empty. I heard that the 13 holy nations are filled with danger. Even if it's a safe place in front, there might be an alternate dimension. Every alternate dimension is filled with great terror and danger. Yi Fei Long said solemnly, it can be said that every corner is filled with great terror. Yi Fei Hu continued, however, while there are great terrors in the alternate dimension, there are also great opportunities. The two cupped their hands at Lin Fei. Immortal Lin, we're here for training. Thank you for bringing us here. Once we're in the 13 holy nations, we'll leave first. Lin Fei nodded. Have a safe journey. Yi Feilong and Yi Feilong dashed out of the courtyard one after the other. They didn't fly away. What about you? Lin Fei turned back. Immortal Lin, I'm going to leave too. Shui Yu nodded. Our Shui family has a way to contact you. As long as you're careful, you'll be fine. All right. Lin Fei was not willing to take the three with him. Not to mention anything else, all three of them had their own secrets. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, that was all there was to it. Watching Shui Yu depart, Lin Fei was in no hurry to leave the courtyard. The 13 holy nations are filled with danger, and alternate dimensions are everywhere. Lin Fei squinted. This is also a test for me. What I need now is a map of the 13 holy nations. The Southern Fire Empire was only a small empire. The maps of the 13 holy nations had always been in the hands of the major forces. The maps that had leaked out were all incomplete, or even altered. Lin Fei did not bother with a map of the 3 holy nations. Hee, the 13 holy nations, here I come. Rumble. Rumble. Black streaks of light swept across the place. Threads of sword will collided with the space. The strange spaces hidden in the space were constantly triggered by the sword intent, forming black cracks. The cracks were filled with a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. This is the 18th alternate dimension. Lin Fei took a detour from the side. The 13 divine nations are just as the rumors say. Danger lurks everywhere. If you're not careful, you'll fall head first. In the beginning, Lin Fei relied on his physical body. However, after encountering several different spaces, he no longer dared to let his guard down. Within those spatial cracks, there were some remnant wills left behind by some big shots. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and at the same time, they were guarding some treasures. Lin Fei broke a few alternate dimensions in a row and didn't dare to mess around anymore. Someone's coming. After witnessing the power of the alternate spaces, Lin Fei used his intrinsic flying sword to probe the path. The effects were immediately apparent as he avoided all the alternate spaces. During this period, the dangerous auras in several different spaces made Lin Fei somewhat afraid. Let's get the map first. Other than an outsider like Lin Fei, most of the experts that came to the 13 divine nations had backers. The map of the 13 divine nations was definitely more detailed. According to the map, the alternate dimension we're looking for should be in this area. Heavenly Immortal Dark North of the Black Heavens sect came to the area with 3 disciples and began searching for the spatial cracks. Everyone, be careful. Don't trigger any hidden alternate dimensions. Heavenly Immortal Dark North activated his treasure and carefully searched. Their Black Heavens sect was a first-rate sect, and they had paid a huge price to obtain an ancient sword token. It was all for the sake of entering the alternate dimensions to search for the treasures in those alternate dimensions. Boom. 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 Before they could find the alternate dimension, a violent shockwave swept their way. A huge gust of wind swept across them like a torrential storm. Pwah. 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 The few of them were sent flying in an instant. Heavenly Immortal Dark North conjured his treasure and held it in front of him with a solemn expression. Who's there? There was a buzzing sound. A sharp divine sword pierced through Heavenly Immortal Dark North's protective barrier and stabbed into his forehead. A drop of blood flowed down his forehead. Spare me, Elite. Heavenly Immortal Dark North was a peak 4th level Heavenly Immortal. He did not dare to move now. The sword pierced through his treasure's protective barrier, and the aura of death enveloped his body. Heavenly Immortal Dark North was so frightened that he did not dare to move. Hand over the map of the 13 divine nations. A hoarse voice was heard. I'll hand it over, I'll hand it over. Please spare our lives, Elite. Heavenly Immortal Dark North begged for mercy. He took out the map of the 13 divine nations and sent a surge of energy out from his hand. Elder, Elder. 3 disciples flew over. Only then did Heavenly Immortal Xian Ming come to his senses. The sword that he didn't dare to move had disappeared at some point, and he didn't even notice it. He didn't kill me. Is it just for a map of the 13 divine nations? Heavenly Immortal Dark North could not believe it was true. Every force that came to the 13 divine nations had a map of the 13 divine nations. It was just a matter of how detailed it was. Got it. With the help of the spatial rift, Lin Fei easily obtained the map of the 13 divine nations. Let me see what places are marked on this map of the 13 divine kingdoms. Lin Fei flipped open the map. It was a rather ordinary map, not as exquisite as Lin Fei had imagined. Each of the 13 divine nations had a map, and each kingdom had a place marked on it. This 4th-level Heavenly Immortal Expert sect is only a so-so. This map can only be a so-so. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. Fortunately, the largest divine nation mentioned by Heaven's secret sect Yi Tianhong has a simple mark on it. Lin Fei stared at a place. Roving Jade Divine Nation. According to rumors, Roving Jade Divine Nation is the largest of the 13 divine nations. It is the place with the most opportunities. It is said that Roving Jade Divine Nation has supreme pills that can help one ascend to the heavenly god realm. Lin Fei wanted to use the 13 divine nations to step onto the big stage of the Windy Weave. Roving Jade Divine Nation was his target. I'll go get the arch armor part of the first Celestial Emperor first. Even if it's useless to me, it can still become a treasure in my hands. I believe many people will be interested in it. If it really has something to do with that matter, I can get it faster than them. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes as he calculated. After a detailed look, Lin Fei confirmed his location. It was the outermost divine nation. Chapter 3564. Ever since he determined the approximate location of the Azure Roving Divine Kingdom, Lin Fei set off for the Azure Roving Divine Kingdom. He had to pass through a total of 5 divine kingdoms along the way. Each divine kingdom was different and had different dangers. This should be the Skydance Divine Kingdom. It's said to be a supreme divine kingdom established by a great empress. As Lin Fei traversed the divine kingdom, flowers bloomed everywhere. They competed with each other in beauty, appearing extremely odd. Whoosh! 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 Just as Lin Fei stepped into a sea of flowers, leaves filled the sky. Each leaf was in no way inferior to a 5th firmament sky mortal strike. Hundreds and thousands of attacks rained down on him. A divine kingdom is indeed a divine kingdom. Even a sea of flowers has such might. Black quicksand manifested from sword intent appeared around Lin Fei. He withstood the attacks of the falling leaves and strode forward. Every step he took covered an extremely great distance. There's an alternate space here. In the sea of flowers, a gigantic flower was eye-catching. The flower was extremely massive. It had 9 petals and each petal was a different color. It was 1,000 feet in size and had 9 colors. That's not right. There are 9 alternate spaces. Each petal contains an alternate space. Lin Fei's pupils constricted slightly. 9 alternate spaces on a single flower. It's indeed magical. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. There might be something good in the 9 alternate spaces. Lin Fei took more than 10 steps forward. Halt. Not far from the 9-colored flower, 5 figures appeared. This place has been reserved by our Joyous Union chapter. If you don't want to die, scram as far as you can. The 5 experts from the Joyous Union chapter released their auras. They were all at the 4th firmament sky immortal realm. The Cloudy Wind Empire's Joyous Union chapter. Memories related to the Joyous Union chapter surfaced in Lin Fei's mind. It's good that you know, said one of the 4th firmament sky immortal experts proudly. Scram immediately. Sorry, I'm very interested in these 9 alternate spaces. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, I'll give you a choice now. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. 3 seconds later, either you die or scram. The 9 alternate spaces were placed on a gigantic 9-colored flower. Lin Fei was extremely interested. Impudent. Kill him. He dares to threaten the joyous Union sect. He doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. The 5 fourth firmament sky immortal experts attacked together. Summoning a majestic silhouette, he punched out through the air. Everywhere the fist imprint passed, the void crumbled. A killing intent locked onto Lin Fei. Kill. Lin Fei slashed out with his sword, and the tyrannical fist mark was split open by the sword. The remaining power did not stop, and it also split open the summoned phantom with a sword. No matter how strong the phantom of a sky immortal is, there is still a limit. Lin Fei shook his head. The 5 fourth firmament sky immortal experts that had jointly summoned the phantom spewed blood from the impact. Go. Realizing that they had met their match, the 5 of them turned around and fled into one of the flowers. I said to kill you, so you must die. A streak of sword intent streaked across their bodies. The 5 fourth firmament sky immortal experts died on the spot. I told you that I'm going to kill you. Why don't you believe me? Lin Fei shook his head and rushed into a flower petal. There was indeed an alternate space hidden in the flower petal. The moment Lin Fei stepped into the alternate space, he found himself in a herbal garden that was filled with rich heaven and earth spiritual qi. Whoosh. 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 The most eye-catching thing in the herbal garden was a towering tree that blotted out the sky and nearly enveloped the entire herbal garden. At that moment, the tree's branches were like arms as they charged at Lin Fei. They were extremely powerful and were in no way inferior to a 5th firmament sky immortal. What a huge tree. It can even take the initiative to attack. The divine massacre sword flew out, and wherever the sword intent passed, the tree branches would be sliced down. A 10,000-year-old heaven essence grass. A 30,000-year-old yellow lotus. That's a 50,000-year-old sky god snow lotus. Lin Fei was dazzled by the sight. I really came to the right place. After 10,000 years, the herbs had all become treasures of the world. The herbs here were all of a certain grade, and nearly all of them could give birth to a sliver of sentience. After being used as medicine, top-grade pills could be refined. Again. After the towering tree had a portion of its branches destroyed by Lin Fei, it did not stop. It continued attacking. This time, it controlled the nearby vines to lash out in an overwhelming manner. From the looks of it, this towering tree is the overlord of this place. It controls everything here. Such a towering tree was extremely powerful. It was not something that just anyone could deal with. Black torrential water. Lin Fei powered his sword intent as black water poured down. The towering tree shook its branches, emitting a sharp sound. Large swaths of branches fell, and in a blink of an eye, the towering tree that blotted out the sky turned bare. Open. The slaughtering god's sword pierced into the trunk of the tree. The sword light surged out and pierced through the towering tree, leaving behind thousands of sword holes. It was a sight to behold. Don't kill me. I submit. After Lin Fei's intrinsic flying sword transformed, a mere towering tree could not withstand the cleave of the divine sword. A ball of spiritual light rushed out of the tree and turned into an old man, rolling down towards Lin Fei. Interesting, a tree spirit has been born. Lin Fei was shocked. At this moment, the tree spirit was terrified. The newcomer was too terrifying. A flying sword was enough to seriously injure it. This was something that would have been impossible in the past. I like people who are useful. Do you think you're useful to me? Lin Fei said with a smile. The divine massacre sword flew back and landed behind him. Useful, really useful. Don't kill me. I know the situation of the heavenly dance divine nation best. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you all the secrets I know. I even know a big secret here, a secret that can transform people. The old tree spirit begged for mercy. To be able to break through any of her attacks so easily, it was indeed not something that the old tree spirit could withstand. Lin Fei was quite interested in the heavenly dance divine nation. It was rumored that the 13 divine nations had 13 peak emperor-grade treasures. Controlling one of them would give one the right to fight against a god emperor. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew for the time being. Lin Fei hoped that his strength could improve as quickly as possible. Entering the 13 divine nations, apart from stepping onto the great stage of the wind cloud weave, he also wanted to improve his strength. The wind cloud weave had very strong laws. After stepping into the fifth firmament sky immortal realm, Lin Fei sensed the terror of the nomological forces. If he followed the prescribed order, not to mention 1,000 years, even a few hundred years was not something that Lin Fei wished to see. The 13 divine nations were an opportunity. There were opportunities in the 13 divine nations. As long as one had the strength, breaking through to the sky god realm was not a problem. There were even some extremely lucky ones who could break through one or two major realms in one fell swoop. Senior, there's a place called the Myriad Essence Pool in the Heavenly Dance Divine Nation. It's a place specially prepared for cultivators at the Heaven Celestial stage. As long as you collect enough heaven and earth treasures, you can break through the shackles of the Heaven Celestial stage and step into the Heaven Celestial stage, the tree spirit said in a low voice. I think you need the Myriad Essence Pool. Using worldly treasures to break through to the sky immortal realm? Lin Fei looked around at the aged worldly treasures and came to a sudden realization. Chapter 3565. The Heavenly Dance Divine Nation had such an opportunity. This was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. This was not a small opportunity. The reputation of the 13 divine nations was well deserved. Using treasures to break through to the heavenly god realm was indeed a big move. Lin Fei immediately thought of the Joyous Union sect and wondered if they knew about this secret. Since the Joyous Union sect knew about this secret, other forces might know about it too. Interesting, this is really interesting. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. Tree Spirit, you really know a lot. You even know such a secret. Tell me more about the Myriad Yuan Pool. The Tree Spirit indeed knew a lot. According to what he said, the Tree Spirit was the person in charge of this herb garden. They also had a name, the Tree Ants. There would be a Tree Ant in every herb garden. The Tree Ants could manage everything in the manner and ensure that the herbs in the herb garden evolved into treasures. So, to open the Myriad Yuan Pool, we must collect more than 10 million years old. The longer the age, the better the effect. That's right. After the explanation, Lin Fei finally understood the function of the Myriad Yuan Pool. It was really magical. So, all the treasures in the 9 different spaces are the targets of collection? Senior, that is indeed the case. The Tree Ant old man nodded repeatedly. Every herb garden can produce many treasures of the heavens and the earth, and the oldest can reach several 100,000 years of age. This herb garden's oldest is only 120,000 years old. No one in the Heavenly Dance Divine Nation controls it, and the treasures of the heavens and earth will return to dust if they exceed 500,000 years of age. What a waste. Lin Fei felt that it was a waste when he thought of the treasures returning to dust after 500,000 years. There's no time to lose. Let's collect the treasures in this herb garden first. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and started harvesting everything. He collected everything that was over 10,000 years old. For a moment, the entire herb garden became empty. Only the herbs that were thousands of years old were left. Senior, let's leave this place. No one in the Heavenly Dance Divine Nation controls it. We will return to dust sooner or later. Lin Fei did not kill the Tree Spirit. Instead, the Tree Spirit took the initiative to join him. You're quite bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you with my sword? Senior, you are a big shot, and I, the Tree Spirits, are insignificant existences. I am more familiar with the Heavenly Dance Divine Nation. Senior, you also need someone to show you the way. I may not be good at anything else, but I can show you the way, the old Tree Spirit said. As you wish. He came out of the alternate dimension. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of attacks came head-on. Unbeknownst to him, there were already people standing guard outside. These people were not from the Joyous Union sect, but from another force. Someone has come out. Quickly come and kill this person. The quicksand defensive sword technique appeared. Only now did Lin Fei notice that what was attacking him was a group of puppets. They didn't have the slightest aura of life, but their attacks were extremely domineering, and they kept coming at him. The puppet warriors of the Divine Puppet Sect. Lin Fei quickly found the information. The Divine Puppet Sect was a special existence that refined puppets. Puppets were a small and unpopular branch, but they flourished in the hands of the Divine Puppet Sect. Every disciple of the Divine Puppet Sect had at least a few dozen puppet warriors with them. As these puppet warriors were refined with special materials, they were invulnerable and very difficult to destroy. Elder, this guy came out of the alternate dimension. He must have taken all the heaven and earth spirit items inside. The three young disciples controlled at least 50 puppet warriors. A gray-robed elder flew out of the alternate dimension. Lin Bai of the Southern Fire Empire. The gray-robed elder's eyes turned cold. I'm quite lucky. Hand over the heaven and earth spirit items you collected, leave everything you have, and you can get lost. Boom! The three puppet warriors behind the gray-robed elder rushed forward like a stream of light. I know you. You are the #1 expert of the Southern Fire Empire, and you are also a sword immortal. You have strong combat power, but in front of my puppet warriors, you are no match. The three puppet warriors attacked from 3 directions. The puppet warriors' power hit the quicksand defense. The huge shield kept changing shape, and a part of the power seeped in. Looks like you know this secret too. Then you have heaven and earth spirit items in your hands. Lin Fei did not move, and the quicksand defense resisted the attack of the 3 puppet warriors. The gray-robed elder did not seem surprised by this. I really underestimated you. You even know such a secret of the heavenly dance divine nation. The gray-robed elder sneered. Unfortunately, you don't have the chance. The heavenly dance divine nation's myriad essence pool is not something you can covet. So, you can only die. The 3 puppet warriors that attacked Lin Fei suddenly turned into 3 black streams of light. They wrapped around Lin Fei's defensive shield and crushed it at an extremely fast speed. They actually seeped in. This was the first time Lin Fei saw a puppet warrior attack in this way. You didn't expect this, did you? The defense of a sword immortal is nothing in the eyes of the Divine Puppet Sect. The gray-robed elder sneered. Breaking your defense is a piece of cake. The #1 expert of the Southern Fire Empire is simply a joke. The 3 puppet warriors sneaked into the shield, turned into 3 black spears, and stabbed forward. What an amazing killer move. This kind of move, anyone who encountered it would panic and lose their sense of propriety. Lin Fei remained calm. But, this is far from enough. The same sword light slashed in front of Lin Fei. The 3 spears were cut in half. The 3 puppet warriors appeared. Kill. A crescent moon appeared and slashed the bodies of the 3 puppet warriors. The sturdy puppet warriors were cut into countless pieces on the spot. You actually killed this elder's puppet warriors. Lin Fei strode forward. You guys tried to kill me just now it's my turn. A crescent moon appeared. Tear. Heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart. One puppet warrior after another fell from the sky. The gray-robed elder then split into 2 halves. You're not a heavenly god, how dare you come to kill me? Lin Fei shook his head and started searching the elder's body. Finally, he found a storage ring. After checking it, his face was overjoyed. Sure enough, it's a collection of heaven and earth spiritual objects. The oldest one is actually 300,000 years old. This alternate dimension has been collected. Lin Fei entered one of the alternate dimensions, but the heaven and earth spiritual objects inside had disappeared. Next. Lin Fei immediately left the alternate dimension and entered the second alternate dimension. The heaven and earth spiritual objects in this alternate dimension were not collected. Collect. Lin Fei collected the heaven and earth spiritual objects one by one. Chapter 3566. Of the 9 petals, Lin Fei had been to 3 of them. This was the 4th petal. Joyous Union Sect and Divine Puppet Sect, Lin Fei had learned a lot. The secret of the 13 holy nations was not a secret to them. Someone is fighting. As soon as he entered this strange space, energy fluctuations wreaked havoc, crashing into Lin Fei's body like waves. Lin Fei searched along the way and saw people fighting. There were about 5 to 6 people on both sides, and more than 10 people were fighting. Joyous Union Sect and Divine Puppet Sect are fighting, but it seems that Joyous Union Sect is not their match. Lin Fei watched for a while and shook his head. Divine Puppet Sect is a special force with tyrannical strength. How can an ordinary first-rate force fight against them? They are being oppressed. Under the siege of puppet warriors, Joyous Union Sect experts fell one by one. Lin Fei quietly watched until the last expert of the Joyous Union Sect was surrounded and killed. "Sir, you have been watching for so long, you have guts." A Divine Puppet Sect expert stared at Lin Fei. So. More than 10 puppet warriors pounced over. "You're right. I'm very bold." Voila! A sword essence slashed across. The puppet warriors were all sent flying. Another sword essence slashed across. More than a dozen puppet warriors fell from the sky in pieces. "You can actually destroy our Divine Puppet Sect's puppet warriors." The expert was shocked and revealed a cruel smile. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Not bad. Your foundation is good, you can be used to refine puppets." At this time, another 2 Divine Puppet Sect experts rushed over. "Capture him alive." With a command, roughly 30 puppets charged over. 3 of them even knew how to use poison. A black fog rose up, and the sound of space tearing could be heard. All around Lin Fei, there were traces of puppet warriors. Under such an attack, it was only natural that Joyous Union Sect would lose. Sword out. The slaughtering god's sword turned into a black stream of light and flew past the puppet warriors. Wherever the sword passed, the puppet warriors were cut in half and fell from the sky. "Looks like your puppet warriors are useless." Lin Fei shook his head. "Now, hand over all your heaven and earth spiritual items." As soon as the puppet warrior died, the 3 experts of the Divine Puppet suffered a backlash. They all coughed up blood and stared at the scene in shock. "Elder, come quickly, we can't hold them off any longer." The 3 of them turned around and ran, not taking Lin Fei's words seriously at all. "Die." Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He didn't want the chance given to him. He asked for it. The divine sword of massacre slashed across their bodies. In close combat, anyone below the heavenly god realm would definitely die. "Return." The storage rings fell into Lin Fei's hands. With a flip of his hand, he put them away. "Who are you? How dare you kill the experts of our Divine Puppet Sect?" After the 3 experts died, a middle-aged elder flew over, followed by 3 puppet warriors. "Someone who stole your things." Black water filled the sky. The elder of the Divine Puppet Sect was shrouded by the sword intent on the spot. The sword intent turned into rain, forcing them to defend. The divine sword of massacre rushed into the black water. When the elder blocked the black water, a sharp sword burst out and pierced the elder's forehead. Heavenly divine sword, the elder of the Divine Puppet Sect died on the spot. As expected, all the items are with this elder, not just one. Lin Fei laughed and took everything without hesitation. "Wait, there's even a technique to control puppet warriors? What a bargain." 3 peak 5th firmament sky immortal puppet warriors. After Lin Fei confirmed that there was no one else, he chose to refine the puppet warriors on the spot. Done. After the time it takes for a joss stick to burn, Lin Fei beamed with joy. These are free thugs. The puppet warriors that he lost control of previously were now in Lin Fei's hands again. With these 3 free thugs, I reckon many people will have a headache. In the Heaven Dance Divine Nation, only the Joyous Union Sect and the Divine Puppet Sect appeared. At this moment, they had all died here. In the next few petals, Lin Fei led the puppet warriors and collected all the heaven and earth spiritual objects along the way. Master, there are almost 80 million years old heaven and earth spiritual objects here. It's enough to activate the myriad essence pool once. The old tree spirit reported after counting. 80 million years old heaven and earth spiritual objects. That's quite a lot. Let's go to the myriad essence pool now. On a mountain in the heaven danced divine nation. This mountain was the tallest mountain in the divine nation. The entire mountain was covered in pure white snow. It's so cold. As soon as he approached the mountain, the terrifying chill caused a layer of frost to appear on Lin Fei's body. His feet were even covered in ice. Master, this is the divine chill mountain, a treasure mountain. The chill here is extremely cold, and anyone who touches it will die. The myriad essence pool is right above. The old tree spirit said nervously. Back then, someone controlled it and could open up a passage. Now that there's no one controlling it, this divine chill mountain has become a dead end. Lin Fei looked up and saw a faintly discernible round platform on the snowy peak. It's fine. Although the chill here was terrifying, his sword intent was not to be trifled with. The chill here is indeed terrifying. Even my sword intent can barely withstand it. Lin Fei finally set foot on the peak. There were no palaces or houses here, only a round platform. However, it was filled with a pure yang aura, and the chill did not invade it. At that moment, Lin Fei's entire body was covered in a layer of ice. Crack, 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 crack. With a thought, Lin Fei shattered the ice on his body. This is the myriad essence pool. Lin Fei squinted. I really couldn't tell, but this pure yang aura is definitely something good. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a majestic aura swept across the world, covering the entire 13 divine nations. At this moment, everyone felt it. Master, someone has broken through to the heavenly god realm. Looking in the direction, Lin Fei saw a rainbow light pierce through the sky and land in the 13 divine nations, landing somewhere. Breaking through to the heavenly god realm here is not affected. Lin Fei felt it clearly. This was the aura of a heavenly god. No wonder everyone wants to come to the 13 divine nations. Who would want to miss the chance to become a heavenly god? Lin Fei squinted. Looks like my luck is not bad. Boom, boom, boom. A heavenly deity's aura appeared, followed closely by another. Again. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I have to break through to the heavenly god realm as soon as possible. Once I do, I will be stronger than them. The forces that entered the 13 divine nations exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. They were all terrifying. In a short time, 2 people had become heavenly gods. In the end, it would not just be 2 heavenly gods. Without becoming a heavenly god, one could forget about getting that item. Chapter 35-67. In one of the 13 holy nations, in a great hall. At this moment, in this hall, a figure was bathed in the light, looking relaxed and satisfied. There were 4 people standing in 4 different directions around the hall, all of them emanating a cold and sinister aura. It was as if they were some sort of special existence. After a long time, the figure bathed in light landed on him. At this time, a golden power appeared behind this figure, like a rainbow. Congratulations on becoming a heavenly god, young master. The 4 knelt on one knee, their eyes filled with fervor. It feels great to step into the heavenly god realm. It's a pity that I have only absorbed 1 strand of heavenly god's power. This figure was a noble young master, full of arrogance. However, even with just 1 strand of heavenly god's power, I can easily kill a 5th-level sky immortal. The heavenly god realm was to transform divine power into heavenly god's power. Heavenly god's power needed to be constantly cultivated and refined. Therefore, the more heavenly god's power one had, the stronger one would be. When I ascended, did anyone else in the 13 holy nations ascend to the heavenly god realm? As a young master from a top faction, Zhang Tianquang did not think that he would be the only one to ascend to the heavenly god realm in the 13 holy nations. Zhang Tianquang was a disciple of the Zhang family from the Wind Cloud Weave. Not just anyone had the qualifications to use the surname Zhang as their surname. This Zhang family had been around for several generations and was recognized as a top family. Young master, when you ascended, someone else was ascending in another holy nation. According to our analysis, it should be the Long family. Zhang Tianquang's eyes turned cold. Long family, he, that must be Long Feihu of the Long family. This is interesting. Young master has ascended to the heavenly god realm. Even if Long Feihu succeeds, he will not be as strong as young master. Long Feihu will regret his actions. Young master is not someone he can fight. Zhang Tianquang chuckled. The 13 holy nations will have at least 13 heavenly gods. However, since I have become a heavenly god, they are no longer qualified. Similarly, in another place, a young master's aura changed drastically, and he had even condensed a strand of heavenly god's power. When I step into the heavenly god realm and condense a strand of heavenly god force, no one in the 13 divine kingdoms will be my match. Those treasures will also be opened by me. Long Feihu, who was covered in scales, said arrogantly. The Long clan possessed the bloodline of the Dragon clan. They were born with the talent to control the Dragon clan. For example, they had dragon scales as armor, making them impervious to swords and spears. They could almost ignore the attacks of enemies of the same realm. At the very least, they would be able to negate 60 to 70% of the power. The Long family had always been one of the top powers in the Wind Cloud Weave. Compared to Zhang Tianquang, Long Feihu only had an elder by his side. He was a peak 5th firmament sky immortal. Young master, that person from the Zhang family also achieved a breakthrough when you broke through. I reckon that he has also condensed the power of a heavenly god. The old man was expressionless, but he was extremely respectful toward Long Feihu. Zhang Tianquang is trash. It's the same even if he steps into the heavenly god realm. Long Feihu sneered disdainfully. He's definitely going to clean up the young masters of the other clans and seize the resources of the 13 divine nations so that he can condense heaven god energy. I know exactly what he's planning. Does he really think that he's the only one who can do that? Those secrets aren't secrets at all. Heavenly Dance Divine Nation. At the peak of a snowy mountain, in the Myriad Essence Pool, Lin Fei took out a storage ring and threw all the heaven and earth treasures into the Myriad Essence Pool. According to the tree spirit, the Myriad Essence Pool had its own intelligence. As long as the heaven and earth treasures were thrown into it, it would automatically react and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Whoosh! 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 After the first wave of heaven and earth treasures entered, the effects were immediately apparent. It's really starting to move. The originally lifeless Myriad Essence Pool finally began to unleash its power. Pure waves rose, and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Good treasure, really good treasure. When I successfully break through, I must bring it back. It would be a waste not to bring such a treasure with him. Lin Fei could not bear to see such a waste. He had to bring it back. Master, when all the heaven and earth treasures enter and reach the bottom line of the Myriad Essence Pool, it will transform into a Myriad Essence Divine Pill. Once consumed, you can step into the heavenly god realm. Lin Fei was sure that this treasure was indeed very mystical and powerful. All the essence of the heaven and earth treasures had been extracted. At the same time, there seemed to be a special substance within the Myriad Essence Pool that enhanced the essence. It was extremely mysterious. It was because of this mystery that Lin Fei was even more certain that the Myriad Essence Pool could enhance one's strength. The 13 god nations of the Wind Cloud Weave are indeed full of secrets. They even have such a treasure. Lin Fei was waiting for the moment the Myriad Essence Divine Pill was formed. Large amounts of essence rose and began to spin in a certain position. Strands of essence began to fuse. At this point, all of Lin Fei's heaven and earth treasures had been thrown in. It's almost done. Lin Fei observed and arranged for the puppet warriors to stand guard outside. The chill of the divine chill mountain was only directed at those below. Those on the mountain peak were not affected at all. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the myriad essence divine pill. The tree's spirit congratulated. The essence continued to condense. The shape of a pill began to appear. It became more and more condensed. It spun and spun. There was a terrifying energy within. Even Lin Fei was secretly shocked. At the same time, special runes emerged from the myriad essence pool and embedded themselves into the pill. Not long after, a dark gold heavenly elixir of 10,000 essence was done. Strands of medicinal fragrance wafted in all directions. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the myriad essence divine pill. This was the first time he had seen such a pill. Eat it first. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the myriad essence divine pill. A terrifying torrent of energy erupted from his body. To advance from the heavenly immortal realm to the heavenly God realm, I need to condense all the God power in my body into the heavenly God realm. Only then can I be considered to have truly stepped into the heavenly God realm. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and began to condense. The myriad essence divine pill was like a guide, guiding Lin Fei to condense the heavenly God realm. Strands of God power began to condense, and an illusory golden energy appeared. The first step is done. Lin Fei was delighted and continued to condense. As long as I continue to condense, my heavenly God realm will be formed. Why were heavenly gods stronger than sky immortals? It was because the heavenly God realm was stronger. A strand of heavenly God realm was enough to defeat a fifth firmament sky immortal expert. The heavenly God realm was an energy that even fifth firmament sky immortals could not expel. It was even more destructive. Whoosh! 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 After the heavenly God realm was completely condensed, a pillar of light descended from the heavens. It emitted light that enveloped Lin Fei's entire body. The heavenly Tao's reward. The light contained a large amount of heavenly God realm power. This is a good opportunity. Absorb it all. Lin Fei's body had been strengthened step by step. Compared to the martial artists in the windy cloud weave who only cultivated their cultivation techniques and did not cultivate their physical bodies, he was many times stronger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 35-68. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the summit of the divine frost mountain, a huge black vortex appeared, devouring the divine light in a frenzy. A huge pillar of light descended from the sky, covering the entire summit. The 10,000-year-old ice melted in the blink of an eye. Bathed in the pillar of light, Lin Fei became incomparably holy, making people want to worship him. At this time, a thick power was being condensed behind him. This was the power of a god. Only by condensing the power of a god could one be considered to have stepped into the god realm and become a true god. Ha ha ha, someone is breaking through here. Who gave you the courage? The void was torn apart, and a figure walked out. The arrogant Zhang Tinquang's long hair danced in the wind. Such a thick power of a god belongs to me from now on. You can scram now. He raised his hand, and the power of a god merged into his palm. The god's palm descended from the sky, covering the entire summit. This attack had the power of a god. The god's palm shot out, and golden lines flowed in the palm as it slammed down on Lin Fei's head. Boom boom boom. The god's palm slammed down, and the void collapsed. Endless astral winds howled, cutting through everything around it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The puppet warriors shot up into the sky at the first instant, setting off a terrifying light as they attacked the god's palm. The golden lines flashed, shattering all the attacks. Zhang Tianquang stood with his hands behind his back, watching the struggle below with a cruel smile. If I kill this person and seize the power of a god, I will be able to condense a second god's palm, or even a third. My strength will soar, and I will be invincible. I will become the strongest existence in the 13 divine nations. Zhang Tianquang did not care about the people on the summit at all. Those below the god realm were all ants, unable to withstand a single blow. The 3 puppet warriors were strong, but they could not withstand the power of this palm. They were constantly being suppressed, and all their attacks were useless. Buzz! A stream of light flew out, splitting the mountain and splitting the ground, cutting open the god's palm. It was actually broken. Zhang Tianquang was shocked. He raised a hand in front of him, and a dazzling sword light pierced through. Get out of my way. He spread his fingers and closed them, trying to grab the flying sword. The flying sword that had stepped into the sky deity weapon disappeared with a whoosh, causing Zhang Tianquang's attack to miss. The massacre god's sword appeared behind Zhang Tianquang's head and stabbed down. A heavenly god's power appeared and blocked the flying sword. Rip! The slaughtering god's sword pierced through the layer of heavenly god protection. Fortunately, Zhang Tianquang had a lot of battle experience. At the critical moment, he tilted his body, and half of his body was pierced. Drops of blood flowed down from the wound. You injured this young master, you deserve to die. Zhang Tianquang roared. He was injured after stepping into the celestial god realm, so he couldn't take this lying down. He tried to grab the flying sword with one hand, but he missed again. Xiao xiao xiao. The flying sword disappeared, but when it reappeared, it transformed into dozens of sword shadows. Another sword pierced into Zhang Tianquang's body. The flying sword twisted and curled, taking away large chunks of flesh. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Before long, this prodigy was covered in wounds. This flying sword was too fast and too sharp. The heavenly god's power couldn't withstand a single stab from the flying sword. His physical body couldn't withstand the tearing and pulling. Zhang Tianquang was enraged. He mobilized the heavenly god's power and pounced down. Heavenly God True Void Blade. Zhang Tianquang, who had given up on dealing with the flying sword, grabbed with one hand, and a golden divine blade appeared. It was formed from the heavenly god's power. It slashed down, and wherever the blade passed, the void was split open. It was incomparably fierce. This young master will kill you. Let's see how you control it. Zhang Tianquang's face contorted. His first opponent had left him in such a sorry state, and he was even injured. This was a slap to the face. This was unacceptable. 3 puppet warriors flew toward him. Boom boom boom. Huge destructive power bloomed like fireworks, crashing against the heavenly god True Void Blade, but only a portion of the heavenly god's power was destroyed. The self-destruction of the puppet warriors still caused Zhang Tianquang to suffer greatly. Fortunately, at the critical moment, an artifact appeared on his body. But now, it was in tatters. In one exchange, the artifact was destroyed. My firmament artifact, you dare to use this young master's artifact. This young master will destroy you. The heavenly god True Void Blade slashed down, and Zhang Tianquang slashed out dozens of times in one breath. Each slash turned into a giant that raised its fist and punched down. Dozens of giants clashed, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Boom boom boom. The divine chill mountain, the #1 mountain, shook violently. Too strong. I wonder if Master can withstand it. The tree spirit elder immediately hid himself, shivering in fear. Ha ha ha, anyone who dares to go against this young master will die. Zhang Tianquang laughed coldly. No one could survive the attack of a heavenly god. Below the heavenly god, all were ants. In the 13 god nations, there were no heavenly Dao rules. Zhang Tianquang could kill without fear of being punished by the heavenly Dao rules. The one above, is this your strength? The snowflakes in the sky scattered. A golden screen of light appeared, within which stood a young man with his hands clasped behind his back. You can't even kill me, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a heavenly god? I'm very angry that you interrupted my breakthrough, so I've decided to kill you with a single sword strike. On the peak of the mountain, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He did not look injured at all. Brat, you are actually fine. Zhang Tianquang was furious. It seems that you have broken through, but who gave you the courage? I am from the Zhan family, a top family in the wind cloud weave. Do you know what the Zhan family represents? If you dare touch me, there will be no place for you in the entire wind cloud weave. Top family? What's so great about that? If I want to kill you, I will. Lin Fei pointed with his fingers and stabbed out with his sword. A crescent moon appeared. Different from before, this crescent moon was golden in color. It shone with resplendent light, illuminating the entire world. True void divine saber, break for me. Zhan Tianquang slashed with his saber. The power of the heavenly god was tyrannical, tearing everything apart. A mere crescent moon was nothing. He wanted to kill this brat. Rip. Zhan Tianquang's body went cold. He felt as if he had been struck by something. The crescent moon in front of him disappeared, and he fell into endless darkness as if he had fallen from the sky. Lin Fei shook his head. Is this the power of a first heaven god? Too weak. You only condense the power of the heavenly god, and you dared to come out and pretend to be weak. You even dared to disturb my cultivation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Behind Lin Fei, 5 streams of the power of the heavenly gods appeared. Return. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The dissipating power of the heavenly god in Zhan Tianquang's body was forcibly pulled out. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. There was a series of crackling sounds, and his aura became much stronger. Chapter 35-69. He had killed Zhan Tianquang with one strike, but Lin Fei did not think much of it. He dared to attack him while he was breaking through. If he did not kill the other party, he would not be Lin Fei. Rise. Lin Fei grabbed the myriad essence pool with both hands. It was a waste to leave such a treasure. He had to take it. Boom boom boom. The entire divine frost mountain was shaking. Ice and snow collapsed, and the void shook. But the myriad essence pool was as firm as a mountain and did not move at all. Lin Fei's hands expanded, but he could not grab the myriad essence pool. Heavenly God power, explode. One strand of heavenly God power was used up, turning into the purest energy that surged into his 2 arms. Boom boom boom. The myriad essence pool finally moved, and the ground around it cracked. Explode again. Lin Fei used up the second strand of heavenly God power and continued to pull the myriad essence pool out. The ground continued to crack, and the myriad essence pool emerged inch by inch. Come out. Lin Fei shouted. The power in his arms exploded again, and he pulled the myriad essence pool out. A huge cauldron was lifted up, and runes flashed all over it. They circled around the cauldron, coming out and going in. The myriad essence pool immediately became extraordinary. Keep. Lin Fei was in a great mood to use such a treasure. In the future, as long as I collect enough spirit items, it will be enough for me to break through. Lin Fei chuckled. Leaving it here is a waste. Keeping the myriad essence pool, heavenly God power surged under Lin Fei's feet, and drunken flower left in a beam of light. Not long after, 4 figures entered the divine frost mountain and saw Zhan Tianquang, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture. Ah, young master is dead. The 4 roared into the sky. There was a loud rumble, and an avalanche occurred. In a place where no one was safe. Lin Fei sat cross-legged and cultivated. In half a month, he recovered 5 strands of heavenly God power. I have to get some pills in the future. Absorption and recovery are too slow. With a total of 5 strands of heavenly God's power, the recovery time was too slow. Now that I've reached the heavenly God realm, I've condensed 5 strands of heavenly God energy. According to the ancient records, the heavenly God realm is just a process of accumulating heavenly God energy. The more I condense, the stronger I will be. Information about the heavenly God stage appeared in Lin Fei's mind. First layered heaven celestial deity, one needs to condense 100 strands of celestial deity power. Second firmament celestial deity, condense 200 strands of celestial deity power. Third firmament celestial deity, condensing 300 strands of celestial deity power. Fourth firmament celestial deity, condensing 400 strands of celestial deity power. Fifth firmament celestial deity, condensing 500 strands of celestial deity power. Related information kept popping up. After reaching 500 strands of heavenly God's energy, one can condense another 500 strands of heavenly God's energy to cultivate a divine pellet and step into the God King realm. The more strands of heavenly God's energy, the higher the grade of the divine pellet, and the stronger the God King realm. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. There should be quite a number of heaven and earth spiritual items in the 13 divine nations. If I find all of them, it shouldn't be difficult to refine more myriad origin divine pills and condense heavenly God's energy. Lin Fei saw the miraculous myriad origin pool clearly. The terrifying medicinal effects of myriad origin divine pills were absolutely heaven-defying. Luckily, I took the myriad origin pool. I'm seriously too smart. Lin Fei released the tree spirit elder. 13 divine nations, are you familiar with the other divine nations? You know which divine nation has more heaven and earth spiritual items. I want to refine another myriad origin divine pill. Knowing the method, it was impossible for Lin Fei to miss it. Master, refining myriad origin divine pills is actually not just about collecting heaven and earth spiritual items. There's actually another way. This is what the heavenly dance divine nation's upper echelon said back then. The tree spirit elder seemed to have thought of something. It said that one can use medicinal pills to fuse into a myriad origin divine pill. Lin Fei blinked. That works too. But that requires a huge amount of medicinal pills. In the wind cloud weave, medicinal pills have to be at least at the sky immortal level. Heavenly God pills and God King pills are all fine. Lin Fei was suddenly enlightened. Then tell me, in the 13 divine nations, which divine nations can produce pills, and the more the better. Yes, the heavenly Dan divine nation of the 13 divine nations is an alchemy divine nation. Everyone is an alchemy divine nation. They are known as the number 1 alchemy divine nation. The medicinal pills they refine are of extremely high grade, and everyone yearns for the God King pill. A God King pill can be refined into a divine pill and enter the God King realm in one fell swoop. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. No wonder, every time the 3 divine nations end, there will always be someone who breaks through to the God King realm. I'm afraid they've taken the medicinal pills of the 13 divine nations. If I don't go to such a good place, wouldn't I be missing out on an opportunity? Lead the way. Lin Fei was glad that he had not killed the elder tree spirit. He was a professional guide. Even if he had a map, it was still easier to have a guide than to fumble around. After stepping into the Sky God realm and condensing 5 strands of Sky God power, Lin Fei was even more sensitive to the danger of the 13 divine nations. His intrinsic flying sword, the divine slaughtering sword, could unleash its full power. Especially with the power of a Sky God, its strength would increase to a certain extent. The Heaven Essence sect had really given him something good. Boom. 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 2 Sky God auras erupted from a divine nation in the distance, tearing through the firmaments. It was extremely eye-catching. This aura is somewhat familiar. Lin Fei stopped and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Right, it's the Heaven Secrets sects Yi Feilong and Yi Feihu. They indeed have secrets. Both of them have broken through. Lin Fei had always felt that there was a problem with the Heaven Secrets sect. They know quite a lot of secrets. They're the arch-armor part of the number 1 divine emperor. Lin Fei felt that it was not very reliable. I hope the news is true. I'm not that easily fooled. Lin Fei lowered his head and hurried on his way. 3 months later, Lin Fei stepped into the Heavenly Dan divine nations. Compared to the Heavenly Dance divine nations, the Heavenly Dan divine nations was filled with countless palaces. It was quite spectacular. Master, those are all medicinal fields. They grow them and personally collect them to refine pills. As for our Heavenly Dance divine nations, we only grow spiritual objects of the world to extract their essence. The old tree spirit said. Lin Fei glanced at the palaces. Tell me, where is the most influential and largest alchemy sect in the heavenly Dan divine nations? Since he was going, he would definitely go to the number one alchemy sect. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to go to those small sections. After traveling for another 10 days, a large group of palaces located in the mountains appeared before Lin Fei's eyes. That is the number one alchemy sect in the heavenly Dan divine nations, the Yuan Dan school. Without getting close to the Yuan Dan sect, Lin Fei could smell the fragrance of elixirs. Looking in the direction of the fragrance, he saw that in the sky above the palace, there were children playing and playing. There were quite a number of them, and they were making crisp and melodious sounds. Good stuff, really good stuff. Chapter 35-70. In the Yuan Dan school, there were shadows of pills everywhere. These pills flew into the sky and into the ground, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. No matter who saw it, they would be envious and fiery. Any one of them was a priceless pill, possessing a spirit that ordinary pills did not have. This was the biggest difference between high-grade pills and low-grade pills. Master, these pills all have a spirit, and at the same time, they also have a certain amount of strength, and are very difficult to deal with. It is said that the heavenly Dan divine country once had an emperor pill that could transform into a human form, and was one of the experts of the heavenly Dan divine country. The old man seemed to be recalling something. I can't miss out on so many pills. Lin Fei took a step forward and walked into the void. When he came out again, he was in the air above a palace and opened his 5 fingers. Get the hell over here. In the air above the palace, a group of children were playing with pills. Lin Fei's hand grabbed the pill, covering the sky and enveloping the pill, scaring the pill into fleeing. When they reached the edge of the palm, they all collided with a layer of invisible force, causing them to fall and have nowhere to run. All of them are heaven immortal level pills. There were dozens of them that had been condensed into pills. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Human clan, quickly let us out. Otherwise, when our boss comes, you're dead for sure. There was a threat from a pill. Was Lin Fei afraid of threats? Of course he wasn't afraid of threats. Your boss? Interesting, really interesting. Lin Fei flipped his hand and put them all away. The pills of the heavenly Dan divine country are probably more than I imagined. It's just the right time to catch them all in one fell swoop. Lin Fei snorted and started to attack everywhere, collecting the pills. Don't run, you're all ours. After the heavenly god realm, Lin Fei's speed became even faster and his physical body became even stronger. He tore open the void time and time again, capturing the escaping pills. Not long after, he had harvested over 1,000 pills, all of which were heaven immortal level. They continued to go deeper into the palace. From time to time, pills would appear, but they would not be able to escape Lin Fei's palm. The number of pills was also increasing. In the palace ahead, there's a pill that surpasses the heavenly immortal grade. It must be a heavenly god grade pill. Lin Fei extended his divine sense and sensed a different kind of aura. He was overjoyed. He had finally found a heavenly deity grade medicinal pill. Boom! Before he got close, a beam of light rushed out of the palace, bringing with it a lingering fragrance as it streaked across the sky. You're mine. Several experts rushed out of the palace. The one in the lead opened his mouth and sucked in a breath. His body was like hell, devouring everything in the surroundings. The entire palace flew over, but before it could even get close, it was shredded to pieces by the black energy. The stream of light was sucked back, and a figure appeared. I'll fight you to the death. The figure formed by the pill raised his hand and punched out. The might of the attack exceeded the 5th firmament sky mortal realm and was just a little short of the heavenly god realm. Streaks of black air currents were blasted into nothingness. However, the pill was still unable to break free and was continuously sucked over. There's no need to struggle. Under my heaven-devouring art, you won't be able to withstand it. Just obediently let me eat you up. That person laughed out loud. His entire being was flushed with success, as if he had already won. Don't even think about it. A series of even stronger attacks erupted. Lin Fei saw everything clearly. Is this a heavenly god level pill? To be able to erupt with this level of power. Unfortunately, I'm still lacking in strength to break through the other party's attack. What kind of judgment did Lin Fei have now? This heavenly god level pill had consumed too much energy. Although it was very strong, there was still a gap between him and the other party. Hey, I'm taking this pill. Lin Fei laughed out loud. He took a step out of the void and came within the range of the heaven-devouring art. He reached out and grabbed. Heavenly god power surged out, forming a huge net that covered the pill. Bastard, how dare you snatch my pill? An incomparably domineering and sharp sword intent pierced out of the void, heading straight for Lin Fei's glabella. You're courting death. This sword strike surpassed the might of a fifth firmament sky immortal realm. Too weak. Lin Fei laughed out loud. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched the sword intent, shattering it into pieces. After absorbing a strand of heavenly god power, the strength of my physical body has also increased. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Hand over all the pills on you, and I'll spare your life. That's impossible. Lin Fei shook his head. He took a step forward and punched through the heaven and earth. His fist was covered in golden energy. The fist pierced through the other party. The other party was stunned. After being pierced, the remaining might exploded and tore him into pieces. Run, this person is a heavenly god. Run. The spectators turned and ran. Not running in front of a heavenly god expert was the same as courting death. A sword intent slashed through them, and all of them fell from the sky into pieces. Collect. Lin Fei didn't care about the other party's background. He gave him a choice, and if he didn't want it, then he'd just beat him to death. Anyway, he had no taboo. The harvest is not bad. Opening the storage ring, this guy had harvested more than 3,000 pills, of which there were dozens of heavenly god level pills. Not only can I find pills, I can also rob them. Lin Fei muttered to himself, his divine sense immediately covering the sky above the palace, searching one by one. There's someone over there. The heavenly Dan divine nation's pills were so famous, how could there be a lack of people coming here to search for pills? Bringing a batch back would definitely be a great contribution. Inside a palace, 7 or 8 people were surrounding a few pills. The pill had taken form and was obviously losing. It wouldn't last long. They won't be able to hold on for much longer. Ha ha ha. Boom. Lin Fei came out from the void, raised his hand, and struck out with a golden palm that shook the heavens and the earth. With a single palm strike, the palace quietened down. Be honest and hand over the pills. You can avoid death. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, his jingguang shining brightly. Heavenly God expert. We'll give it to you. These people had good eyesight. Even if they were unwilling, facing a heavenly god, if they didn't hand it over, they would die. After taking the pills, Lin Fei turned around and left. Robbery. Right, that's for the best. Lin Fei continued to travel through the void, and every time he did, he would reap a bountiful harvest. The number of heavenly immortal level pills had already exceeded 20,000, and there were also 500 heavenly god level pills. Looks like there's no one left. There was no one in the vicinity of the palace. The number of people who could enter the 13 divine nations was limited, but there were very few of them. After all, not everyone would come for the pills. Sweep. Since there was no one else, Lin Fei rushed into the palaces one by one and harvested those pills. Those heavenly god level pills were not bad, but they were still far from a true heavenly god level. Awesome. Very quickly, this area was settled. He had harvested more than 30,000 heavenly immortal pills and more than 800 heavenly god pills. Lin Fei took out the myriad essence pool. Let's refine it first. Chapter 3571. The second time the myriad yuan pool refined a myriad yuan heavenly Dan. This time, the effect was even faster. It was a completely purifying action, much faster than the first time. Done. Lin Fei had gained some experience, and the second refinement was even easier. There's actually more than 1 myriad yuan heavenly dan. Once the pill was formed, a total of 5 pills flew out, as if they had a mind of their own, wanting to escape. Come back. Lin Fei grabbed with his big hand, and the 5 pellets were grabbed back by a big hand. Traces of golden energy formed a large net, tightly trapping the pellets. This is truly unbelievable. After I refine and purify the pellets I collected, I can refine 5 myriad yuan heavenly dan-s. Lin Fei himself was shocked by this scene. Master, the pills of the heavenly dan divine nations have always been the most famous, and are also known as the number 1 pill. The effects of the pills are naturally terrifying, and it is rumored that their heavenly dan divine nations has a set of powerful cultivation techniques that are not weaker than our heavenly dance divine nations. The pills that they refine have always been in short supply. So that's how it is. No wonder. 13 divine nations, this is truly my blessed land. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised as he swallowed 5 myriad yuan heavenly dan-s. His body swelled up like a big ball that could explode at any time. Even me. The limit of his physical body displayed an unimaginable effect. Lin Fei continued to refine it, guiding the dense energy to condense it into the power of the gods. The first line was complete. The second line was complete. One after another, he condensed a total of 6 strands of Empyrean God's power. 11 strands of Empyrean God's power appeared behind Lin Fei, and the aura on his body became even more valiant. I've truly underestimated the effects of the myriad yuan heavenly dan. It's not just condensing 5 strands, but 6 strands of Empyrean God's power, allowing my strength to increase greatly in an instant. From the information that he had read, Lin Fei was very clear that the heavenly God realm was actually a process of accumulation. The stronger the limit, the stronger the God King realm would be. 1,000 years wasn't a long time, but Lin Fei didn't want to wait that long. He needed to increase his strength as soon as possible and become stronger. This required a solid foundation. Lin Fei had a whole new level of respect for the miraculous effects of the 10,000 origin pool. Fortunately, he brought such a precious treasure with him, and it became the greatest help in the heavenly God realm. I have already swept clean this palace. Next, I can go to another palace. In the heavenly Dan divine country, I should be able to stay for 2 to 3 years. Using 2 to 3 years to improve his strength was completely within the range of what Lin Fei could afford. If his strength didn't increase, Lin Fei wouldn't dare to go there easily. Jia. Little girl, you can't get away. A gloomy and frivolous voice came from the horizon. At this moment, Lin Fei couldn't listen to the movements around him, but the sound drilled into his ears. The ladies of the Shui family are indeed top-notch. You are a natural-born cauldron. After using you, I might even be able to take a step forward. Don't even think about it. Lin Fei wasn't prepared to care about small matters. Collecting the pills was the important thing. However, when the 2 words Shui family appeared in his ears, he couldn't help but think of the fairy Shui Yu that he had brought in. Could it be her? He released his divine sense, covering the surrounding sky. Lin Fei saw fairy Shui Yu, who was being chased. At this moment, she was in an extremely sorry state. She looked like she was on the verge of collapse, trying her best not to fall. Behind her, there were 3 people chasing after Shui Yu. From the looks of it, they looked like a cat playing with a mouse as they followed unhurriedly. This Shui Yu of the Shui family doesn't seem to be valued at all. She actually ended up in such a sorry state. Lin Fei shook his head. No matter what, I was the one who brought you in. I might as well help you. Who asked me to be a good person? Lin Fei was in a good mood. He took a step forward and walked into the void. Shui Yu, stop struggling. Just accept your fate. The one who was chasing her was a frivolous young master. The 2 guards behind him were peak 5th heaven sky immortal. Your Shui family can't wait for you to become my woman. The frivolous young master smiled sinisterly. Who asked you to be born from a lowly maid in the Shui family? If it wasn't for your talent, you would have died countless times. Lu Guang, I will definitely kill you. Fairy Shui Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. She turned around and slashed out dozens of sword lights. However, they were easily dispersed by Lu Guang. It seems that you are unwilling to accept your fate. Lu Guang sneered, then I can only use force. World Tyrant Fist. Lu Guang's body erupted with an extremely tyrannical aura. Like a sovereign descending upon the world, the aura surged into his fist art. Swish. 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 The void collapsed. The power of the collision came crashing down. Fairy Shui Yu's strength was not bad. However, under the pressure of the void, she vomited blood on the spot. A fist mark whizzed over. Shui family's young lady, your situation doesn't look too good. Just as Fairy Shui Yu was in despair, this fist was so tyrannical that she couldn't block it. The crushing power of the void was too much for her to handle. A figure suddenly walked out of the void and stood in front of him. A light screen rose up and blocked all the collapsing void energy in front of him. Lin Fei casually grabbed and crushed the incoming fist mark. Senior Lin. Fairy Shui Yu's mind went blank. It took her a long time to recover. She recognized the person in front of her. If it wasn't that Senior Lin, who else could it be? Lu Guang was originally prepared to make Fairy Shui Yu suffer. However, the sudden appearance of this person ruined his plan. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Who are you? Lu Guang was very clear about the strength of his fist. The person in front of him could clearly block it. Hearing the other party call him Senior Lin, he naturally had to be careful. This time, those who could come to the 13 god nations all had powerful backgrounds. If he offended someone he shouldn't, Lu Guang wouldn't be able to handle their anger. Lu Guang was prepared to test the other party. If there was no background, he would go all out and kill the other party directly. You're in a bad situation. Speaking of which, you're quite lucky. I happen to be in this area. Otherwise, you'd really be in trouble. Lin Fei ignored the other party's words and said to Fairy Shui Yu. Fairy Shui Yu looked at Lu Guang with hatred. Senior Lin, please help me kill him. I'm willing to bring you to the Alchemy Divine Palace to retrieve the treasures left behind by the #1 Alchemy King. Lu Guang's expression changed. He had chased after Fairy Shui Yu not only to use her as a tripod, but also to find out about the treasures left behind by the #1 Alchemy King. But now, this bitch had actually told this senior. Lu Guang had a bad feeling. All right. Lin Fei's lips curled up. As you wish. They're just a few ants. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched out. Hua hua hua. Chapter 3572. Lin Fei, who had the power of 11 gods, was not someone to be trifled with. With a single punch, he killed Lu Guang. The experts following behind Lu Guang were struck by the shockwave of the punch and were instantly torn into pieces. They were all dead. Senior Lin, you broke through. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She could not believe that the scene in front of her was real. Lu Guang was extremely powerful, but in Senior Lin's hands, he could not even take a single punch and was directly turned into ashes. If this was not breaking through to the heavenly god realm, who else could it be? Your eyesight is not bad, I have indeed broken through. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei did not care about this person at all. Under the heavenly god realm, everyone was an ant. This was not a joke. Senior Lin, this little girl will bring you over now. This Lu Guang is chasing me because he wants to know about the treasure left behind by the #1 pill god. Shui Yu was not worried at all. The title of #1 pill god was very tempting. If there really is a treasure, I will leave a portion for you. Lin Fei laughed. The pills that he collected outside directly condensed the power of 6 gods. If he obtained the pills of the #1 pill god, wouldn't he be able to fly? Master, your luck is really good. The number one pill god is the number one expert of the heavenly Dan divine country. He is formed from a pill and his strength is unfathomable. His alchemy skills are superb and no one can compare to him. The tree spirit's words had undoubtedly piqued Lin Fei's interest in this treasure trove. Lead the way. Lin Fei waved his hand and the power of the gods wrapped around Shui Yu as he walked into the void. Senior Lin, I accidentally obtained the pill god's treasure. I originally wanted to go in and take a look, but I still underestimated the terror of the pill god's treasure. Not only that, 3 top clans came. They are the Tai clan, the Void sect, and the Heaven sect. Shui Yu knew a lot of information and explained it in detail along the way. Lin Fei thought, no wonder no one came to the heavenly dance divine country. I was lucky to obtain the myriad essence pool. If they interfere, there will be a huge battle. Compared to the 10,000 essence pool, there were even better treasures. Lin Fei could not help but rejoice. No matter how good the other treasures were, after tasting the benefits of the myriad origin pool, they were in no way inferior to those treasures and elixirs. Not everyone could condense 11 strands of heavenly god energy in such a short period of time. The pill god's treasure had undoubtedly become something that Lin Fei was looking forward to. Senior Lin, that is the entrance to the pill god's treasure trove. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that the entrance to the pill god's treasure trove would be in such a place. It turned out that there was a mountain range ahead. At the same time, it was a very inconspicuous mountain range with basically no bright spots. The entrance is at the bottom of the lake. Lin Fei's perception enveloped the sky above the lake. Under his perception, he discovered 3 experts hidden at the bottom of the lake. They were all peak 5th firmament sky immortals and they had even set up an array formation. In order to prevent others from entering, they really put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei shook his head and dove into the bottom of the lake. Boom! 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 As soon as he stepped into the lake, the array formation unleashed its might. An illusory figure stepped across the sky and a vast power surged over. A saber light slashed across, splitting the void. What a powerful array formation, it summoned a heavenly god expert. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed. His small palm glowed and caught the saber light. The saber light was extraordinary, it could disappear from his hand and burst out with a resplendent might. This kind of might was definitely a nightmare for sky immortals. Break! Lin Fei opened his mouth and blew a force on the saber light, blowing it away. Along with the might of the saber, it disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! The sword light slashed across the sky and split the summoned heavenly god's illusory figure. The heavenly god's illusory figure was too weak, the strongest above sky immortals and the weakest among the heavenly gods. Lin Fei would kill however many of this kind of trash came. With the infusion of heavenly god's energy, the divine slaughter sword's might skyrocketed and slashed through the illusory figure. The rest of you can also go together. The divine slaughter sword drilled into the void and after a dull sound, 5 figures fell out. The array formation lost control and a stone door appeared at the bottom of the lake. At this moment, the stone door was opened. Let's go in. Lin Fei waved his hand and took their storage rings and rushed through the stone door. They are in the innermost part. Lin Fei rushed through the stone door and walked through the passage. He smelled a strong medicinal fragrance, he took a light breath and all the pores on his body opened up. It was a wonderful feeling. This is definitely the pill god's treasure. Lin Fei confirmed that Shui Yu did not lie to him, he believed that she did not have the guts to lie to him. Not everyone could withstand the wrath of a heavenly god expert. At least among the 13 gods, Lin Fei had the confidence to say such words. There are energy fluctuations coming from ahead, there should be people fighting. Lin Fei's movement speed was very fast. As someone went in first, most of the arrangements left by the pill god were destroyed. Even if there were any left, they could not threaten Lin Fei at all. Boom boom boom. In the great palace, a large number of pills floated. These pills were of high quality, but they were all covered by a seal. A group of people were breaking the array. There were almost 20 experts at the scene who gave up fighting each other and joined forces to break the array. The power of the seal seemed to be somewhat stronger than expected. More than 20 people took out their treasures and attacked the power of the seal, creating a large light screen. At this moment, one of the people's expressions suddenly changed. "Oh no, someone broke in. We have lost contact with the arrangements left by our Tai family." Tai Xiong, who was dressed in black armor, suddenly changed his expression. He had lost contact with the array outside. He was the one who set up the array. Once it lost control, he would be the first to feel it. When Tai Xiong said this, the other two top forces' expressions also changed. "Each of our 3 forces will send 2 experts to kill the intruder." Su Tianxing, an expert from the Gate of Void, alternated between real and fake. "What does everyone think?" "All right." Song Yuan from the sect of Vast Heavens nodded. No matter who the intruder was, anyone who broke into their arrangements had to die. The Pill God's treasure was not allowed to be fought over by a 4th force. When the 3 forces joined forces, no one could stop them. "There's no need to stop me, I'm already in." Laughter came from the palace. 2 figures appeared in the palace. Void slash. Su Tianxing snorted coldly and raised his hand to slash down, using his hand as a blade. This slash alternated between real and fake. One moment it was fake, and the next moment it was real. It kept changing back and forth, extremely strange. Whoosh! The void slash streaked across Lin Fei's body like a ray of light. The Gate of Void was best at attacking real and fake. It was a very troublesome attack. Chapter 3573. An expert of the Gate of Void used a killing move the moment he attacked. It was impossible to guard against the real and the fake. This strike contained Su Tianxing's perfect grasp of reality and illusion. Brother Su's moves are becoming more and more proficient. Tai Xiong stopped attacking. This slash isn't any weaker than a heavenly god's attack, and it's even more bizarre. The person behind that kid seems to be Shui Yu of the Shui family. Something must have happened to Lu Guang, whom we sent over. Song Yuan's eyes turned cold. What a good disciple of the Shui family. Lu Guangjing was sent by Song Yuan to capture Shui Yu. Now that Shui Yu was here, it meant that something had happened to Lu Guang. Senior Lin, this is the Void Gate's Void Real attack. It is extremely strange and you can't take it head on. Shui Yu couldn't help but remind him. The Void Gate's attack was terrifying. "It's all right." Lin Fei shook his head and made a grabbing motion in the air. A blade light suddenly burst out and slashed at Lin Fei's hand. "Brat, you've been tricked." Su Tianxing laughed loudly. The saber light transformed into specks of starlight that surged into his arm. The attack of the Void Gate isn't that easy to withstand. The saber light looked like it was going to drill into his arm and destroy everything. If it's this kind of attack, it's really insignificant. I'm not interested in it at all. A layer of light appeared on the surface of Lin Fei's arm. The illusory attacks of the saber lights were blocked outside, unable to break through that layer of defense. Su Tianxing was quite surprised. Unhindered under heaven. He disappeared without a trace. When he appeared again, the saber light was like a storm, vigorous and vigorous. Every slash of the saber turned into an attack of nothingness, attacking Lin Fei from all directions. Lin Fei's entire body was engulfed by the attacks. That kid won't be able to withstand Brother Su's unstoppable world. I don't know how many heavenly immortal experts have died under reigning the world. This kid will be the next one soon. Lin Fei, who was in the middle of the attack, was quite disappointed. Not to mention anything else, just the defense on his body couldn't be torn apart. A top-notch family force? That Void Gate expert, you really disappoint me. Lin Fei took a step forward and attacked. The illusory saber light attack shattered one after another. You also showed off a bit. Now, let me kill you. Buzz. A sword light flashed. A crescent moon appeared, illuminating the world. Clatter. Su Tianqing fell to the ground, his body split in two. Because he had fallen so quickly, blood gushed out of him as he fell. Brother Su is dead. This is impossible. Song Yuan and Tai Xiong were dumbfounded. If they were in Su Tianqing's shoes, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. Su Tianqing's ability to switch between real and fake was a top-notch life-saving technique. How fast was this sword? It was so fast that Su Tianqing couldn't use his life-saving ability to switch between real and fake. You too, are you planning to be beaten to death by me, or? Lin Fei's gaze swept over them indifferently. The two of them felt as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. You killed Su Tianqing. Who the hell are you? Tai Xiong looked fearfully at the young man who had killed Su Tianqing. He actually didn't know him. I'm a disciple of the Vast Heaven sect. If you dare touch me, the Vast Heaven sect won't let you off. Song Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. The situation had changed too quickly. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Is that all you know how to say? It's so boring. Then let me repeat myself. Hand over everything you have, and I'll spare your lives. To put it in layman's terms, I'm robbing you." The Tai family, the Vast Heaven sect, and the remaining Void Gate disciples looked at each other. Robbing? Kid, you're courting death. A genius from the Vast Heaven sect was indignant. Let me kill you. Forget it, I'll just kill you. Lin Fei said with a smile. I've always been very hospitable to those who seek death. Whoosh. A sword beam streaked across. The genius in midair had his body split in two. He couldn't be more dead. Who else wants to kill me? Lin Fei smiled. Go ahead. I'll send you to your doorstep at any time. There'll be no pain. Everyone gasped. That genius was also a fourth firmament sky immortal. You have 3 breaths. Leave behind all your treasures and scram. Otherwise, 3 breaths will be the moment of your death. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. 1. Tai Xiong and Song Yuan exchanged looks. They really couldn't figure out the other party's background. However, they couldn't bear to give up everything on them, including the treasures left behind by the alchemy god. Kill. 2 peak 5th firmament sky immortal experts attacked from the left and right. Invincible iron fist. Boom. Boom. Fist seals surged into the sky. A phantom stood in the seal, augmenting the fist technique's might. It shook the void, causing it to collapse. Vast Heaven Sect Song Yuan extended his hand and grabbed. A sword landed in his hand, exuding boundless heavenly might. 3 swords of the vast heaven. He slashed out 3 times with one strike. Boundless heavenly might crushed over, suffocating everyone. Lin Fei thought that there would be sky gods here. It would be meaningless if they were all sky immortals. It looks like you've chosen death. Lin Fei took a step forward. Crescent moon slash. Another crescent moon appeared. Wherever it passed, the 3 swords of the vast heaven were slashed apart. The fist seals were split in half. The crescent moon slashed across their bodies. You're a sky god. Now that Lin Fei executed the massacring sword art and infused it with the power of a sky god, it wasn't something a sky immortal expert could resist. Run. The remaining sky immortal experts of the 3 factions were in an uproar. They turned around and ran. You guys don't have to run either. Lin Fei raised his hand and punched out. The void collapsed. The sky immortal disciples who escaped fell into the void and were instantly shredded into pieces by the boundless astral winds. Shueyu, who was standing behind Lin Fei, felt that it was just a piece of cake. The disciples of the 3 top factions were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Too valiant. All right, it's quiet now. Lin Fei didn't care about them at all. He was their chance to choose. In the end, they chose to die. There was nothing he could do about it. This is an array formation. Lin Fei glanced at it. No wonder they couldn't break through. This light screen was very powerful. In Lin Fei's eyes, this light screen wasn't as powerful as he imagined. After all, it had been a long time. Open. Lin Fei pounced forward. He clenched his fist and punched the light screen, causing layers of ripples. Boom! Boom! Since there was no one around, the power of a sky god appeared behind Lin Fei. There were a total of 11 strands. He infused one strand of the power of a sky god and launched a shocking punch at the light screen. A violent force rushed up. Crack! How could the light screen withstand such a force after consuming one strand of the power of a sky god? It broke. A large number of pills rushed out, trying to escape far away. All of you, come back.